got gold in your mouth. We ain't seen no gold since the priest left. And you got silver on your wrist. We ain't seen no silver since the airplane crash last year. You got blue shining skies, we got the sun in our eyes, and we're going blind. We don't want your money, we want mine. Well, you got shoes on your feet. We ain't seen no shoes since the soldiers came. And you got food in your mouth. That ain't even funny. Well, you got blue shining skies. We got the sun in our eyes. And we're going blind. 'Cause we don't want your money. We don't want your money. We want mine. If we should threaten you, we're wasting our time. If we appeal to you, we're wasting our time. So if we ask you very nicely, please be kind. 'Cause we don't want your money, we want mine. Well, you've got lies in your mouth, liar. We don't hear no truth till the kids cry. You got smiles to your ears, liar. We don't got no smiles. You got blue shining skies, we got the sun in our eyes, and we're going blind. 'Cause we don't want your money. We don't want your money. We don't want your money. We want mine. Yeah, we want mine. Well, we want mine. We want
Hey, here we are once again. Is it Friday or is it Thursday yet? I'm not sure. Uh, that's what happens when you work graveyard. You're like completely off on all the days that are of the week, right? I don't. Is it Friday, Gregory? Or oh, wait a minute. No, you're in Germany. I don't. I shouldn't even ask you. I'm gonna get even more confused. Welcome, Gregory.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
morning.
y'all can
Go ahead.
call me. You can call it good.
Call what? Greg. Greg. Okay, he's having some mic problems. Some very Jerry-like
Okay, so-
mic problems. Yeah. So, are you there now? Say talk.
I'm here.
Okay. I just could you give me a complete sentence?
Yeah, like I was saying that I put my real name up there, because a lot of people just said perfect soulmates.
Yeah. No. You know what's funny? Let me tell you something funny. I asked Lupe when I got your Discord to give me your Discord thing so I could join you, right? And she sent me something and it said it has your because it has your picture and it says perfect soulmate, right? And I was like, no, Lupe, I'm straight. No.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so that's kind of the so
I
that's
get
kind of the
it.
reason why I just put my name up there.
No, yeah, I get it, buddy.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is if you're here because you're expecting another KFAR appearance, I promise you it probably won't happen. This is a kind of like a meet and greet type of like live today, a Q&A, if you will. I I wanted to know more about Gregory, and Gregory wanted to know more about me. And I always have these conversations in the background, but I figured, why have a conversation that I could possibly repeat few or several times when I could just have it now, right? Um, so I don't know how you like. I didn't necessarily plan this, which I never do. I never plan none of my lives. They're always improvised. Most of them, even to the point where I don't know the subject line until the very day. So um, I don't know how you want to do this, Greg. If you want to ask me stuff, I talk a lot. I could ask you stuff. I'm pretty sure you know how to talk a lot. So I don't know. How do you want to get started? You want me to ask you stuff, or do you want to ask me stuff? How do you want to do this?
Now we could do a back and forth. That's all cool. One by one. I'm pretty chill with that.
Okay, well, let me start with you since people get tired of hearing me talk. Uh, Perfect Soulmates is a book, right? Or, yeah, it's a book, right? And you also made a documentary of it. Uh, it entails your life in the military only, or is this autobiography?
Yeah. I'm glad you asked that, man. I can imagine there's people confused out there. Well, here, let me introduce myself. My name is Benjamin Ramos. You can call me Ben Camin if you want for Spanish speakers, whatever. Ben is okay. And so I'm a U.S. Army veteran, and also did some contracting. So I deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan. But Perfect Soulmates is a thing completely different than my military experience. I did do some documentaries on my channel for that, for those asking for it. So check out A Soldier's Life. That's where it started. Then I did a couple of other military style videos. But what I'm all about is my business. It's an actual business called Perfect Soulmates. And this is everything that I've ever learned about what I feel is the most important force in this world, which is love. I believe it's an art form that needs to be mastered on all different levels. So I wrote a book, because I believe in a perfect relationship that can be attained in a world where they say no, that's impossible. I believe no, it is possible. It's more than possible. So that's what I wrote the book for. And then I did, as you said, like a documentary version. I call it the film version for those who don't like reading books for whatever reason. And that's just a 1 hour presentation of 10 short films, beautifully done. You're not going to be bored. I guarantee if you get one, you're going to want the other. No, I'm not just saying that. I promise you, it should captivate you if you love to love. If you don't like love, if you think it's stupid or whatever, I don't think you're going to enjoy them.
Well, I mean, it's funny that we would hit this subject, right? This topic because I just recently got out of a 15-year relationship, and it's been a bit of a sore topic for me because I believe I messed it up, and it's one of those things where it's like gosh, I don't know exactly. Like, I haven't seen the story yet, and I apologize for that. I'll definitely will. I definitely will check it out. I don't mean that facetiously. I really do. I did really do feel interested in reading more or finding out more. But see, my whole when I saw your title, I was like, I hope this isn't too much about love because it's really like a heavy thing for me right now, and like I had a
Mm.
really good 15 years that I will never take back. Even with the heartbreak, I'll gladly take the heartbreak. For the 15 years that I did, because it was like this girl was, such a wonderful person to me. Now, it wasn't. The funny thing is that like the relationship started with her being somebody who didn't think that our relationship would work, right? And it was like I would say like the first 2 years were a lot of untrusting, like, feelings. And so it was learning and growing. By the time 5 years had passed, it was so good that it was like, we knew each other's, like, not only, like, little tendencies and stuff like that, but like I didn't have to, like, I didn't even have to ask if I knew that, like, my girl was into somebody, right? And we were always open about those things. It's like, you can be attracted to people, right? Attraction doesn't mean you fall in love. It doesn't mean that you want to be with somebody, right? It's just an attraction. But we could actually, like, see it in each other. Like, it's funny because, like, in a room full of my friends, like, I don't feel that energy, right? But I remember one time walking into her job, and I could feel the energy that she was giving to, like, one of her coworkers, and I was just like, You know what I mean? And it's crazy that, like, after a while you get to know somebody that much. But it feels weird now. It feels weird because I I might have had no friends whatsoever. Like, I probably could have had zero people talking to me ever. The minute she left, I actually felt lonely. Like, I didn't feel lonely until she left. Like,
Mm.
I could care less about anybody. The minute that she left my world and I couldn't talk to her anymore, I couldn't share with her anything. I couldn't have my conversations over the phone with her and stuff like that. It's left a void. It's left a very big void, and I'm trying not to be needy about it. I'm really not trying to be needy about it, but it's um it's big, man. It's big. That hole is like, it's gonna be difficult to replace, but I'm getting there. And I know that she doesn't mean harm or bad to me or anything like that. It's just things don't work out, like you want them to. Like, I was hanging on to dear life to that relationship, man. I didn't want her to go, and she felt that. But it was obvious that I really think our last year wasn't that great because of my unwillingness to let it go. And how do you feel about that? Do you feel like when a relationship has run its course, you should let it go, or you should always be fighting to keep it?
No,
Oh,
absolutely.
did I
First
lose
of
it?
all, I want to say that you're a winner. Don't ever forget that.
Oh, thanks.
Um, because 15 years, many people don't even make like a year, and you know what it is.
Right.
So
Yeah.
congratulations for that. It doesn't matter what happened. Now, second of all, I would say that jealousy is always a factor when there's a strong connection. So you had a strong connection to her, and her to you, I bet. And same with me in my beginning of my relationship. We're like well over 20 years, so it's pretty much forever, I hope. But it doesn't matter. Like, you take what you've learned, and yes, you know what you got to do, move on. But my only question is, what do you think was a deciding factor in the breakup?
My dishonesty. My dishonesty. I have been struggling. And she knew I was struggling, but the thing is that I have pride, like, and it's something that it's very difficult for me to swallow. See, like, you heard the stories that I gave Tats and everything about me, how I grew up and everything. I grew up in poverty, man. I grew up in poverty.
Right.
And to make things worse, I grew up with a mom who was a Jehovah's Witness, and so I didn't get a lot of the things that people celebrate. Even those little celebrations, like those little, like, happy birthdays and stuff like that. I actually would have to live through my friends and stuff like that. And so I always had this desire to live, away from the type of life that I had. And so I would push really hard to do things. And I pushed my uncle to give me a job at 14. um I pushed, like, my family to let me rent a garage in my grandma's house because I didn't want to live with my mom. um so I was always pushing and pushing and pushing the envelope because I wanted to have an independent life, to be able to do things that I wasn't able to do. And so early on, I gained what people would call monetary success, right? Like, I had money early. I had things that most kids at 21 probably wouldn't have, mostly because, like I said, I wanted to do it myself. And so that became my thing. Like, if I did something, I did it because I wanted to, not because I was getting anybody else's help. um when Later on in my life, when things went bad, I never asked for people to be like, hey, help me out. It would be like, no, I gotta lift myself up, I gotta do it myself. Well, in the most recent years, things got so heavy that, and this is something for everybody. You might think that you can do, and people always talk about it, self-made man, right? But I doubt it, because life is so fucking hard, man, and it's difficult to do things on your own. You need help. You need people to alleviate that burden on you. And so i I did it to everybody except the people that I should have been asking help for. You know what I mean? Like, instead of asking people that are in my life that actually care, I was asking people that were really outside, but because I didn't want to be that burden. I didn't want to be that burden on them. And my girl got so pissed the first time I did that. And this was like 2 years ago, the first time that she found out that I was, getting help from some other source. And she told me, like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Like, why are you asking other? I'm here. Like, you've helped me, you've helped my family. Like, why would you think that I wouldn't help you? And I'm just like, it's not that you wouldn't, it's that you would, that I don't want to ask you. And so it just became a thing where I didn't want to ask my mom for help. I didn't want to ask my brothers for help. And so I just wanted to keep that persona. I wanted to keep that persona that I'm this person that I can do it on my own. I didn't want them to worry about me. And I really dropped the ball this time
Yeah.
because I kept that facade up. And when it finally it was unveiled, which I should have followed my own advice, because I always say truth is something you can't run away from. Um, she found out, and again, we had the one conversation, and me and her have the same mentality. We don't like doing circles. We don't like doing things over and over and over again. If we ever had a fight, it was always that one time, and we knew like right away how to correct it. uh, and when she found out, that I was basically just relying on other people and not going to her, and like, she was really disappointed and said, that bothers me, that disturbs me, because it's like, what if you're dying or something's really bad and you simply won't come to me? It's like, then I'm gonna lose you, and I don't know why. And she said, I don't want to go through this anymore. She's all like, I don't want you to deceive me like that anymore, and I don't want to feel this anymore. So yeah, she walked away, and yep.
No, man, come on. That's not deception. I mean, that's a little confusing. That's not deception, man.
Well, I feel it is. I feel it is. I don't. She wouldn't call it that either. She just was like, her her heartbreak is in the fact that I did, like, I guess for her it's like trust, like, like, I didn't want to trust
Mm-hmm.
her to help me out. I guess that's the way she put it. I
Yeah.
call it deception because I was lying to her. Like, I was lying to her, telling her that I wasn't, like, instead of saying, hey, like, I'm in, like, I'm in trouble, I need help. You know what I mean? I was telling her, I'm fine. Everything's fine. I was that meme with the dog and the fire all around them, and I'm like, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
No,
that's
bro. You
go ahead.
Nah, I'm just gonna say you didn't do anything wrong, man. Sorry. The way I see it, she should have stayed there. She should have. Everybody has their own problems to work out, and it's a teamwork effort. As a couple to solve all of it. You can't just jump out and abandon. I mean, this is nothing major. It's not like you're cheating on her or you arguing all the time about the same. No, this is not like breakup material after 15 years too. That's a shame,
Well,
man.
and I'll be fair. I'll be fair. She walked away because we weren't going to be close. We weren't going to be close anymore. And it was like, well, if if you won't allow me to help you out, in the sense that, like, we're going to be, like, financially helping each other out and stuff like that. She felt like, like, well, what are you going to do when I'm gone? Because she has a job that takes her all around the country. And she's done this where she takes off, comes back, takes off, and comes back, or whatever. And she's like,
Mhm.
are you gonna? Are you like? It's one of those things where it's like, I guess it's like, the dishonesty is like, like, it's we were so open with each other, where it's like, where this dishonesty is like, where did the dishonesty end, right? And she didn't want to go down that route. She didn't want to think of me that way. So I understand where she came from with that. And to be honest with you, we didn't leave really with too much animosity. It was just like, for her, it was like, look, if you're gonna do this thing where you're gonna be a person who takes care of themselves, well, then take care of your shit and then come back, right? Or hit me up when everything's straight. Then if you're not gonna allow me to help you when you're bad, then help yourself out, and then call me when you're done. That's kind of how the breakup went. Um, I don't know because this is the
Hmm.
first time we've ever had a separation where it's like officially broken up. Like we've always, well, whenever we had a breakup where it was like the fucking like we're not good right now. It was never an official breakup, and it was like
Yeah.
let me find out you're going out. You know
Okay.
what I mean? Um, but
Yeah.
this was the first one where it was like, dude, if you're gonna do this on your own, do it on your own. Like my hands clean. I don't want I don't want it, right? You don't want me to be a part of it, then I don't want it. And so that's basically what she said. And to be fair, it wasn't like it really wasn't a fuck you. It was just like fix yourself. Call me when you think things are
Yeah.
good. And so that's where I'm at right now. And that's the only hope that I get is that hopefully she doesn't
Yeah.
meet somebody better. Of course, I don't think that I'm even worth. I don't even think that I was worth her time, like at the moment that I am right now. So it's like I hope that I do, and I hope that she still has feelings for me. I mean, it's rough. It's rough because I like I said, I don't. You have your comforts with your wife. You have your comforts and stuff like that. And dating is such a fucking pill, man. Like, I think
Yeah.
we tried like doing the like let's give it some time. You know what I mean? And like around our 6th year, and I remember trying to like date at that time, and I was like, I can't do this. Like, I can't do this anymore. I'm not.
No, no, no. I just, bro, I made a video on that on my channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't
dude.
do that.
I'll give you the link, man. But
Cool. No, and like I said,
if
I'm
you
gonna
want,
check this
dude,
one out.
yeah,
But go ahead,
yeah,
go ahead, man.
bro.
Like
Look, man,
you
look.
had that experience.
If you still if you still love her and you think she could still love you, this is easy to fix, man, because I have a friend who actually you're right. You could go off into the deep end, and what else are you lying about, right? So he is in that he's in living in denial right now. He's actually married after he's cheated on her, and
Oh, boy.
he pushed his parents out of his life. He pushed me out of his life, everybody close, and he's living this like dream world. I'm the victim of the world hates me. Like it's like what the hell, did you lose your mind? And he started by saying, I don't want anybody's help. I want to do it all by myself. And look at where he's at. Now he's miserable more than ever. He's like gray hair, gray beard, and he's in denial. And I'm like, damn, dude, you've fallen and you had like the best parents, the best friends, and you pushed us all out of your life for this bullshit essentially. Because I mean, like, who cares if you need to ask for help? Just ask for help. There's no shame, man. Everybody needs help, right?
Yeah, well, I've learned
Sometimes, but
I've learned since that this has been something people have been waiting for. Uh, my brother, and like I said, the people that I didn't bother were my family, and I should have been bothering them. You know what I mean? Like they should have been like the first ones that I called.
yeah, yeah.
Um, and the thing is that I never have, and so
Hell yeah.
when I finally gave up, which like I was basically faced with myself, right? I put myself in front of myself, and I realized I'm being ridiculous. I'm being stupid because it's like your parents, your brother, they've never rejected helping you. They've never done that. You have rejected their help. You
Oh
have put
man.
yourself in this situation because you don't want to be a burden to them, but they have never said that. Like, let them say that to you. Like, let them say that you're fucking up or whatever, right? I called my brother, and my brother was like, dude,
Yeah.
what the fuck? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, dude, like, you should have called me a long time ago. And immediately it was like the network of my family came in and just
Right.
swooped me up, because it was like the call went out, and then
Yeah,
my
man.
cousin calls me. I'm not the Marine cousin, but another cousin. And he's like, dude, I can get you on the same thing I got your brother on. Uh, come over here. We need people now. Come apply. I don't give a shit what you're doing. You get over here and you apply. He made me apply. He got me in. He made me work for a little bit right there at the place that he worked at, and then he got
Hell
me this
yeah.
job right now.
Damn, dude. I mean, that's love, man. You know how many people would kill to have that type of support?
Yeah, I know. It was like I said, it's one of those things that like, um, and yeah, and you know what? The thing is that like, like I said, it's one of those things where it's like the pendulum is something that's always swinging, right? When I was coming up, it was those same people that I was helping. Like my brother, the one that I'm staying, that well, he's actually staying with me, but you know, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here. He was doing really bad, and I helped him out when he was doing bad. He got out of his situation, has been independent on his own. um and so like that's the only thing that I ever worked for. Like my little brother's just had a child, and I'm always helping him out and stuff like that, but I'm like, I don't want to burden you guys. And my little brother was like bro, like, you, how come, like, dude, I would always ask you, like, like, why, like, you look hungry and stuff like that. You always told me, why wouldn't you just tell me that everything's okay? See, my girl kind of went on a campaign to like activate my family too. And he came and he's all like, dude, she came, she sent me a message, told me that you're doing bad and you don't want to tell nobody. And he was like, after that, was like coming with like burgers every day and like just trying to pick me up. Um and the only person at the time that was really like helping me was my mom. And she was just like, my mom, I should have never put that weight on my mom. It's so much stuff. It's so much stuff. But yeah, but thankfully,
Yeah.
like, it all came together. I'm thankful for people who called me out on my crapulence. And hey, I'm in a better place now. I'm in a much better place, and I'm much happier now. And
Yeah.
the only thing that sucks is that, like I said, I did that. I decided not to involve people that I should have involved, that people that should have been helping me. And I think that I'm paying the price now with this separation with my girlfriend. It's a big history, right? And I'm sorry if I bored anybody with that story, but it's just the fact. That's the fact of the breakup. It's not a big thing, so that's why there's light at the end of the tunnel. The only thing that I hope is that by the time that I'm ready to call her back, it's not too late. But I'm I'm gonna be content with the fact that if it is too late, that it had nothing to do with her you know being evil to me. You know what I mean? It was all my fault. So that's basically it. And how did
Yeah,
and that,
like
away from the loss, how did you meet your wife?
no, I mean, just really quick, let me tell you before I go into that. I think you expect too much of yourself, That's why, not in today's world, man. Maybe in the black and white days when there's a lot more opportunities, but today's world, I think it takes a good man to ask for help and to be um, grateful for that help and to feel in debt and to try to pay that back, somehow. And karma comes around, and it gets you, and it gives you what you deserve. You had a tough upbringing, and I think life is trying to give you the support you need to do whatever you want, and you're very fortunate. And I just think you need to forgive yourself for being so hard on yourself. That's what it sounds like.
Probably one of the biggest criticisms that I hear about myself. Yeah, I probably am a little too hard on myself. Maybe I'm not sure. Sometimes it's that fight that brings me that brings me to not giving up. Like I said, I grew up with things that I couldn't have, not because people didn't want to give them. It's because it wasn't in the cards. And you heard my stories and everything like that, as far as like the neighborhoods that I lived in.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those things where it's like, like, when you live in that realm, you could either embrace it and become that, or you can reject it for all it's worth and try to get out of it. And when you try to reject it, it's not a it doesn't it's not it doesn't like it, right? That community, that system, the way those things work, if you try to go against it, it's to your detriment. It's to your detriment because if you follow the plan as it goes, you'll get more protection. You'll probably get more, acceptance and stuff like that. And it's not easy. It's not easy to be in a world where people will ask you to simply wear their colors or speak their language, and you're just like, nah, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't agree with you, and they can just put a gun to your face. You know what I'm saying? Uh,
Yeah.
so it's just something that I built within me. Like, like I can't allow outside forces to manipulate me or to make me think that I can't do something. So that's why I became the way I became, as far as like when it comes to like me getting out of my situations. Now I will say, every single person that's ever helped me, or every single person that's ever like done something for me, I still have in my life. I still like I would they would help me just as much as they did today as they did the next day, because I'm not the person that abandons you after I'm back up. Like I ask if I can help back. That's how my relationships got me to where I got the first time, because I'm always willing to give back. I'm always willing to do what I can to lift you up too. So in a sense, it's like
Right.
I built a good community of that. Now I'm not going to say that every single uh, relationship or person that came into my life that was because I helped them, or that kind of situation ended up being something good, right? Some people just don't. They have like they just don't give a fuck, right? Some people just don't. Some people just don't. And as much as you try to say like, hey, like I'm not asking anything of you, but do you really have to fucking be a dick, right? They don't care. And so like I don't make ins and outs of it. I've had people betray me. I've had people steal from me, stuff like that. So I just hold on to the things that are good, and the things that are bad, I just like, bye bye. Like, I don't care. Like, I once you do me wrong, it's like over. Like, I don't need you. I cut you off. You're not worth it.
Yeah, yeah.
Anybody who's ever helped me, anybody who's ever done
I
anything,
agree.
I'm gonna give you 100%. I give people my 100%. I hopefully that means something. Sometimes it's not exactly in the same regards, because sometimes financially you're not in the same place. But if you let me borrow $100, right, and I can help you by fucking moving your refrigerator, then damn it, that's what I'll do. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's awesome because you're a grateful person, and when I first heard you on the live stream, actually it was in the chat, in the live stream, I was like, hey, this dude's pretty chill. So
yeah,
you actually are chill, like it's like, yeah, I mean, I think I have a good intuitive instinct, there, and you do too. You sound like, I mean, it sounds like you can actually pull off a romantic get back together with her for this
I hope
holiday. What do
so.
you think, man?
I hope so. I hope so. I hope that's a possibility. But I'm one of those people that believes everybody has their own mind. I will never assume anybody's like how they feel or what they're thinking. And so I only hope that's her thoughts, that's her wishes. But if it's not, I like I said, I wouldn't trade those 15 years for anything. I do those 15 years every single time, every time, even with all the little arguments. I'll never forget.
Yeah.
I'll never forget one day. I got into a fight. I got into a big fist fight with her brother. We're friends. We're friends now. We're friends. We're good. But this was early on. This was like I think it was like 3 years in, and it was my first holiday season with her, and I didn't know who her brother was. I had no idea who her brother was. Like, she had only talked to me about him and stuff like that. And so I'm it's a long story, so I'm just gonna cut it. It was kind of like a misunderstanding where he's holding like flowers and stuff like that, and her mom's name is kind of similar to hers as well, like kind of like in the initials. So I'm seeing this guy holding this big, and then he has like a card with her initials on it, and then the last name, and I'm all like, "What the hell are you doing here?" And he's all like, "What?" He's all like, "Who are you?" But like, I get what he was saying. It's like, well, who the hell are you? This is my mom's house, and you're over here questioning me, like, who the hell are you? And I'm all like, well, who the hell are you, right? And we're just like, it's funny because like,
Damn.
we both kind of have like the same kind of attitudes and shit, her brother and me, but we didn't know it at the time, right? And we're just like, we're kind of like, like
Yeah.
not giving anything. We're just kind of like sizing each other up. And then I see the card, and I'm all like, what do you think you're doing? And so it's so rude, right? I was coming off rude, but I was looking at it like I had this, like my eyes were green as hell. And he just like, like tells me, well, fuck off. And I'm like, well, fuck off. And we got into this big fist fight, like nasty fist fight. Like, I'm talking about like, you ever
Damn.
seen like, it makes me laugh because they always call us the chicken from Family Guy, like the chicken and Peter Griffin, because we're just like going at it like that. And they would separate us, and they would go back like, and then she was coming back from work that day. So when she finally comes back and she makes it, she catches me fist fighting with her brother, and she's all like, "What are you doing?" I'm all like, "What? What?" It's all like, um, "That's my brother, you idiot!" And I'm all like, "Oh wow!" And we were just like beside ourselves, right? And bloody faces and everything, all messed up. And the cops came, and they actually had me in the car.
Damn.
Yeah, but then everybody, like, after sorting everything out, they ended up uncuffing me and letting me stay, because he ended up saying, you know what, and this is where me and him are very similar. It was like he was like, you know what, this was a complete misunderstanding, and we had it out, but this is not gonna. He basically told the cops, this isn't gonna happen again. We're not gonna fight anymore. It was just a really, really big misunderstanding. And so when I ended up, talking to him, we clicked. Like, it was like, okay, I get it. And we were cool after that. We were straight, but she wasn't with me. She wasn't straight with me. And we had
Damn.
I remember that was the first time, like, she gave me the cold shoulder. Nothing was good. Nothing that I said was good. Like, it was one of those things where it's like,
Oh man.
you know what I mean? When you're getting that, like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Now cold
Okay, MSG.
shoulders.
I
That's
just
that's
want
one of
I
the
just want to
worst,
say,
man.
I got you, MSG. Hey, man, thanks for showing up, bro. It's always nice to see you. I'm sorry, this is not the military talk, man. I wish I could get into that right away, but I promise, Gregory, we have a lot to talk about. So it's like, it's gonna go everywhere. And so people come in and out, whatever, doesn't matter. This is not about Kaiser, guys. This is not about Kaiser today. Not about Kaiser. So if you don't want to be a part of this, I get it. But this is not about Kaiser. This is about meeting us. Like I said, I found him interesting. He found me interesting, and I think it's good that we know each other. I think it's good that people get to know who we are, because I think a lot of the misconceptions and a lot of the things that happen within chats or within things is that people don't really know each other, right? So a quick,
Right.
witted, little text or something that sounds off or whatever might sound bad to somebody. But if you don't know the person, of course it is. But if you know them and you start to understand where they're coming from, then they don't mean something that you think they mean. They'll. It's like, you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, yeah. That's how I came into the rest of. I mean, because I've been following First Amendment audit videos for years, and when I jumped into your guys's network, so to speak, like there's Cass, Brooklyn, AVA, the Angry Vet, and then I recently met you, and I'm like, okay, there's all these dudes, and then even dudettes, right? And
Yeah.
I like, hey, what's up? And then somebody says some shit to me, and then I'm like, all right, give you some garbage. And then like I finally get on the stream, and I'm like, damn, you gotta chill your people down. And then so they finally stopped insulting me and started, oh, okay, he's chill. I was like, damn, you guys are like piranhas at first. Like you gotta just sit and just listen to people before judging. Oh my goodness, dude.
Yeah. Oh, and that's a good
So
thing you said. That's a good thing. That's something that I try to. I I so try to preach that. It's like before before you start, like saying you think you know somebody, like listen to them, like listen to what they're saying, and really listen. Like don't just see. I think a lot of people do this thing, right? Where they associate their goodwill to other people because they're attached to other things. So like if you know somebody is attached to something, then you
mhm,
assign the goodwill of that person to that other person because they're attached to them, right? And so that usually
yeah,
is what makes the branch of channels or the branch of people that end up getting some sort of credibility or some kind of like marketability within like the sphere of YouTube. But I always say you treat everybody as individuals, whether or not they are connected to something good or bad.
mhm,
I don't
yeah,
espouse to think that I know the values of somebody just because they hung out with somebody else. I don't even know if they know their full background or not. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So
yeah,
I
yeah,
always,
yeah. No,
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, no. Just like recently, all this drama between Cass running New York and Brooklyn audits, right? I was hanging out with both of them, and they both said, "Oh, it's cool. You can hang out. It doesn't matter. Don't feel shy. You can hang out on his channel." And the other one says you can hang out on each other. They were both cool. Well, it turns out I was in Brooklyn's chat, and then Barbara Rogers, I think, one of his moderators, timed me out because I was all excited. I didn't spam the chat, but I did put like a good number of messages,
Yeah.
just as an intro. What's up, goofing around. And so she put me in timeout. And I was like, "What the f, dude?" And so I said, "Yo, somebody gonna tell her to chill out or do something?" And I noticed Brooklyn was on there. He didn't do anything. I said, "All right, man, that's it, man. Time to unsubscribe. Time because he didn't have my back. He didn't come to my channel, leave a message or nothing. He just didn't care." And I was like, "All right, so it's gonna be like that. No hard feelings. I don't want any stupid enemy, kitty drama. I don't want enemies." So I went to Cass's live stream recently, and I said, and they thought I was trolling, playing both sides. I'm like, no, you said it was okay to be on both streams. Stop with that whatever drama narrative. I'm not interested because now I'm just gonna unsub to both of y'all, right? So I said, no, man, look, I'm cool with you guys. You guys are right. Brooklyn tends to throw people under the bus for whatever reason. I don't know what he's going through. I don't care. I'm just telling you guys that I'm done. Unless he comes back and I don't know apologizes, but I don't see that happening. I mean,
I
he's got a lot
actually,
of
I
pride,
actually,
so I'm like, whatever, dude.
I actually think, and like I said, I don't like to speak for people and how they feel and everything, but I get this air of change from Brooklyn. Like he's in a reflection period. Like I think he's like Tats. I think he's reflecting on the
Mhm.
community that he built around himself, but because unlike Tats, who has a more like constructive way of shifting the things that are going on around him, I think his is more destructive. You know what I mean? And I understand it too because it's like um when you're
Yeah.
when you're from the streets, okay, and I hate to say that. I hate to say like like, oh, streets, fucking gangster. You know what I mean? No, I hate that. I hate doing that. But
Yeah.
the thing is that when you're from the
Yeah.
streets, when you're from those like urban areas where things are like they're so touch and go, it's so like untrustworthy and stuff like that. You tend to become very destructive in the way you end
Yeah.
things with people, right? So it's not like you're used to just being like amicably just saying, hey, like I'm done with you, so bye bye, whatever, right? It's like no, it has to be fuck you. You know what I mean? So so that's
It's
why
all dramatic and shit.
yeah, yeah, no, but I feel it though. I feel it. I feel that what he's going through, and I think that's what he's going through. I think that he has I think that
Right.
he had events recently that have made him shift the way he sees things because whenever you do something stupid, right? Whenever you do something that people don't agree with, it puts you if you're a person who's self-correcting, or even say a person who even has empathy for other people, you start reflecting on that action. You start thinking to yourself like, did I really what did I do, right? and if you are self-reflective like that, your tendency is to correct. And when you're dealing with something that you completely agree with that you did wrong, you tend to overcorrect. And I think that's what's happening with him. I think he's starting to see the bullshit,
Yeah.
a lot of the stuff that he represented, and he's overcorrecting by pushing against it, like pushing against it harder than anybody else would.
Yeah, like I will say, I've been through something similar, burning down bridges, but I was because I had a truth channel a few years ago, and I shut it down because I was getting death threats and stupid shit, lots of trolls, and I said, you know what, this is not worth my time anymore. I wasn't even getting paid for it. But what I'm trying to say is, I had burnout. I mean, I'd spend lots of hours on those videos, and everybody loved them, and I was burnt out. I was like, man, who's really by my side? You start to lose control. You know, you start to X out people next to you, doubting people. And yeah, I found out that in the end, everybody just watched my stuff for entertainment only. They were never really by my side. So Brooklyn, I think he's going through the same thing. He's looking to his left and right and burning down all the bridges because he's burnt out. In my opinion, he sounds burnt out. You know, take a break,
Yeah,
dude. Like just
yeah, yeah.
cool off, man.
Yeah, and you know what? It's something that I that my anger management. One of the good things that I got from anger management was know when to know when to just like not take yourself seriously. Laugh at yourself. Um,
Yeah,
when you laugh at yourself, when you
hell
start
yeah,
making fun of yourself, it's a freedom. It's a freedom because it's like all those things, all that tension from like trying to not be judged and stuff like that. They kind of weighing away because it's like I know my foibles. I know them. I know the thing that is that people see that they're gonna make fun of. I know what people see that, and instead of acting like that's not there, I'm gonna play into it, and I'm just gonna make fun of it. And it's something that has kind of like relieved my stress when I get real tense because like I told you, I had anger management. And the funny thing is, I'm glad that they caught it early. I'm glad that somebody stepped up and put me in that class, or excuse me, that therapy early when I was a kid. I think that counselor, 100 times. I don't even know if they're still alive. They were so old when they put me in that class. But
hmm
I'm thankful for it because it's like I can imagine what I could have been, because I would explode. I would explode. I mean, I literally had a fight with a teacher's aide that was like I think I was like what, like 15, and that the guy was like probably like 22, you know, and I jumped on him. I jumped on him
yeah,
because he was joking with me, and the guy was just having fun, but I couldn't take it. I was like shut up, and I remember getting into it with him, and he later on he told me, dude, that when you punched me the first time, like in the chest, he said, I didn't know whether you were gonna let me live, because like he said he had never felt something so hard from a such a young person. And then he was like, but I knew, like, because he was also taking like child development classes and stuff like that. He knew that wasn't coming from a place like, that I was harboring any real hate or energy towards him. It was just me trying to release tension and stress that I was getting out throughout the days, like throughout my weeks and stuff like that. And it's true, because like I told you before, growing up in South LA at that time, you couldn't walk down the street without having somebody tell you, like, oh, what gang are you from? Where you from? Those are the famous lines. Where are you from? Where are you from? And you either said I don't bang, or you would say like I don't claim a hood. Um, and what they some of them wouldn't care, like, because, see, another thing too that people don't understand about gang members, some of them are trying to make their just like somebody in the military who wants to make their career that, right. So they're trying to get promotions early. A promotion for a gang member is being one of the craziest people out there. So some of them wouldn't even want to,
hmm
they wouldn't care whether I was in the gang or not. they would just see me and be like, I can make my shoes on this guy. So let me just go up to him and like start messing with him. And if he fights me, then I get into a fight and I look good to my friends. Like that's what they would do. And sometimes I had no choice. I had to fight. I had to get into something because they weren't gonna let me off. And that stuff just like sometimes you get your ass kicked, sometimes you would get jumped, sometimes you would sometimes I would come home with knots in my head, and it was frustrating. I was pissed off because all I wanted to do was get them back. All I wanted to do was get them back just as bad, sometimes even worse. Like and I'm a kid, like I was I
Yep.
was I was 14, 15, I didn't understand why these people did this stuff, like and like I tell people all the time, I hated gangsters. I hated gangsters with a passion. Like if I saw a bald head, I wanted to slap it. Like that's how much I hated them. I didn't I would reject any kind of gangster rap at the time because I was like, oh, this is shit. Like this is what these guys listen to. This is what they think they are or whatever. And
Yeah.
it was just like I wanted nothing to do with it. And it wasn't until I went to jail at 25 years old. Was it 25? No. Was it 25? Yeah. No, I was 27. I didn't go until I went to jail when I was 27 that I finally like I said, I got to meet my enemy. I got to meet the person that tormented me for so long, and I realized that it wasn't because there it was trauma upon trauma. It's like trauma breeds trauma, right? Like the dad that beats his
Oh
son
yeah. Yeah.
creates a woman beater, uh, so
Hmm.
that's kind of where I learned that lesson. And jail taught me a lot of things. My time in jail taught me, like, I would say that was the biggest like influence as far as me shifting from the always wanting to fight to the person who wants to bridge gaps and stuff like that.
Yeah, it sounds like as far as how we started with the relationship, your relationship, it sounds like there's just a couple of things to, I guess, perfect, and you're good to go. I was gonna ask you a couple of questions, like as far as gangs. I grew up in the '80s and '90s, and obviously 2000s. So, but '80s and '90s was kind of peculiar, especially the '90s. Do you think gangs and gang violence, has gone down since, not just the death of Tupac and Biggie, as silly as that was, but mainly because of like video games like Grand Theft Auto and violent, games, and because the park started going empty, people had better things to do, literally like play
Yeah.
games instead of going out there doing, there's nothing to do, juvenile delinquents just messing around, in a deadly
Well,
way.
yeah, absolutely. I think the affordability of technology has changed that. I also think the generation like ours growing up in that time has kind of shifted the way that mentality works. See, the reason why I believe that it was so strong in the 90s, right? Is because in the 70s, or excuse me,
Hmm.
even as far as the 60s, those types of groups weren't necessarily just thugs, right?
Yeah.
Um, I was told stories by a Chivato, or what was known as an old gangster, an OG, right? Somebody that I met in East LA, who told me that he grew up, but he also went to the Vietnam War and everything. But he said him growing up, his dad passed along his gang ideas to him, but they weren't gang, like they weren't like, oh, we're fighting for a barrio. It was like you're fighting for your barrio. Like it was like you're protecting it. It was basically kind of like what the Italians were doing, but not asking for money, just being like, we're a community. There are people who want to take advantage of us, and we're going to protect each other, right? And that's kind of like the intention of the gangs, what it was at
Yeah.
first. And he told me that, like, you would have, like, say, like, your just as an example, like, you would have First Street, right? And First Street would take care of First Street up until, like, say, Whittier Boulevard. And so it was First Street gang, you got up until Whittier Boulevard. And then from Whittier Boulevard to, say, Olympic Boulevard, which is actually the same street. That's stupid. But just saying, right? From Whittier Boulevard to Olympic, you got the Whittier Olympic gang, and they would be called like the White Ghost or some shit, right? And so it was kind of it wasn't rivalries or territories. It was kind of just like a cohesive, type of a coordination to be like, we're gonna instill these values into our community so that we're protecting each other, and that's kind of what it was at first. And then of course rivalries are built within that, and I think the things that end up becoming what it started becoming was, of course, money. People wanting to enhance themselves because they have this power within this group, and so influence gets bigger and stuff like that. Of course, everybody knows the story of the Mexican mafia and how it started with inside the prison system. um so it's one of those things where it's like um with it, like everything, it starts with good intentions, right? Everything starts with good intentions. Everything has its start in, like doing things good or whatever, and then it ends up becoming a bad thing after a while. And so I just believe, but in the '90s is when it peaked. That mentality of like, you got to go gun ho and all that stuff, right? But it started dying off. One, because of technology. Two, I think because the people like us growing up in that era didn't didn't like it, right? And a lot of the little gangsters growing up at the time didn't like it either. Like I have a few cousins that were in gangs that ended up like becoming gang advocates, like working for like, people getting out of gangs and stuff like that, taking off their tattoos and stuff like that. Because
Yeah.
the advocacy against them became stronger, and their power started dying out. And when I would say when what people call the click up, when the Mexican mafia started taking over the small local gangs to do their cartel thing, everybody started falling in line with all that other bullshit, because they're like, listen, if we're gonna make money selling drugs, you guys got to stop your little gang initiations, your little drive-by shootings and stuff like that. We don't need that kind of attention, right? So that
Yeah, yeah.
that's and I'm speaking on a lot of stuff that probably people wouldn't want me to speak on, but like I tell everybody, like, look, you're gonna get mad that I'm gonna talk about it, but you know what? You guys don't have the same power anymore. You guys don't have that same influence. A lot of people who decide not to talk, it's because they still fear that influence. They don't have it anymore. They don't. It's almost
Yeah.
completely, like a zero over here. Now in Mexico, different story. Different story. Past
No,
TJ,
I got you. Yeah.
I'll be very weary to have this conversation, right? But it's just one of those things. It's like, what, as the influence dies, you talk about it, you inform. So that's what I'm doing. I'm informing people on that, and I think that's going to continue to alleviate people of the gang problem. But is it completely gone? No, I still see it. There are still taggings. There's still people who tag
Yeah.
F13 on walls. It's like, it's so funny to me when I see that. Like, I'll be in a train or something. I'll see F13. I'm like, really? Like, really? F13? Like, gosh, you guys could have
Yeah.
done
Yeah, that's so true. Like what you said about the past gangs. That's why I put this picture up here of Warriors, because it used to be more family based, more friend based, and then it just evolved into like straight up terrorism, where these dudes are saying to each other in their own gang, well, if you mess up, we're gonna kill your sister, your mom, your what the hell, dude? That's terrorism, man. It's not even a gang anymore. Like, has it evolved, this bad?
Oh yeah, yo, dude. It's no longer. Well, I can say this. It's no longer. What the hell? Tats is live? Why is Tats live? I thought he was done. Damn it. Uh,
Oh snap!
why is he
Gotta
live?
get him to come over here.
Yeah, can you hit him up or not?
Let me see.
You
Um.
you got a way to contact? If you
Oh,
don't, it's
okay. Let
fine.
me see.
If you don't, it's fine.
Yeah, I think I subbed to him.
Hang on, I'm gonna stream snipe his ass. How dare he?
Yeah, you
No,
gotta check if
I'm
your
just
homeboys are
this
streaming or not.
the reason
Yeah.
why I told you let's do it now because I thought he was done. If you would have told me that he was gonna
I
come
mean,
back on, I would
tats.
have waited. Are
Oh,
you on his
yeah, I
on
was
his thing?
referring to tats to check.
Hang on. Let me.
Let me
I'm gonna
see if I can get his thing up here. I gotta.
hang on. I'm gonna share screen real quick.
Is
I'm
that,
gonna see what he's doing. Mm-mm-mm.
I don't think I ever got. I met him just so recently. I don't think I hit the sub yet.
This is taking a long time to load. Is this a premiere or is this?
Thing hanging over your head for such a long time, right? And it's bearing down on you, and you're just nervous about what's going to happen if I do come clean finally. What's going to happen? What will be the repercussions? And then when you
Oh,
finally do, you find out it's really
oh,
not all
okay.
that
I think
bad.
I understand what he's doing.
It's really not all that bad.
I think I
We
understand what he's doing.
catastrophize ourselves, and
he's in war
you
mode.
make up catastrophes in your
Yeah.
head of
Yep.
what might.
See. I think I know what he's doing. I think he
He's
had his
getting.
live. I think he had his live earlier to speak to people, and I think this is like I think this is like a non panel live. I'm thinking this was supposed to be a premiere. I guess I'm not sure because I don't see. He usually puts up the stream and it's not there, so I don't know why he did this. I feel so. I feel betrayed. No, there was
Now,
no
looks
coordinating.
like
There was
he's
no
get
coaching.
he's
He's
getting
what?
some right now, man. He's in full battle mode. He's in full battle mode right now.
He's in full battle rattle. Hang on,
Yeah,
Let
man.
me.
He's getting gonna beat Wrangler
Then
to a
all
pulp,
we have to
man.
do from there is I can whisper to you, Kaiser, and
Let me
let
see
me
if I
tell
can get
you.
his attention.
Let me tell you what my questions will be. I'll even tell you what my questions are going to be. You ready? Okay, Kaiser. How long did you spend in the military total? How long were you in the military total? The first time you attempted basic training?
Oh
Oh,
shit,
I
How
forgot.
did that go?
Oh, there it
What
is.
happened? Like why did that end up the way it
bro,
did? Why didn't you make it all the way through basic training? I'm curious, and I can sympathize with you.
dude. I can expose that dude.
We can chit chat a little bit. I struggled in basic training with a few things. Look, Kaiser. Look, Kaiser. I'm going to share something very embarrassing to me that
He
happened.
really is in war mode.
Look. I
Yeah,
was done, but this is my new stream inviting Kaiser over here, and we're going to be very welcoming. We're going to be as welcoming as a grandmother's arms, as cuddly as an alpaca baby blanket for Kaiser to come in. I got the temperature turned down to 74 degrees, and at my actual home is what I keep it at, by the way. It's 74 degrees, and I'm just welcoming Kaiser. And we have all the coffee you can drink. There's no threatenings here. All of the corners of this chat and all of the sharp edges of anything in here have been filed down. I have all these little padded corners and stuff so you don't bump your little noggin, and we can have an adult discussion. We can have an adult. Well, Jerry, I didn't realize. No. I didn't realize you didn't know. That's all. I didn't realize you didn't know. But I'm here. We're the standard is, Jerry, that I'm gonna leave it just me, Wrangler and I, for you can, but I want to make it just I don't want to intimidate him at all. And by the way, I'm just a burnout that drinks his own bong water that drops acid before I make my videos. So I can't be much of a threat. Let me ask you a question for those of you that may have dabbled in the acidic arts. can I
See,
ask you?
the thing is
Is
that
acid?
I'm telling them,
Acid is one of those drugs that I
I'm
had
telling them like
I haven't had any
I'm not
experience with at all. Not even in the medical side of things.
I'm
I
not
never dealt with anybody that was on.
trying to jump on with him. Oops, close that one. I'm not trying to go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I'm not trying to go on with him. I'm not trying to go on with him. I'm trying to let him know that I didn't know he was going to go through with it, because when he was on his live earlier, he was like, "I don't think I'm going to get Wrangler on," and so I'm like, "Bro, dude, if you want to get Wrangler on, like I could help." I wanted to let him know that, but I was having trouble with my mic. So I don't think he heard me when I said that. But I would have just told him, like,
Yeah.
I would say like, because Wrangler's not gonna show up. Tats
No, he can't, dude.
there's no way he's gonna
That's
do it.
impossible, bro.
The thing is that, see, the reason why I was able to get K4 on, and like I said, I'm not worried about people coming in here or not, because like I said, usually people just watch my stuff later anyway, so it doesn't make a difference to me. The thing is that the reason why
Yeah.
people I got K4 on is because I have a rapport with him, and I have a rapport with Wrangler too. It's not a good one. It's a bad one, because of course I cut him off. But you see, that's the thing, is that, like, I would have told Tats, like, why don't you play up his ego a little bit, and we can do the read technique on him. You can play good cop and I'll play bad cop, like he could have played up, like, hey, I got Unforgiven Jerry, and you know what? He's been talking all this shit about you, and you know what? I want to set the record straight. So what do you want to do about that? Like, that would have been way better, and it would have been way easier to get
Yeah.
him. But he won't. Like I said, it's one of those things where it's like I don't know if people think that I just, like, if it was easy to, I don't think if I don't have a rapport with K4, I don't think he comes on. I don't think he comes over here. It's just that we had a real thing behind the scenes, so that's why that happened. I didn't do anything special. I didn't like I didn't coerce him, or I just threw bait out there, in the sense that what happened was, when me and him talked behind the scenes, I basically set up parameters during this whole thing about SV talking about him and everything. And the parameters were that I wouldn't join in the vitriol against KFAR if he would not say anything about me being there, right? Like basically, like, trying to put me down because I'm over there. Now, I didn't care whether he agreed or not. I just didn't want him to basically try to use, like, my name as a oh, like, see what he's doing, he's dividing us, type of thing. And another thing too, and I asked him never to say that I'm being dishonest when I'm bringing up criticism, because I'm trying not to be. When he broke that rule, it was like, okay, now I got a reason to kind of like bait him in, right? And what I did is that I basically I went into that emotion that I normally would get back in the days of, like, being pissed at somebody when I wanted to like initiate, a fight or something, right? And it worked. But the thing is that I don't think it works if K4 doesn't have some sort of, like, real, like, type of feelings towards me. You know what I mean? Like, if I, like, you just barely met me, but imagine if, like, that first day I was at Brooklyn's, right? And I would have said, "Man, fuck you, Gregory, fuck you," right?
Mhm.
You would just be like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" Right? And you would just be like, like, I don't need to talk to you. But if it's me now,
Mhm.
you kind of your mindset will be like, "Well, what's up with Jerry? Why are you pissed?" Right? Okay, I want to see what's going on. So that's what I did. That was the only thing that I did, that was the play on what I wanted from K4, was that I played up my emotions in order for him to react to him, because I knew that he cared. If he didn't care, then he would have just said, "Man, here we go, another crazy guy," right? And so that was that whole thing. And I don't think Tats understands that that's where that was. And you're not going to be able to fish Wrangler, number one, because you have no rapport with him, and number two, because he doesn't have any feelings and doesn't care for anybody.
Yeah,
So
he's in his own fantasy verse, dude.
yeah, he's in his own thing, dude. I think Tad said it best. That guy has dead eyes, and I know exactly what he's talking about because I seen it. Like like I told you, man. The gang members that I met, some of them were cold hearted, and they had those eyes. They had those dead eyes, where it's like they could laugh and act like a human, but yeah, you're not human, dude. You're not good at all. So it's okay. We can let Tats do his thing. I was just like what the fuck? Like, like I thought, you know, I thought you were gonna do something else,
Yeah.
but whatever. We'll let Tats do his thing, and we'll continue on with our stuff because we don't um he doesn't need our help. We don't. And I'm not. This is not. Hey, Tats. I hope that you do get him. I hope you have an interesting conversation. If you do, if not, I hope you have a good life. I'm not. I'm not even like cutting you down on it. I would not have started this live if I knew that that was still going to happen because I figured he was giving up on it. I don't know. Or maybe I'm, and like I said before, it's my graveyard shift. Like coming off of the graveyard shift and trying to like be normal when I come on here, but it's one of those things where it's like fuck, dude, like what day is it? Like what is it Thursday or Friday today?
No,
Hang on, let me just double
I know
check.
what you mean. I used to do graveyard shifts, man.
Yeah, today's Thursday. Okay, so it's not Friday yet. But yeah, dude, I'm like
Yeah.
all kinds of messed up right now because the graveyard shit affects me like oh, but
Yeah.
the crazy thing about it is that I like the thing that they set up for our because I'm really in training right now. I'm really not working. I'm really not working
Yeah.
like my regular job what I'll be working. I'm really like in a class right now. So they have like this bungalow set up
Oh,
where
that's cool.
yeah, and I really like what they did with the bungalow because it's like normally like the old school bungalows would have windows and stuff like that. So even if you were in there, you knew it was nighttime. This bungalow that they did is so closed off that when you walk in there, you could imagine that you think it's like fucking day. You know what I mean? Like you don't feel that you
Yeah.
don't feel what time it is outside. You don't even feel the weather. Like it's so enclosed off, and they have and they don't let you go outside. Like they have a smoking area where it's like it's got like a little bit of what looks like a skyline, right? But it has vents. So when you go in there, it looks like you're looking up at nothing, right? At a sky, but it's like a little dome thing with like air vents, so you can smoke in there if you want. And
Mhm.
but they tell you don't ever leave the little bungalow area because of safety reasons because they're constructing around us, and so it's like there's
Yeah.
construction and buildings and when I'm leaving, I it's all the you see all the guys coming in to check in to work the construction workers, so they start working and stuff like that. So there's like when I get in there, I tread through like a whole fucking thing of dirt and mud, and then I finally make it into the building, into the bungalow, and start my class. But yeah, it's like I don't know what time it is, and when I get out, look, I get in when I get in, it's dark, it's nighttime, cold, whatever. When I get out, the sun is in my face. It's crazy. But yeah,
Yeah,
that's
no, that's cool. I think this stream is better because the whole Wrangler thing. I mean, the cowards are gonna be cowards, man. They're not gonna come out from under their rock. They do when they stream something, but that's not really coming out of the rock. That's like extending a hand from out. It's just they're not gonna show up. They're not gonna do the logical thing. It doesn't matter how nice you guys are to them. I
yeah.
mean, this is what they do, and it's just sad. It's sad the followers. That's what really saddens me is how can the followers not go ask somebody else who's been in the military, like what it's like, and is this guy for real? Kind of vet him out or anything. Just use simple logic, but the followers, I guess, are just haters and they jump on the bandwagon.
Right. Yeah. No. It's what I was saying earlier. It's like you're you're giving somebody credibility. You're making somebody bigger than what they are because they make you feel good. And the thing is that like that's fine, right? When it comes to like say difference of opinion, right? Hey, there are people who are going to have differences opinions in what their favorite pizza is, their favorite restaurant, favorite movie, right? And so
Yep.
that's fine, right? You know, like harbor your that will of the movie towards the person that's speaking about it. Cool. But if the person that's speaking to me took the life of somebody, or even say has been doing things that I don't wouldn't agree with, I'm gonna detach myself. You know, like I don't, I really, I can't see how people are not seeing this. You know, like one of the things that really like I don't get in cults and stuff like that, especially like when you talk about like you got the dude. What's that one dude? David Koresh, right? And all that bullshit that happened. It's like how do you get grown people, grown women and men to follow you into things that they should know are not good, right? And it made more sense back then because technology was nothing. Do you know you could um not look things up on Google. You could not research things as openly as you can now. So I kind of get it where you can kind of like close people off and isolate them from the world. But nowadays, even in isolation, you can be a part of the world. And that's where I don't get this the community that follows them. It's like, are you guys not seeing this or do you not want to see it? Or are
Yeah.
you so are you do you think you it's okay to be so loyal to somebody that's so bad, you know? And so
Yeah,
I get
man.
I get frustrated. I get frustrated at the people, but it's the people that I do things for. It's the people that I want to be out. You know what I mean? I'm doing it so that people could stop following them. I could give a you know what? And I'll say this out loud. Kaiser can fall off a fucking ditch and fucking die in there, and it wouldn't, and we will never be able to find them, and I'll be fine with it, right? He could continue doing his stupid YouTube channel and then eventually go to jail for his crimes. Doesn't make a difference to me. It's the people. It's the people in there. It's the people he's taking advantage of. The people that have given their hard-earned money to get him to do whatever the hell they think that he is that he's doing. It's that. It's that
Yeah.
I'm fighting against. Because I can't I just don't get it. I don't get that. I don't get that at all. Um, but whatever. I feel like I'm satisfied in doing my part. Um, we have a goal, and I hope that we reach it. I hope that it happens. But I'm only a cog. You know, I'm only just a small piece. You know, like I don't pretend to think that I'm gonna be like leading the charge, but if my if my $5 of gas gets us to Vegas, fuck it, dude.
Yeah, I wanted to say this about fighting such fights like the Wrangler situation. Take Athlete X for example. He's the largest, the world's largest YouTube fitness channel, right?
Yeah.
Well, like a couple of years ago or a few years ago, he was caught using completely fake weights. Like, come on, dude! Like, it's so obvious.
Oh
Well,
boy.
he pretty much showed the whole world. Like, all he had to say was it was for photography purposes because I mean, he doesn't want to lift all this heavy weight all the time. But he did it especially for his ego. He didn't say anything about it, and so pretty much the way they get away with these, even Wrangler, the way you get away with such scandals, if you're completely lying, is just ignore the opposition. Just ignore them, and your fans will continue following you. They'll be like, yeah, they're liars anyway. They're all hypnotized anyway. So it works.
Yeah.
Sadly, it works. You just ignore it.
Yeah. No, it's and you know what? I actually hang on a second. Where's that?
Yeah, so like I'm saying, like, somebody can just be caught straight up, pants down, red handed. All you had to do is just deny everything, not even make a public statement, just ignore it. You know what I'm saying? That's the form of denial. And sadly, or luckily, if you're the scammer, you can just continue
Hey,
like nothing
hey,
happened.
hey, do me a favor and take over for right now. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
My one of my pups got
Yeah.
out, and I gotta go grab him. I know he's not far, so I'll be right back.
All right, cool.
Just go
Um,
ahead and talk. Take
yeah,
over.
so everyone, yeah, I got you. I got you, man. It's been a while, but I got you. Yeah, I can't stream yet on my new channel, but I've been on and off YouTube, everybody, and I love streaming. I used to do, OBS, the program for open broadcasting software. Great shows. Now I finally have a powerful computer to actually do better shows. But yeah, so my name is Benjamin Ramos, not Gregory, as Jerry was sometimes saying. I think he's just tired, but it's all good. My name is Ben, and I'm here for you. This is a new career for me as a life coach. It doesn't really matter if you get certified or not as a life coach, because in the end, it's how good you are and how people approve you based on how you help them in their life. So Jerry joined my my Discord. I'm very proud of that because I have like these silent followers who once in a while, jump on my Discord and start talking with me, and I help them out. So if you guys have any problems, especially during these holidays, do not be shy. Just come on my Discord. The link is in my about or
You're
more
back.
section because
Don't
they
ever
messed
do
up
that
the
again.
about section recently. And
Oh
yeah,
my
man,
goodness.
help you guys out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, you guys want to see the? You
Absolutely.
guys want to see the bad kid? Come here, Chan. Come here, you bad boy. Come here. You're so bad. I'm gonna celebrate you, you little bastard. Come here. Come here. Come here. You are so bad. You are so bad. Come here. 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 Okay. Okay. Yes, I love you too. I love you too. But I'm mad at you right now. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. No, Jinxie. The other one's jealous. Hang on. They're so jealous of each other. Hang on, hang on, come on. Jinxie, stop. Okay. Stop. Jinxie, don't worry, Jinxie. Okay. Okay. That's a puppy. That's a puppy.
Nice.
Come here. Come here.
That's Big Puppy.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Let me just climb up. Oh my goodness. Come on.
Got you, man.
Come over here. Come over here.
All right, so shout out to Danny who stopped by, and let's see, talking about the whole tat situation with the Wrangler. Yeah. Unfortunately, let's see. The destructive stuff is what made Brooklyn money. Oh yeah, man.
All right.
Brooks.
I'm back.
I
sorry.
don't know. It's all good, man. Not the first time somebody's. Yeah.
Oh man, that's woo. That kid is something else, man. That kid is something else, man. Oh boy. Oh, he's like the thing is that like look, I love animals and they've always been like my they've always been like kind of like my little like therapy or whatever whenever I need like if you ever like like want to have a hard conversation with somebody that'll just listen, get yourself an animal. And well I unfortunately I right now I'm in Oklahoma. I'm in Oklahoma because I'm doing this thing for this job. So so I'm in Oklahoma and I left my cat at home. Well, I left my cat with my mom. I don't know if it's permanent yet, but he's there. He's at my he's with my mom right now. And I so hated it. Like I hated it so much that with my brother, he told me he's all like, hey man, because my brother's kind of going through the same thing I am because he was located in Texas, and he wanted to be a part of this with me. He asked if he could get a transfer, and they said sure, and he said, hey look man, it's good that I'm able to transfer it, and I just got these pups. He's all like, I can't have them over there at the house because my wife is like not wanting them. And I'm all like, cool, man. I'm all like, perfect, because I left my cat, back over there and I'm feeling kind of lonely. So bring him on, Now, he told me pups, right? So I'm thinking, I'm thinking like, a few months pups, whatever, Nope. Of course, they're like 6 months, 7 months, It's like, oh my gosh. And the the one, the pit bull looking one. He's not a pit bull. I forget the name of that breed, but he looks like a pit bull. But he is younger than the other dog. The other dog is almost going to be a year, and he's only like about 6 months, and he is huge, and he is a big problem.
Yeah.
And so he has
I
been
imagine, man.
he has been a handful. But you know what? I'm fine with it. It's not the first time that I've had to deal with a big dog like that. So it's not uncommon. But this this this
Yeah.
this place that I'm at right now is an Airbnb. It's not a this is not my home. This place is on the company's dime. So if something goes bad here, I don't want it to get destroyed. So that's why I'm consistently like, or else I probably would have made like something here. Like the fences are weak, so they don't hold them. And like I'm trying to figure out a way to make everything work. I told my brother we should clear out the garage and just leave them there, but they're not happy with it. So I'm trying to get them comfortable with it. Like I put some pillows in there. I've made like I like making my dogs a little like especially the pups. I like making them like a little sweet milk and stuff like that. So they have like a little treat or whatever. Of course it gives them the bad farts.
Yeah.
But but I do it just so they like it, like just so they like being there because it's like, oh, I'm gonna get a treat when I go in there. I don't have to yell at them. I don't like yelling at my like. Trust me, it gets so frustrating to deal with a pup like that because he's gonna frustrate you and you're gonna want to scream, you're gonna want to get mad, right? But then you like at least I know, and I kind of stop myself, and I'll kind of relate to him that he's doing bad by calling him, and like you relate words to him that hopefully they start understanding as like, okay, this is good, this is bad. So whenever he does bad, I'm like, you're a bad boy, you're a bad boy. But then he does this thing where he goes, "Her," and I'm all like, okay, you're not that bad.
That's like the sad puppy face, That's a lot of
Oh,
power.
he has the. That's what I was trying to show you guys right now. Like I was trying to, but see, he knows he did bad. So what does he try to do? He tries to give me kisses, right? He tries to butter me up. You saw that he wasn't. I was like trying to get him to look at the camera.
Yeah.
He's just like, am I gonna
Yeah, I
get
saw that.
nah, but I love the kid. I love animals, man. I can't like even there's some cats out here that I've already been feeding because I can't like I don't know. I just for some reason I can't help it. I have to help out the local wildlife.
Did your partner like dogs too? Did you guys have dogs or not?
Oh yeah,
Like any
yeah.
pets?
And she actually started getting real homesick for my cat. And they used to fight. They used to like not
Mhm.
like each other because like he always wanted to be in the bed with us, But she ended up like starting feeling real like lonely for my cat when she started taking on that job because she's like, you know what? There's something about being used to Gordo, like being at my feet when I was asleep, whenever I would like not be there for whatever reason, right? Like I would leave and she would be there. She'd be like, there's something about like not
Yeah.
having him like close to me, like whenever I was there, like on a cold day, on a cold night, Gordo will either sleep on my chest or he'll sleep like next to her, like her tummy, right? Uh, and so
Yeah.
he whenever she doesn't have him there like in that little area if she doesn't feel me next to her, she says she feels something weird like that, like he's not there, and she said I remember this was like maybe like about 4 months ago. I think it was about 4 months ago that she told me like she's like, you know what? I woke up in the middle of the night and I completely forgot that I wasn't there with you. That she was all like I was looking for him. Like she woke up in the middle of the night and was like, where is he? And she started looking for him under the bed and stuff like that. And she's all like, oh, that's right. I was all like, damn. I was all
Uh,
like, I never thought that you would miss Gordo like that. And she's like, well, I do miss a lot of things. She's like, I miss. She told me that she misses sometimes that like she can't just wake me up. Like before, like whenever like she had her thing was whenever she wanted to talk like about something that happened to her, it was never during like say dinner or but we were out eating. She never wanted to like show her vulnerabilities outside. It wasn't about me, it was about the people who are around us. So she wouldn't talk about anything important until about like 2 a.m. and she'll elbow me. And I knew if something was bothering her, sometimes I knew it would be coming. So I'll be waiting for that 2 a.m. elbow, like, and I'm like, okay, yeah, tell me about it, right? And we'll have our conversations on the bed, like about anything that happened to her. If she wanted to talk about her coworkers or something, it's be all right there. And
Yeah.
so she told me, like, dude,
Yeah.
like it's one of the biggest things that I miss is that, like, I don't have you there to like just like elbow and be like, okay, like this happened during the day. And she says she finds herself sometimes just having like watching TV at that time, or like just talking to
Oh
the air or
man.
something. Yeah, it's I get
Nah,
it.
this ain't cool, man. Come on, Jay.
Yeah.
We gotta talk about this. Like, are you guys still in the same state? You guys still in the same state, or
No. She's currently in Mexico right
no?
now. She her
Oh shoot. Okay.
she's an interpreter. She's an interpreter. She interprets for a law firm, and
Oh, okay.
yeah, and so she used to a lot of her trips were to Mexico, but this law firm it's a Mexican lawyer. It's not an attorney for the United States. This Mexican lawyer
Right.
does like a lot of immigration stuff, and he also helps out with immigration reform and stuff like that for people who are trying to make
Yeah.
like with the embassies and stuff. So right now they
Mm-hmm.
are helping out in New York because I guess there's something going on over there with the whole deportation, stuff like that, and sanctuary cities and all this stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, so she's over there with that Mexican attorney, sussing things out for people who don't have any access or came in illegally. And so it's been that. It's been a lot of that ever since Biden got in. They got a lot more work. When Trump was in, a lot of the
Yeah.
work was in Mexico. But ever since Biden got in, a lot of this affected people, like who are already in. There's a bunch of stuff happening, and so
Yeah.
she they went to New York for a minute. I believe they came back because the last time I talked to her, she told me that they were going to be in Mexico I think for another 2 months until the end of the year because of Christmas and everything. So right now she's in Mexico I honestly, and then I think it's because the lawyer, she didn't give me, most of the time I know these details because we were talking so much, but I don't know these details because the last time we talked was like
Yeah.
4 months. This is what I believe after the last conversation we had, which was, like I said, like about 4 months ago. And it was like, she said that they were going to probably come back over here for the holidays and then probably go back to New York sometime in January. And basically, right now they're just like back and forth from Mexico to New York, and yeah,
Yeah.
that's her career path. And it's funny because I pushed her towards that. She also well, me and her we started doing Rosetta Stone, and we started trying to learn Portuguese because yeah, we thought it would be cool if we took like a vacation to Portugal or something, or even
Yeah.
if we
Brazil.
Brazil, yeah, that's what I was gonna say, or Brazil. So it was just one of those things where we're like, because I don't know, I just figured like I like and I hope I don't know if you know this. English is not my first language. If you would have met me up until I was like about 7 or 8, I didn't know a lick of English. I got
Yeah.
put into I got put into ESL classes, um, where you learn things in English and in Spanish. Like that's what ESL is. You don't learn
Yeah.
solely in Spanish. You learn in English and in Spanish. So it was tough. It was tough
Yeah.
going through those classes, but it made me better, I believe, because being able to express myself in two languages as well as I do with the other, it's like I think it's good, and it made me want to learn more languages. It makes you want to be better in other languages too. I tried French. It I started getting frustrated with the Rosetta Stone because it kept telling me that that's not the pronunciation.
Yep. Yeah. No. French is no joke, dude. It's really
Sacre
harsh.
bleu.
Yeah, man. Cause like this is what I call French. Like, you know, the Puerto Ricans, how they leave the endings off, and they're like, like they're like machine guns when they speak Spanish.
Yeah,
That's what I refer to the French. Like the French, they just leave stuff off the same way. They're like, and I'm like, why do you put the S if you don't even say the S, and the E? You don't even pronounce the E in this accent when there's no accent. You don't even say it. It's like, okay, like Bordeaux is with EUX. You don't even say it. It's like, whatever, dude. I'm
yeah.
lost, man.
Dude, when I was trying to do the when I was trying to do the French thing on Rosetta Stone, it was frustrating me because I would do things like messing around like and then I'll get a little green light, right? I'll get a little green light and I'll be like, what? And then I would actually try to pronounce the word
What?
and it'll be like, eh. I'm all like, what? I'm all like, I'm doing it like you asked me to. You tell me no, then I fuck
Yo,
around and I get these green lights. I would get
right.
so mad.
That just proves it, man. Because then they come out and say, "Oh, just learn it in like 2 weeks." I'm like, nah, it doesn't work like that.
Well, I mean, I was getting good. I was getting good at Portuguese, and then like when my subscription ran out on the Rosetta Stone, and then I didn't have my desktop anymore. I just started losing all the lessons. And we were doing. I guess that's why she became a translator, because she's really good at picking up like languages. She was starting to learn a little bit of that Mandarin, and that's hard. Mandarin is so
Yeah,
hard.
man.
And but she
That's
but
no
she was picking
way.
it up. She was picking it up. Like she
Yeah,
was like
yeah,
she was doing little phrases and stuff like that. But you see, even though she couldn't speak it well, she picked it up to the point where she could understand somebody talking it, and that to me is like, whoa. You know what I mean?
mhm.
Like she
Yeah, yeah,
we would be like, say, like at like a place with Asian people or whatever, and somebody would be talking Asian
yeah,
like somewhere, and she's all like, oh, that's Mandarin, and she'll like perk up like like she heard like a whistle or something, and I'm all like, you know that's Mandarin? How do you know that's Mandarin? She's like, listen to it, listen to it. She's like, shut up, shut up, shut up.
yeah.
She was like, shut up, shut up. I'm listening, I'm listening. And I'm like, what are they
Uh,
saying? She's all like, she's talking
no,
about.
that's the same. That's the same here. I can relate to that. Like, that's what my girl says to me all the time. Like, how do you pick up? And I'm like, okay, two answers, right? Kung fu movies and a lot of other movies with Asians. And I mean, come on, man. It's like you hear how Thai sounds, how Japanese, Chinese. You know, of course, the Mandarin versus the simple Chinese, or then there's Cantonese and all this other stuff, man. I think the difficult ones is, I mean, I don't know if they speak in Indonesia or the other one. Dang, what's that other one? That other island over there? But
Calling like
oh, Vietnamese. Yeah.
I know I could suss out people from Tagalog, like like the Tagalog type of language, that I could suss
Oh,
that out.
Taiwan. Yeah.
Taiwan, yeah, I
But
can I can that's actually Cambodia, I think. But I could suss that language out, and I could suss out like Korean. Like, I don't know what they're saying,
mhm.
but I know it's a Korean, because Koreans always do the
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. You pick up on it. Yeah. Even like the written, when they write down their characters, the Koreans have a lot of circles and like crosses, and versus the Japanese, it's more like vertical designs like stick figures more, and then the Chinese is more like these small little houses or something. Like, it's crazy
Yeah,
detailed Chinese.
yeah,
So you can kind
yeah.
of pick up on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you're in that world, you pick up on it, and like I said,
Yeah,
my girl, she learned my ex girlfriend. She learned a lot of stuff like that. Like, she would pick it up, and then like I'm just shocked at the way she's able to, like, her ear is able to balance out like the different languages. Because, like I said, she can't speak Mandarin
yeah,
well. She can hear it, understand it, and have a Mandarin to English conversation with somebody. She also can do what's that? Not I was gonna say not French. It's like Scandinavian. I don't know. It's like a like a weird.
Well, there's Swedish, Finnish, Danish,
Is it
and then the
Is
other
it
one,
Slavic or something like that? Uh,
Slavic. Yeah, that one's deep in Europe. Yeah,
like it's almost
from
like
I think
Russian.
Slovakia, Slovenia.
It's almost like Russian. It's almost like Russian,
Yeah,
but it's,
yeah,
yeah,
man.
but it's like
It
basically it's like Salvadorian to a
used to be.
Mexican, right? It's like Salvadorian to a Mexican, where like Mexicans speak Spanish like Salvadorians, but Salvadorians kind of like kind of fuck with the language a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she
Nah,
understands.
there's dialects everywhere, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fíjate cerote. Uh, yeah, so it's like it's like it's like a thing. It's like a thing where like like you're balancing out like certain dialects or whatever. But for some reason, she picked up Slavic, and because where we used to live, there's like a big mall where a big Slavic community goes in there, and so she got a job there
Oh,
as a
okay.
she was working there as an interpreter for a jewelry store right there, and she first she was doing Spanish,
Hmm.
but she picked up a lot of Slavic there, and it was crazy the first time I heard her like speak it because I didn't know she knew it. It's like I was chilling out waiting for her to
Yeah.
come out of her job, and I heard her. She's like, I'll be out. I told you I'll be out like in 15 minutes, but like I gotta take care of a customer real quick. Let me just go and I'll come back. I'm all like, okay, cool. So I'm waiting, and all of a sudden, she's just like, yeah, I'm all like, huh? And I told her, where did you learn that?
Some skills.
Yeah, I'm all like, where did you learn that? She's all like, I picked it up
Yeah.
here, and I'm all like, what? I'm all like, what the fuck? I'm all like, are you a comrade now? You communist?
Yeah, they're former Soviets, but
It
yeah,
was
they
it
did
was
knock down all that land, man. Like,
yeah. It's crazy, man. Because we do have friends that were former Slavs, and like they live here now and everything, and they do speak about that time very fondly. Like they talk like older people. Like I'm not talking about these are not like our age people. Like she met a lot of people in that job that are still cool with us. So it's like one of them is an old man, which we went to his wife's funeral because we met them when they were together. And it's like one of those things, like like he always talks about how the turmoil and everything and how he left because of it or whatever, and I tell him, man, that's so similar to what my grandpa did in Salvador, because my grandpa came from Salvador because of all the stuff that was going on over there with the Civil War and all that stuff. It's so we
yeah,
kind of bonded off of that.
yeah. A lot of people don't. Yeah, a lot of people are unaware of what's really happened. Not to even recently in the world. Like, I mean, like the fall of Yugoslavia and Soviet Union. That was in my lifetime. And then
Yeah.
of course what you're talking about too. And then even now South America, like going through their changes, like Venezuela turning all crazy and stuff. Like, okay, is anybody gonna
Venezuela
stop this stuff or what?
Venezuela really has dropped the ball, right? They had at one
Yeah,
time they were,
dude. Like
it's crazy. I do have a friend who came from Venezuela. I met her when all the stuff was happening. They came over here because they were like, people are just trying to take our money. Like the government. She told me that her family was like not like fucking like like millionaires, right? Not like rich, but in comparisons to say like because according to her there was no middle class in Venezuela. Like there's no like it's either like poverty or you're in the higher classes, right? And so her family just happened to
yep.
be kind of like right on the edge of being that in that upper echelon, because her dad was a soldier in the military, but he retired, and when he retired,
Yeah.
they gave him a good severance package, and then he put it into a business that made him more money. And so
Yeah.
then when like shit started getting hectic with the new socialist regime that was coming in and everything, they were just like trying to find ways to get money from them. Like instead of like going to the people who had like the millions, right? They were going to the people that were in the like the they're close to a million, like the 500,000s, basically, you know. And so they're trying to pick the pockets of those people before they get into the people who have the millions. And her dad said, "Nope, I'm not doing this. I got a dual citizenship in America. We're going." And they came over here, and I met her. Like I said, I met her in that complex where my girl used to work. Uh, she actually, my girl actually
Yeah.
like helped them like figure out like this is my ex-girlfriend. She helped a lot of people once she knew that they were trying to get themselves like established, you know, or whatever, like try to help them, like, you know, oh, you know, go to this neighborhood and stuff like that. There's a lot more of your people here and stuff like that. It's just one of those things. I don't know, like she just like my she just had this volunteerism that I admired so much, because it's like anybody coming in, hey, let me try to like, you seem like you're not you know, sure of things and stuff like that. Let me help you. And yeah, that's how we met that one girl from Venezuela. And it's crazy because she ended up being my older brother's girlfriend that ended up bringing him to Texas, that ended up bringing him to the job that he ended up having over there in Texas, and then moving him along to be his own person. It's kind of crazy how it all works out.
Yeah, would you say you know, it's kind of unfortunate because like the jobs kind of tear you both apart. Like what if could you say that one or the other, like your ex or yourself, would leave what you have and go with the other? Is that a possibility? Either one of you?
Well, we tried. I tried that. The unfortunate
Okay.
part, the unfortunate part is that as far as I can go is Mexico. I can't I can't go with them when they go to New York. I can't go with them if they go to like Florida or anything like that, you know? Um
Yeah, like which like would you guys establish like a home, and then if they had to go
well
on
we
business trips, that's fine. But like, do you
well
guys want to do that? Like, do you think that's a possibility?
here's the thing. Here's the thing. When I was you know, like not doing that great, and she was just like, you know, hey, maybe you should come, you know, with me over here. And I said, fine. And I said, you know what? Yeah, sure, I'll go with you. I mean, I'm sure Mexico's simpler living. And at the time I had some savings. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take my savings, we'll go to Mexico and see if I could start a shop or something, you know, like maybe I could like start a little business,
All right.
you know what I mean? Like just try to like establish something small there, and
Yeah.
then let her salary from her job like kind of like, you know, carry us or whatever. But
Right.
I can't do that kind of living. That's the
Yeah, you know, it is uncomfortable, but
it was
you know, a lot of people do it though. I mean, then they eventually thrive later.
yeah, but you see the thing is that like it wasn't so much like that I couldn't like say like I couldn't live kind of like a camping life, right? Because that's kind of like what it is, where like the house that we had wasn't like
Yeah.
your modern day house, right? Like basically your windows were curtains, you know, like we didn't have really like a glass window. That the house wasn't
No, I
a
gotcha.
the house
Yeah.
wasn't like a little thing. It was big, and but it was like okay. One thing you appreciate about America is that we got standards in the way we build our buildings, so that, you know, like every
Right.
door, every, you know, like thing is going to be kind of, you know, at least similar to the next house, right? Um, Over there,
Yeah.
it's like there's none of that regulation. So we had, or she still has. It's not like she's sold anything. She still lives there. She has a house that's like 3 stories, right? When you get into the first
Hmm.
story, it's wide. There's the only thing you'll see there is like what looks like a big dining room, a big living room, and a kitchen. Then you get to this area where that's like a staircase,
Yeah.
right? That staircase leads you to the first
Yeah.
like room, right? And there's a secondary room, and the secondary room would be our guest room. The first room would be where we were staying at our master bedroom, right? And on the other side of that room,
Yeah.
where what looks like a closet, right? It had a sliding door and everything. You would think that it was a closet. It was steps to go up to the third part of the house, and that was like this little tiny
Yeah.
like kind of attic room that we had. And that little tiny room is where we would keep like our animals, like our cat, or she had like a little a little I forgot what they're called, like the dog from Men in Black. I forget what they're called. She had one of those,
Oh,
and
is yeah,
you know what I'm talking about, right? That's not a poodle. It's fuck,
yeah. Is it a
you know what I
pug
mean?
or is that what they call it?
Oh, yeah, a pug or something like that. Yeah, it's like those the little droopy face dog. Well, that's where we would keep our. And at the time, I had a different cat than my current cat. I did have Gordo, but I wouldn't take him to Mexico. Like
Yeah,
but I had another cat over there
it's
in
called
Mexico.
pug.
A pug, yeah, a pug.
Yeah,
And in Mexico, I had another cat that I called Tigress. She was like she was a Mexican cat. I mean, she didn't grow big. She was little, like she was cute though, and they would kind of like live in the top part. Now, just to get everybody all sad, both of them died. They both died of different circumstances. The pug died of old age,
yeah.
and the kitty died of a coyote attack. I think that's what they told me. I'm not sure, but yeah. So
Oh,
so they're
damn.
gone. So that's basically that was basically the layout of the house. And then well, the house inside is fine, right? It's a little colder than your regular house, and in the hot days it gets a little hotter. So it's just kind of like kind of deal with that. That's easy to deal with. The things that I had trouble with was like electricity. We didn't have an electrical post. We had a generator, and so of course, what happens with generators? You have to get gas, and you get gas. Gas
Yeah.
is expensive. So you limit yourself on your electricity.
Yep.
Um, and then
Yep.
and like and then okay, so you got that part, and then of course like the oven, cooking and stuff like that. Cooking was always outside. Cooking was always like a barbecue.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, that's another thing. I think she's now got a gas. She put in a gas stove where they connect what do they call it? Those gas tanks. So I think she's since
Propane. Yeah.
propane. There you go, propane. I think she's since put in a propane tank type of oven, because
Yeah.
before it was like we would. I will say that learning to bake with a brick oven, awesome, awesome. Like I don't know why, but food comes
Yeah.
out awesome from a brick oven. So I kind of learned how to cook with a brick oven. The other part is of course the showers. Showers probably was one of my biggest the things that like that's like, oh my gosh, like a shower would be hell, literally hell, especially during the winter time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because first of all, there is no water heater, right? So what we would do is that we would like kindle the water, like put it in like a pot to boil it. But of course, you kind of have to know when the right time is to get it off of the thing, because if you went too early, then you're burning the shit out of yourself. If you go too late, then you're dropping a whole bunch of cold water on yourself.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
and,
Yeah,
and and
man. These are like some heavy lifestyle changes.
yeah, and that's the thing, is that like, and I was doing it for a while for her and stuff like that, but
Yeah.
it just and then of course the big one, and the one that was making it real difficult for me, of course, is taking a dump. It's like I'm sorry, but it's the truth. It's the fucking truth.
I hear
It's like
you. I hear
it,
you.
and the thing
Yeah.
is that the little town that we lived in had this little grouping area where you could go, and I guess like people would go there if they didn't want to go like around their housing area to take a dump. Like, you could go there.
Yeah.
um
Yeah.
if terrible, I never liked doing that, because I would go and whoo, like you knew you were getting close to that, because you could whoo, oh, you know, like
Damn, man.
you took a left turn on Albuquerque when you got that hit. Ho ho ho. Okay,
See,
I'm
like this goes straight back to what we were discussing way earlier in the beginning. Like, how can people just be like not grateful, man. Like they don't even count the stuff they should be grateful for, man.
Oh yeah, man. I do and I think that's why my girl is so my ex girlfriend is so humble. Like that's why I
Yeah.
think she is like that because her living like that, she never really had a problem. Now I would she I
Mm-hmm.
and she'll confess too. She would much rather have running water, electricity, and all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like she's very
Yeah.
happy when she has it. But she goes back over there, and the main reason why she goes back over there is because that town where she lives is like ancestral to her family. Like it's like that house has been passed down from generation to generation. So she feels an obligation
Yeah.
to keep that or whatever. And it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And then I told her, well, maybe we could do something where like I could stay somewhere, like local or whatever, and like that, and we could just meet up, and you could come over there with me, and I could go over there with you. We kind of do that. But there's like the road access and the city access and everything is too far away for something like that to be practical. So it's either stay with her or she has to go
Yeah.
get away from it. And so she,
You
basically was
know,
like, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna ask, like, why not? I mean, I know people are so sensitive about this, but like, I know it sounds easy and stuff, but like, okay, like, if you don't mind, like, do you know her age range? Like,
Oh,
like roughly, she's in her
we
30s or
no,
40s.
yeah. She should be turning 33, 34. No, she's turning 34 this year. She's turning
Oh,
34.
okay,
Yeah. I'm gonna
okay.
be
So, I
I'm
mean,
gonna be 40 the next year.
yeah.
So
Oh,
we had
okay,
about
cool, sweet. So, yeah, yeah. So, I still
we had
think we're
about
all young. My opinion.
I don't feel my
um,
age. I don't feel my age. I don't
yeah, yeah.
as we
Same
get
here. I always feel,
when people ask me
yeah,
my age, sometimes I still want to say 25.
yeah, yeah. I always say 25. I'm like, I just stopped counting, bro.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah. I know.
I mean, if I ever feel like my age, I will confess, but I just don't. So I'm just okay, 25 again. But
Yeah, no.
yeah, I was gonna,
Go ahead. You would ask me something?
yeah, yeah. So my thing was like, do you think she'll ever just? I mean, this could be the solution. Like, if she sells the place, is it worth selling? Like, and then
No,
she could probably live in an apartment where it's a lot more comfortable over
no,
there.
it's not. That's not an
You know,
option. That's not an option, and
no,
it has nothing to do with financial things. Like I said, it's ancestral.
okay,
Her grandparents, her grandparents, which were meant a lot to her, meant like they were the
hmm,
world to her and stuff like that. And they probably like held her to like bigger esteem than the rest of her siblings. Kind of basically said, like that's your house until you pass it down to somebody else. Now, is that going to happen? I
mm,
think that she has already like plans to like pass it down to her nieces and nephews. I think. But that's a story for another time. But
yeah,
yeah, but that's not going to happen. She's not going to sell it because that was something I proposed like really early on. Like I'm talking about like really early on,
right,
and she was just like no, it's not going to happen. And this is like I've told people, I don't argue with women. I don't argue. Once it's a no, you got it. No, perfect. No problem. Like we're not doing I'm not gonna go in circles. I'm not gonna do this. I'm just like, hey, you said no. Hey, we're gonna find out another solution, right? Because
yeah.
yeah, I
No,
learned
I
early
hear
on.
you. Like,
You know what I mean,
so a lot
right?
of times they don't think. Yeah, yeah. A lot of times they just throw logic out the window, and it's full emotional roller coaster, and you don't want to go in circles. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
nah, it's just not worth it, man.
it isn't, and the thing is, most of the time, when they get to the logical conclusion, right, they're gonna do it on their own, and you pushing it is only gonna
Yep.
make you stay away from it. So,
It's pretty
I,
much, yes.
yeah, so I just like like I'm just like what, hey, you said no, cool, right? No, no is no, right? Peace.
Yep.
And so that's pretty much how I handle that. And I don't like I said, it means a lot to her. my girlfriend or my ex-girlfriend is tradition. She's tradition all the way. She's all about tradition, and I'm very much anti-tradition because I feel like my traditions were shit, you know. So I get it on her part, and I also I also try to ask her if she wants to break it, but I'm very delicate about it because she's like you know
Yeah.
like it means so many thing a lot of things mean a lot to her, you know, like it I mean she's not she's not a tattoo person, and she did get one tattoo in her whole life, but it's like something that means a lot to her, you know. So that's the type of person she is. It's not like she doesn't do things on a whim. She's very thoughtful in the way she does things. So that's why
Well,
I trusted her judgment on a lot of things.
it sounds like she's already set on her way, man. Because like, let me tell you, man. I think if she really loves you, for example, come on, man. I would just sell the place and do whatever it takes to go live with you. Just make it work, man. And then when you said the reason for breaking up, I think that's just overreacting. I think she should have stuck it out with you, work together. So, do you see yourself with somebody else in the near future and moving on?
I don't I don't know. I don't know. And I'll be fair.
Or
I think that most of the time when we would get into those scenarios where we're talking about like, you know, is this gonna work? Are we having like moments of separation or whatever? We would both
Mhm.
do more to try to like stay together. And I think that this was mutual. It wasn't so much me like saying like, you know, I want to quit or I want to stop. It's just that I think I realized that I I she got a lot going on for her, and I think it's unfair to burden her more with our relationship. I think I'm okay with it. Basically, let me put it in a term that's very easy to understand. I'm letting it go
Mhm.
because I think it's coming back. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that we are going to be separated for too long. I just think that it's better for us to do it, and I think that she
All right.
understands that as
Yeah.
well. I think so, but I also don't want to be disillusioned and think that this is a for sure thing. You know what I mean? Like if I look at it
Yeah.
like she is coming back, then I'm gonna be breaking my own heart later on. You know what I mean? So
All
I
right. So
I'm being fair about it. You know what
yeah,
I mean?
just kind of write, just,
Yeah, because
just kind of write it out. Yeah.
yeah, because you know the thing is that like if I'm over here, like I said, if I'm over here doing something and I'm trying to get my life together, and I'm constantly thinking about her, then I'm losing focus. I'm losing focus on the things that I got to do because I'm consistently
Yeah.
like, and
Yeah. Yeah.
that's really what was getting me into trouble early on because I kept my mind kept
Hmm.
going to like, where is she right now? You know, like what is she doing? You know, and I think
Yeah.
it's better.
Yeah.
I think it's better that we have that cut tie because it's like now I don't do that. Like, yeah, I miss her. Yeah, I speak about her fondly, but if she meets somebody else, it's not a slight against me. You know what I mean? It's her doing what she has to do. And if I find somebody else, it's me doing what I have to do. Will it suck? It's gonna suck.
Yeah. It's gonna suck either way, man.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
know. So it's like it,
Absolutely.
but it's one of those things. It's like love something, let it go. If it comes back, if it comes back, it's yours, right? So
I guess so, man. Like, but for me, like, there's no stopping me. Like, I'll make it happen. But if she needs time to grow a little bit, because it seems like you're the more mature one. I mean, forgive me if that's
it comes off
it
it
just
comes
sounds
off that
like it
way. But
because, like,
no, I'm pretty sure if you were to meet her and
I mean, because
no. I get it. No, and it's fair. It's a fair assessment because you're only talking to me, so it's a fair assessment to look at it that way. But nah. It was mutual. It was very much a mutual thing. But I put a lot of the onus on me because I think that for her part she would try to make it work. The thing is that
okay,
I'm looking at it without rose colored eyes. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to look at it like okay, like we'll try to make it work by with your, like with your ideas of how it's gonna work. But the fact is that that's not how we do things. Whenever things have worked between us, it's because we've come to a unified front. We both agree
Yeah.
that that's gonna work. And if we both don't agree that that's gonna work, then one of us is gonna be unhappy. And I've never wanted that. I've never wanted
Right.
to be with
Yeah.
her to feel unhappy. And so that's why I said, you know what? If you feel like separation is what we need, I agree, and we both agree that that's the United. Now she came with the idea, and so I agreed on it because I think it's the best thing for the both of us, and so that's where we're at right now. And I don't, like I said,
Yeah.
I don't, I
Um.
don't, I don't necessarily like it. A lot of things in life we don't like. A lot of things in life we wish we could. We don't have to go through it, but this is I believe part of our journey. And if it means that we're gonna, like in a year, like, or maybe like a few months, we talk again and things go well, then
Yeah.
great, fucking awesome. If it takes
Yeah,
longer,
but I
good.
don't know if you would I don't know if you would enjoy my book or online course video because it's balls to the wall. You would, but or maybe
I
that would
know,
be something
I
for her to see.
know, dude,
Um,
dude. I could
it's balls
separate.
to the wall, man.
I could separate myself. I could separate myself from my experience to your experience, and trust when I say, like it's not my the way I do things is not how everybody else should do things. I
Yeah,
just
I
like
hear you.
my relationship with my ex is one of those things where it's like we have so much respect and so much care for each other that I believe that
Yeah.
we're not doing this because we want to hurt each other, right? We're doing this because we want to help each other. And so it works for the both of us. And I think it's the smartest decision for the both of us. And that's the way. I think that's the
So
only way. Huh?
yeah,
What did you say? Oh,
I don't think she's your ex. Then I don't think she's your ex. I think there's like a separation, like to get situated in a better way, perhaps,
that
and
was
find
like
out
I
something
said.
that does work for the both of you.
Like I said, that would be the ideal way of looking at it, but I don't want to look at it that way because if I do, I believe I'm setting
Yeah.
myself up for failure in the future, just in case, because we we told each other we were broken up. You know what I'm saying? Like if we don't agree on that aspect, then I'm clinging to her like if she's a girlfriend, and that's not cool. If she wants to move on, and it's only fair for her to do so. You know what I mean? It's like
All
what I
right. Well, do
mean.
you see? Oh yeah.
What I mean is that I can
Yeah.
look at her like she's my girl, right? I can look at it like that. But if I do,
Okay.
and I feel like okay, it's time for me to go call her up, and she's made a life with somebody else. How terrible would that be? Like if I have this possessive feeling and now she's with somebody else, I don't want to feel that way. What I want is that if we're gonna get back together, we're gonna do it mutually like we did the first time. It's not gonna be because like we entered our lives without knowing each other or not knowing where we're at. Like I still talk to her, like we still have conversations. It's been a while since we've talked, but I think that has more to do with her because of her job and how she's on the go right now. I know that things are really busy. I talk
Right.
to her family, of course her sister is communicative with me all the time. She's such she's a good sister. I mean, she's got good siblings. I got good siblings. You know what I mean? So it's like we're really cool. Like as far as like the families are concerned, they're waiting for us to get married. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where it's like
Yeah.
I'm not, like I said, I'm not in that position where I'm like I know that we might have an opportunity to reconcile, but I'm not gonna do that to myself where I'm gonna be like it's gonna happen because I feel like if it doesn't, then I don't want to be like carrying that weight on me. Like there's too many things that I carry, and that's one of them that I don't want because I never want to feel any kind of animosity towards people that I love. People that I love, I like to think of them fondly all the time. I think for the most part that's worked. I mean, in my whole life, I think I've only had like two very bad betrayals, and they all had to do with people who looked at I believe who misunderstood what my intentions were. I'm not sure if that's what that was, because I usually, I cut both of them out of my life, like it completely. But I've only had two really really bad type of, like, deceptions, where people were like decided to really hurt me, and so, everything else has always been, just very fond thinking of the people that I care about, and I like to keep it that way. I don't want to mess it up. So yeah, that's really what it is. I get you, because you believe in love. You're very passionate about it, and so I think this was the most loving thing to do in our situation. Doesn't mean that it's for everybody, and it doesn't mean that it's going to work for everybody. So that being said, your story just might be what somebody else needs to hear. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was just saying that, the only thing that concerns me is that you seem all in, all your cartas, all your cards, but with her, it's like, is she the one who brought up the word breakup, or momentary separation might be a better word, like that you would use, but
No,
is
it,
she
it
the one
was.
who brought up the idea of the word breakup?
Yeah, but you see, that's what I mean, is that, like, it's unfair to assess the relationship based on my telling of it, because it was mutual. Like I said, it was a yeah. She did bring up
Yeah,
she was the
yeah,
one who said, like, is this leading to a breakup? That's basically what she said. Is this leading to a breakup? Because I need to know where your
mhm.
head's at. If you're not gonna, like, let me help you, and you're not going to let me try to, like, do things to help you out, where exactly do you,
Yeah,
what's my role in this? Basically, what's my role in your life? If I'm your girlfriend, what's my role in your life, if I can't help you do everything I can to get you out of your situation, right? And believe me, I know this hurts for her too, because it's like she would do anything to help people that I'm telling you, she helps strangers out. I know that she would do anything to help me out. I know that she would give her all to get me out of my situation. I know that she would. But the thing is that, like I said, I like the balance in our relationship. I like how we never relied on each other for those things. We basically, what I'm saying is that our relationship never had a power dynamic. It never was like, oh, you got more money than me, so then you're taking care of me, and, or, you know what I mean? It was like we met
right.
each other in the middle with everything. And for her, whenever I say, like, say I had a little bit more, or if I gave a little bit more, it always felt a little bit in the traditional sense, where, like husband to wife type of thing. But it never was, like, because she couldn't do it if I wasn't there. You know what I mean? It was more or less me just trying to shortcut the problem, because she could handle herself, and she could always handle herself. But you see, that's the thing, is that, like, when it comes to this, I just, like, I just didn't want to, like, be in that, like, resentment, or say me, like, not doing anything, like, I just, okay, I didn't want to be my dad. That's what I didn't want. Okay. My dad um put my mom through hell, because he never took personal responsibility for the things that he did bad. What he would do is that, like, wait for my mom to fix everything, and then swoop in, and when everything was okay. He always would put his happiness first over hers. And so I never wanted to be that with her. I never wanted to, like, have her feel like, oh my gosh, here we go, I got to do something for you again. You know what I mean? Like, I wanted her to feel like, whenever we were together, that it was always, like, happiness. And I understand it's not going to be happiness all the time, but I just never wanted it to be in, like, the areas of things that I could take care of myself. So that's kind of like the energy that I was giving. And so, since she felt closed off to that part of my life, she felt like, well, are you gonna let me in or not let me in? And I was just like, I want to let you in, but I don't want to let you in when I'm struggling. I don't want you to feel like I'm
this dude that you don't know. Like I don't want to be a different Jerry than I was when you first met me, or at least not one that you're gonna resent. And so that was kind of the feelings that I gave her. And she was just like, okay, then if that's what you want, if your thing is you don't want me to see you differently, or you don't want me to see you weak, well then what am I doing then? Am I going to, like, am I going to help you or not? Or are you going to open up to me or not? Are you going to let me do this part? Or if not, then what am I doing? Like, what am I doing in your life then? And I told her, well, like, it's not that I don't want you to be in it. I just don't want you to feel like you need to help me. So like, you said that. You said you don't want me to, I won't. I said, cool. And she was all like, but I feel weird now because I know that you're struggling. Like, I know that you're doing bad and you don't want me to help me. I'm like, I get it. So it's clashing against our natures. You get what I mean? It's
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
and so like I said, it was mutual. It was mutual. It was like, okay, better yourself then. Better yourself. Like
it
if
kind of
that's
sound it kind of yeah, it kind of sounds like she's not respecting your boundaries. Like, just give you time, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you need time.
maybe I hurt her feet. You know what? This is still needs to be sussed out too. By the way, I just like I said, I'm not gonna get into it with her. I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna do this circle thing or fight or like, you know what I mean?
No, no, of course not. Of course not.
It's just
No, no, no. I'm just saying, just based off of, I think you just deserve someone who respects you, who's a little bit more loyal, so to speak, who's willing
uh,
to sell it all, give it all.
that's
Because to me, there's no compromise, man. There's either you're happy or you're not. Otherwise, you're
ain't
wasting each
wrong.
other's time, and it is a
Ain't
waste of time.
wrong,
So that
man.
15 years experience was great. You gained a lot in that 15 years experience, but there was no follow through in the end, and that's what's kind of disappointing. But hey, I think you can move on with. I mean, in my opinion, the assessment was somebody else. I'm sorry to say, man, because if somebody after 15 years, man, it's all or nothing at that point.
I get it. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, and I think a lot of people are disappointed in both of us in not and you're
No,
not to
not
say.
you, man.
I know. Well, I don't want to
Not
say
you,
that.
man.
I don't want to say it's her or anything like that. I just won't. I won't, man. I
No,
just
no. I mean, it is what it is. It
I
just is
get
what
it.
it is.
No,
Like,
and like I said,
incompatibility is a
like,
huge problem.
like I said, I could detach your opinion from how I feel about it. But it's like my feeling is that it was mutual, and I'm not, like I said, I I'm okay. I'm okay with everything as it is. I'm moving on,
Yeah,
and if like I said, if things in the future come about, I'm not gonna be close to them, depending on the situation that I'm in. But I think it's better for the both of us because even if say we would have stayed together and we would have said we're gonna work things out, I could see how it was getting to a point where it might have gone south or something, and I really just didn't want that anymore. I didn't
yeah.
want
You know what
to
I'm
put
saying?
in
Yeah,
that.
exactly, exactly.
So yeah, it was just one of those things where it's like, like I said, I don't like fighting with women. I think she also was like, had other issues that maybe she was fed up, and then once I see that, like, I'm not gonna. I basically put it this way: if I felt like our breakup was from like, say, something that was a misunderstanding, we thought somebody was cheating, or there was like somebody else trying to get in between us, or maybe like we had, you know we weren't sure of what our relationship what really was, then I probably would fight for it. But I think I know where we stood, and I think I understand where she's coming from. And so in the grand scheme of things, like I said, we came to a mutual agreement. She brought it up first, and like I said, I think that my mistakes are the ones that put everything in the forefront. But I don't think I honestly think that if we didn't get there because of what I did, eventually it would be brought up. So I'm not like I said, I'm not like super devastated over it, because like I said, it's one of those things that I think we just I think it's part of, like you said, if at all intents and purposes, right now we could say it's just a separation, right? Um, I'd rather not, for the reason that, when time and space gives it gets between people, anything could happen. You know what I mean? And you lead yourself down a
Yeah.
path of deceiving yourself if you think that you're gonna have a breakup with somebody, and then 2 3 months or even 2 years down the line, that person doesn't have people trying to like talk to them, or she's not gonna find a suitor because she's a catch. She's a catch. I'm not. I'm not a catch. She's a catch. You know what I mean? Like
No, you're.
she still got her
I,
looks. She's
I,
got her brains. Like I don't see why she wouldn't have people trying to like ask her out and stuff like that. Hell, there's so many like young bucks in that law firm. I wouldn't be surprised. You know what I mean? Like it's not. I don't know. I just can't see myself, competing at the moment. And at the same time, it's like I don't know. I just don't think it'll happen. I don't think it'll happen. And I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna delusion myself by
I,
saying it might happen, or maybe down the
no, of
line.
course not.
Yeah.
No, like you did the right thing. I'm not saying the love wasn't real either. You did the right thing. It is what it was, and you're grateful for it. You don't mind moving on if you have to. I get it. Like there's no bad guys here, but I will say this: like you're still too hard on yourself. You are a catch because anybody who's loyal and hardworking in today's day and age, as they say, this day and age, I think that's a catch because there's so many guys. I don't even like to call men because they don't deserve that rank, in my opinion. Like guys out there who just betray and just carry on with their life like nothing. It's like, wow, dude, how do you sleep at night? So
Yeah, yeah, I get that. But I think that I don't know. I'm so particular, and it's like I'm no. See, the thing is that like I doubt that it's gonna be difficult for me to find something because I'm so like I don't like dating. I have like younger generations like I think maybe when if this would have happened like in like maybe early 30s, maybe a little bit like still in my 20s, but nowadays it's like like maybe it's like this is what people used to see when I was younger or whatever, but I see people's age now, like I like when like before when I used to go out like recently I went out to a bar. Actually, yesterday I went out yesterday, and I was at a bar and there was a bunch of people there, right? And I'm looking at the whole bar and I'm just like, who are
yeah.
these kids? Like, who are these young, like very, very young people? I'm like, are they 21? Like my gears are turning because I'm just looking at all of them and I'm just like, how old are they? And I had to talk with the
Yeah,
with the, with
yeah.
the, with the bar with the bartender that was there because I was like, I told him, hey, did you card all those people over there? So I have to card them. I'm like, okay, no, I'm not saying that you didn't do your job. I'm just like, dang, man, like, like, don't they, like, they all look, he's like, man, he's like, they come in here, they all seem very young to me. That's why I card everybody. Like, everybody looks like they're 18 to me now. And I'm like, for real, huh? He's all like, yeah,
Yeah.
and he's like my age. He's like 41. And I'm all like, dude, I'm all like, I don't know how I'm going to do this. Like, I don't know how I'll come to a bar and just try to pick up on somebody. And then I'm listening to the conversation now. My date, and God bless her, she was nice and everything, but really wasn't talking about nothing. I was actually listening to conversations around me. Um, uh, it- I'm listening to conversations around me, and I'm just like, wow, these kids are so stupid. Oh,
Yeah, there you go, man.
that's
I
so
know, I know. Like I
unfair.
hear you.
I just like I'm listening. I'm all like,
That's
oh
why I
my,
always recommend to
like the
yeah,
conversations. I'm
like
just
if
like,
you're an intelligent you don't want to talk about Britney Spears all day, so try to aim for your age bracket as close as possible.
yeah, I don't think I do. I
Otherwise
don't.
it's gonna be freaking
See,
Kardashians and
See the date that I had, she was 30. She was 30 years old, and again, bless her heart, she's one of my brother's wife's friends, and I guess on Thanksgiving she saw that like and I basically was telling the story to my brother's wife, and she kind of like was like commiserating, telling me, talking to me, whatever, and so she I guess her friend overheard, didn't tell her nothing, and then asked her to give my number, afterwards. And she called me. She's like, hey, like I broke up with my ex-husband like 2 years ago, and I've been trying to get out. How about we go on a date or something? I'm like, cool. I'm cool. Let's go do it. But yeah, she's a nice girl, very nice, very nice. She's more into like how can I put it? She's more of a TikTok person, That doesn't mean anything for people who like TikTok. I've never liked TikTok because, as you can see, I carry on conversations for 2 hours. You know what I mean? So it's like I can't do the TikTok life. I can't do the 30 seconds of whatever, right? So it's just one of those things, right? I can't relate to that. It has nothing to do with her. She's very nice. But I believe people who have the type of mental to go through a TikTok life, right? They're more like they're channel changers. They shift through things really really fast, and I don't. I expound on things. I overthink things
yeah.
and stuff like that. So it just wasn't happening, and her thing is like she likes. I'm pretty sure she likes somebody who can like relate to her on that level. So I couldn't, and so it was kind of boring. But like I said, it's nothing to say about my date. She was, like I said, awesome girl. She gave me a chance. Like she like we went out, had a little fun. I wouldn't say that it was all not fun. We just couldn't relate on the same level. And like I said, I was listening. I was more interested in the things that I was hearing around me, and
Yep.
that's how it's not it's not gonna work out, right? Um, and so yeah.
Yeah. Well, who was more like, who would you say was more in like serious like about the person and not so much just conversation? Like, who was actually the more mature one in that date?
Uh I would say I was, because I tried to move along the conversation. Like I tried, but
Yeah.
she was like I said, there's nothing wrong with people who get entertained by their phone, but I'm like, I'm at dinner, phone away, right? I'm like, like dude, like I was carrying on the
Yeah.
conversation with you on your
Yeah,
Discord
man.
when I was waiting for her to come out of her house.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's coming out of her house, and I'm
Oh
all like,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I'm like, okay, put away the phone. I'm gonna, like now I'm in this state. I'm in this thing with this person. She comes into the car. She
Yeah.
greets me. We have a small talk. She goes immediately to the radio, and that's like, to me, that's like for real. Like you can listen to music any other time.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh man, come
So it
on.
was,
That's
yeah.
either that's nervous or just rude, bro.
Yeah, so I was just like, ooh, I was like, okay, strike. Well, excuse me, not strike, but just like,
Yeah,
like,
red flag.
yeah. And so I was just like, okay, cool, whatever. She wants to listen to music, fine. Like, and I explained to her,
Damn.
like, well, and it's my brother's car, it's not my car. So I told her, I don't really know how to fidget with the settings or whatever. I was like, she's like, oh no, don't worry, I got this. And she connected her Bluetooth and everything, starts putting on her music. I'm all like, cool. Fun, right? Because your music is what I wanted to listen to. So we
Of
get to
course.
yeah.
Hell
And then,
yeah.
and like I said, it was like little things like that. Get to the restaurant. We're gonna go like have like I go and I get the reservation, get the little callback table thing or whatever, and I ask her like, hey, you want to this is my first time at this
Damn.
shopping mall area or whatever, like you want to take a walk, go see the stores or whatever. So like, no, it's fine. She sits on the bench and she has her phone out. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's look at TikTok.
Damn, no, dude. Bro, man.
Dude, the only time she put down the phone was when our food got to the table. So Yeah, that's how it went. But it's fine though. You know, like maybe
That's messed up already, dude. That's
yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You
I
know,
don't
like
know.
maybe
It's
when
fine.
well, you know, it's because I don't know who she is. You know, like and it's possible. It's possible, like you said, it's possible that she was nervous. It's possible that she hasn't been out on a date for a long time, so maybe she's going through
Yeah.
like, you know, like maybe
Uh,
that. I mean, she said she had
but
a divorce, so I'm
yeah.
thinking that maybe, and I actually told this to my brother's wife, this morning, because she called me on my way back from work, and I told her, you know what, maybe it's just because like she's so used to like when she used to probably go out on a date with her husband, like when they used to go out, they probably weren't paying attention to each other no more, you know, and so going out was like being on her phone and stuff. So
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt that it wasn't like her finding me not interesting. She was just like going through the motions, but not aware that she was with somebody
No,
new.
she's not ready, man.
Yeah, that's
She's
what
not
I'm
ready,
saying.
bro.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't think she was ready to have that. I just think she was being sweet because she knows that I'm here by myself and she stays close by, and not a lot of people that know my brother stay close by, you know. And so I think that was just I think
Yeah.
that was a sweet thing on her part, just to be like, here's some company. You know what I mean? I probably should have seen it
Yeah.
coming
Yeah.
because I probably should have seen it coming too, because on Thanksgiving when she was here with everybody, like we're all playing charades and stuff like that, and she was on her phone.
Yeah.
I probably should.
Well, there you go, man.
I
It's
probably
that
should.
damn phone.
But it's okay though. Like I said,
Powerful phone, bro.
but you see, like for me, I'm not gonna like you see how like a lot of people would probably hold like animosity or whatever, but like that's what I'm saying. Like me, I'm not that type of person. I'm not the type of person that's gonna like take that personally. Like I think that we all have things that like that may fuck with other people because we're not used to it, right? Or we're not expecting it. But it doesn't. I don't take it personally. Like I don't. It's not gonna, because I don't know her enough. She doesn't know me enough for me to take it personally. I get more upset with people that I know than people that I don't know, right? So it's like, meh, like whatever. It
Yeah.
was just what it was. She was appreciative, like she thanked me for the meal. She was all like, it was nice going out with you. She was like, maybe we should. She even said maybe we should do it again sometime. And I'm like, no, but I get it. I get what you're saying. But
Yeah, you can be friends, I guess.
yeah, like, hey man, come around next Thanksgiving and we'll make fun of you while you're on your phone. I don't know, like it was. But I still
Yeah.
give it to you. That was sweet. It was sweet. It was sweet that she wanted to do that. So it's fine. Yeah, man, that's basically it with the love stuff. Why did you get me down this road, damn it?
Well, I think that's what we started off the whole stream with, bro.
Right,
We started
yeah.
out with
Well,
relationships
hey, well,
because of
I'm actually kind of happy,
yeah,
like
because of my
that.
theme.
Yeah, no, it is your thing, and I'm happy that we went down that road, because I think it's something for people to understand that, you know, that's one of the things that I was holding on to. Like my relationship was the thing that I was holding on to. It was the last vestige of a life that I was ending, because it I like I said, I came up every segment of my life. When I was young, I was this hothead kid who wanted to separate himself from his mom's religion, who wanted to fight everything because nobody was right, nobody was smart, and was rude, and just wanted to, like, just basically wanted to rule the world, right? I call it my I wanted to conquer the world phase. um Once that was done and I went to jail, which
Yep.
humbled me, which completely put me on a different playing field and got me to learn my enemy, it made me
Yeah.
realize, the humanity that I was rejecting, right? The people behind the things that I thought I couldn't relate to. And so after that, I became this different person that made me more manageable, and it made me more focused on my ambitions. So then I created this world of I brought what is a criminal element to a practical element, and brought them together, and I made my weed shop, and I ran a weed shop for like nearly 7 years, and those years were filled with fun, with my girlfriend, with family, with friends, and just a successful moment that got destroyed by a betrayal. And after that betrayal, it's been a downhill spiral. But what I realized is that the downhill spiral wasn't it lasted as long as it did because I was trying to hold on to elements of the life that I had before that happened, and I shouldn't have been doing that. I should have been moving forward. I got smacked in the face, and instead of like getting up and saying, this is that happened, right? I was like, oh man, like what's going on? Like how could I either like stop like that smack from hurting, or like figure out why I got smacked, right? It's like, no, I should have just like saw through it and pushed forward, and I dwelled on it, and so it ate me up more than I needed it to. And so now that I'm at the other end of it, I realize that
Right.
for my non-willingness to move forward, I lost more than I should have, and that includes this relationship, because I really put too many things in between when I should have been open with her. That's where I really criticize myself. It's not so much because, like I said, it's unfair to look at it for these like few moments. It's really a much bigger thing, because it's like from the moment that I needed her was like about 4 years ago, and I should have been open about it. I should have been like, I need you now. And that I probably would have accepted her help at that time more than I do now, right? And the other part too is that like
Mm-hmm.
I never I just I should have been just more open about where I was. I was shamed. I was in a shameful place because I wasn't good about being humble when I was doing good either. That's another reason why. Because when I was doing good, I wasn't nice. I
Yeah.
wasn't accepting of people who were in my situation. It's like, how could you not pick yourself up? How could you not do this? How could you not do that? Point finger, point finger. Put you down, put you down. Right? And it's like,
Yeah.
and then
It's,
when the tables turn and you're like, oh shit, like
yeah. That's what I was gonna say.
yeah, it's a humbling
Yep.
experience, but I needed it, and I tell everybody, like, like whenever I feel like I needed that humbling, when I needed that like it's one of those things that I realized on my own, like, fuck, like, you were wrong, you were so wrong. And that's where I was at, and now I believe I'm in a better place, and I'm gonna there are certain things that I need to rectify that will be. I'm like so like I can't wait. Like those days when they come, when my it's like it's gonna be such a liberating thing, because it's like it's not for anybody else, but the people that I want to rectify and build a bridge towards. It's like that's what that's gonna feel good about. It's always been about, for me, it's always about two things. It's about trying to prove myself, and trying to help the people that I feel like I've wronged. You know what I mean? If I've wronged somebody, I want to correct it. I want to make it right. Whether see, I look at apologies and forgiveness like this, and this is one of the main reasons why I call myself unforgiven and forgiven, right? Because it's like, to me, an apology is never for you. An apology is for the person, right, that you've wronged. Whether or not they accept it, it's not on you. You can apologize and feel any kind of way you want. You can be remorseful, you can be genuine, you can not be genuine, right? But the apology is never for you. The apology is for the person that you're apologizing to. The forgiveness is also a option on that person. And so if they choose to forgive you, then great, right? But it's not for you to say what's going to happen after that. But what you can do is help yourself, help your soul by apologizing and meaning it genuinely. And when you try to rectify the situation, whether or not that person accepts it or not, because that's their business, it's you trying to rectify a
Yeah.
situation that you destroyed. And so that's all I can do, and that's what I wish to do, and so I will do it. But that's why, like, like I don't. I don't feel like like I'm outside of my realm or anything like that. I just think that I've made some mistakes. I need to rectify them. I will. I'll get out of it. I've seen what I have what I've had to see. I've lived what I have to live. I just I think that soon, soon enough, once I take care of those things, I'll be back in a place where, like, I was where I was, but I'm gonna be more humble. I'm gonna be more understanding, and this is what these experiences have taught me. It's like, yeah, you can do things. You are capable, but you should stop pretending that your life is everybody else's life. Start understanding people that are not you, and try to meet them somewhere where you can help them, or they can help you understand life better. So that's where I'm at now.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I no longer want to
Yeah.
push.
Yeah, it's what honorable people do, especially men. Like they bring closure to. They feel like a certain debt. Like you just have to bring closure to certain situations, so that your conscience is clean, and you can just proceed. And a lot of people would just be like, "Well, why do that? That's stupid. It's not going to change anything." But it matters to you, so that's why we do it.
Yeah, that's and 100%. That's exactly it. Like, it's just an integrity part for me. Like, when somebody asks me to be
Yeah.
honest with them and they don't like the answer, I always say it's like, then you never wanted honesty. You know what I mean? So you're the one that doesn't have integrity, because it's like, you if you want me to answer something honestly, I will,
Right.
but it's not going to be the answer you want. So don't ask me something that you don't want to be answered, right? So it's one of those things. Like, I want to be honest 100%. I don't want to be a Michael Kaiser. I don't want to be people who lie to try to make themselves better than what they are. I'm a human being. I have experiences. They're gonna be Some of them are gonna be agreeable. Some of them are not gonna be agreeable. Some of them are gonna be, interesting, and some of them are gonna be boring. But in the whole of everything that I talk about, it's gonna be me. I'm not I'm not gonna be different. I'm not gonna be another person. I'm not gonna be somebody in the DMs and then somebody online. I'm gonna be 100% me, and that's what I want. That's my end goal in this. I could have easily, like, just said I'm done with this community, with everything, after all the stuff that people try to attack me for and stuff like that. And I'm not making myself out to be a victim, mind you. What I'm saying is that most people run, or try to put themselves in a bubble with stuff like that. And I don't want to do that. What I want to do is show people that, you know what? Yeah, yeah, I stumbled. It doesn't mean that those mistakes aren't going to be a part of me from now on. It just means that I'm going to be a different person, but that person is going to be honest all the way. Like I've said 100 times before, if you're going to hate me honestly. Hate me because you know me. Hate me because of the decisions that I've made, and understand them, and then hate me. Don't hate me because somebody else told you. Don't hate me because you think that you know me because somebody else said so. Hate me because you know me. And so that's where I say that honestly. Hate me honestly. And so I'm going to speak honest, and I'm going to be myself. Whether you agree with the person that I am or not makes no difference to me. It's just that I want you to know me and hate me for who I am. Don't hate me for things that you heard or things that you think you know about me. I can't stand that. And I think that's one of the biggest problems we have in society nowadays, is that people expound too many feelings on other people based on other people's opinions or other people's thoughts. It's not fair. You have to know what you're going after. You have to know why you hate somebody. And so that's my mission. My mission is let's talk, let's find each other out, let's meet each other to a certain extent. If you didn't know me, at least do, like, you know what I mean, if before you say fuck that guy, or I don't want to talk to that guy or whatever. See, that's the one thing I'm doing now. That's why I've stopped with the whole like, oh, fuck frauditors and all this stuff, because I came in, and you can go, if people can go back to my earlier lives, see the way I was talking. I still had that attitude that I had before, which was like, oh, I don't like you because you're this and that, right? But I'm starting to like, I'm starting to understand that some of it is not all just what the shitbags are doing, right? Because people like AFA, people like Denver Metro audits and stuff like that. Those are the bad ones. They have those, they have all those like those little things where they say, "Oh, I'm about this, I'm about that," right? But they're not. They're not about those things. What they are is about, their power and their money, and those are two things that corrupt. And so whenever I see that, then I'll call it out. I'll say that this is that. But then I see other people. Um, Speaking of corrupt, like the guy from yesterday, right? Um, and I don't agree with how he wants to like go after police, but I understand where he's coming from, and I understand his passion for it. He has real passion. He's going about it the wrong way, but he at least for him, it's not about making a channel, growing a channel, making money. It's about his actual passion to be against cops, and that actually, to me, it has more honor than somebody who does it because it's going to get them their views, their channel up, and get people to support them. So it's like I'm taking a step back to understand these guys now, where I can try to reach corrupt and try to help him see that some of the things he's doing are not 100%. Hopefully, because I understood where he's coming from, he'll listen. If he doesn't, well, whatever. I just hope it's not a waste of time. But for me, it's like that's what I want to do now. I want to find a way to bridge a gap. I want to try to find a way to make people talk in a way that's gonna be more productive. I'm not saying stop being trolls, right? I'm not saying stop being fun. Be fun. You know what I mean? Like some. Here's another thing too that I think society has done too much of is they're either too uptight or too loose, right? It's like you're either too uptight where you can't. Oh, my ears don't say that, right? Or they're too loose where it's like, let's talk about the having sex with like fucking like 10 different guys or something. You know what I mean? It's like there's no middle. You know what I mean? There's no middle ground anymore. And it's like, look, we can have fun times, and we can be comedic, and I can appreciate somebody who's very funny. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's like,
Yeah.
don't go ahead.
Yeah, dude. Like I hear you. You're absolutely 100% on the hammer, man. Like on the nail. But like just what I see is just so much freaking immaturity. Like I'm not uptight. I know how to have good fun and good taste and just hang loose for a while, man. But it's just the First Amendment audit. The First Amendment auditing community is just like much of it is just turning into freaking mush. Like, just 'cause- let me explain it this way. You got a bunch of, excuse my French, bitchy females as moderators, and not just because of what happened to me, but like it's true. They come in live streams and stuff. They don't allow anybody to talk. They're like talking about shit that has nothing to do with anything. Like there's no productivity, right? And then the guys, like, they kind of slack off because of that, or they're already slack offs, or all this gangster attitude shit. It's just like what I've seen is like you got somebody like Long Island Audit. His fame went to his head. He's still trying to help. Whatever. He might be a good guy. Whatever, dude. I mean, he just seems so disconnected. He doesn't even reply to anybody in the comments. That's just shit. Kind of pisses me off. But whatever, dude. Whatever. Just keep fighting the good fight. You do you. And then you have other people like Tyrant Terminator. He's chill. Then the other guys. Like I mean, I can name them all, but it's just like I just can't stand the immature ones who all this fucking stupid drama shit, and then like the gangster shit, immature shit, and then like they're like blocking people, timing out people, and there's no organization. It's all chaos. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you know, because it's kind of like,
Yeah,
just
no,
like the
yeah,
way I
hell
see
yeah.
it. Like
I'm sorry. I muted myself. That's why I was saying,
I
yeah.
just want some more.
No, look.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something about all of them guys. I first of all, I have never agreed with them. I believe Long Island Island is a phony. I believe Long Island Island is a phony. I don't think he believes in anything that he talks about. He he's created a character that he's trying to keep up, but
Yeah,
it's gonna come back and bite him in the ass, because I believe he started a lie that he can't keep up. You get what I'm saying? Like he made a name for himself for doing something like, his supposed activism or whatever, and it worked out for him because certain circumstances made it look that way. Now he has to keep that persona up, and so I think with him, he's a phony. He's continually trying to be the person that people think he is, but I believe all of that's going to catch up to him. The other person that you mentioned, who was it? Who did you say? You said Long Island. There was somebody else. Who did you say?
well, I said,
Who? Terminator.
well, Tyrant Terminator is like chill.
Terminator. I made a video on him. I don't know if you saw it. If you saw it, it's in my videos. It's not in the live. It's in the videos. I made a video of him because he is.
I gotta check it out, man.
He is what I think is the worst part of people who do this stuff, because it's obvious to me. It's obvious in the way he carries himself. He's doing this not just for money. He's doing this for the fame. He's doing it because he feels good that people are telling him, right on, man, right on. That some people are just looking for attaboys, let me tell you. And this guy is one of those. He's like, he wants to be rah-rah. He wants to feel good. So like, I'll tell you how much integrity he doesn't have. If I go on there with the same name, and I bet you I could do this right now. If he ever has a live and I go on with the same name, I could tell him in 1 minute, hey, you're doing good and everything. He'll be like, that's right, man. Put my comment up and be like, that's what I'm talking about, right? And then 2 seconds later, I could put, nah, you fucking suck. And he'll be like, oh, you see, this is what I'm talking about. These are the fucking haters, right? And then 2 seconds later, I'd be like, nah, I was just playing. You're a good guy. Oh, right, that's right, huh? And put my comment up and everything. But why? Because he doesn't believe in anything that he's talking about. He's pretending to believe. He's pretending to be this person because and so like, I hate that shit. Like I said, I can agree that if somebody's passionate about something, then fine. Let them be. Let them work it. Let them suss it out. Whatever, right? The ones that I cannot stand are the ones that are starting to fight and do things just because they want those views, just because they like their attaboys, just because they want that money. And it's wrong. And to put it under the guise of activism is worse to me, because it's like, now what you're doing is you're disrespecting people who are actually trying to do movements that are good for the whole. And you're downplaying it and you're destroying what they're doing. Like you're wanting to like when they say things like, oh, I'm like Rosa Parks, or I'm like, like this person, I'm doing this or doing that. Look, man, I get it. At the time, Rosa Parks was a rebel or whatever, and people may say that, oh, she was just a fucking old bitch that didn't want to sit down in the back. Fine, whatever. But those things led to movements that were more important than the actual event. Your making of these artificial, confrontations are not that event. And you are not leading to anything that doesn't mean anything. It's just leading to conversations that I've already been sussed out for years. They try to bring up case law like if it's some sort of like if because the case law is supposed to like protect them, right? what you're doing when you bring up the case law is that you're actually showing how long this situation that you're trying to bring up has been sussed out. So when you say that the government is not working towards it, you're showing that the government already has been. And the thing is that you're just trying to drum it up because it doesn't work to your specific thing, right? The thing that you're trying to do. But remember one thing, like I told everybody yesterday, the Constitution was meant to protect you from the government, not you from other people. So when you say that, oh, I don't these people don't want to be seen on camera because they have the right not to be seen on camera. Your rights don't trump theirs don't trump yours. So just like you commit a crime, just like you can punch somebody without a camera, you can punch somebody with a camera. You get what I'm saying? It's like you're not you're not doing anything spectacular. You're only bringing something up for the modern time, and believe me, the government will suss it out. And the more you put the government in the position of sussing things out where adults and responsible people can do it, you're giving the government more power. That's what we don't want. The Constitution wasn't made for people to involve the government. We made the Constitution in order for the government to stay the fuck out of our affairs. And that's what these guys don't understand. They hate government, but what they're doing is that they're involving it. And it's like, dude, no, you're doing it all wrong. Now, I do understand there are corruptions, and we do need to regress our government when the time is right. But you have to do it in the right setting. You have to do it in the right place. And so you go into a DMV, you go into the post office, you go into public areas where people just go to do business is not the place. The reason being, because those places are meant to conduct business. And people need to go and conduct business. They don't have time for you. They don't have time to listen to your. That's why. Why do you think that when real activists get together to have a parade, it never goes into the post office? Why don't they ever stop a parade in front of a post office? Why don't they ever go to where these guys go when they're having some sort of real, like, let's stop something? Where do they go? They go to City Hall. They go to the steps of Congress. They don't go to these places that you're going to because it means nothing there. And the people in those offices, they're just employees. They're just people doing their job. People who are going there are just people going to get their mail delivered, going to do whatever they need to do. They don't have time for you. They don't have time for your little mission or what you're doing. So it's already a no-go. It's already like a big nothing, right, that you're doing. But let's add to that now. Now let's add to the fact that you want to violate other people who are there. And I'm talking about everybody from the workers to the people who are there doing the business, because the workers, what is a lonely postal office worker gonna do? Nothing. They're not gonna do nothing. All they're gonna do is be like, "Don't put me on camera, bro." Or they're gonna go, "Thumbs up, I see your channel." Or they're gonna be like, "Man, there's another guy with a camera." They got no skin in the game. They don't care. And so you being there, all you are is a nuisance. Now it's nothing. Now it's a nuisance. Now it's got to be sussed out. Who's going to suss it out? The local government. And what's the local government going to do? More trespassing laws, more ways for that office to be able to just kick somebody out because they don't want them there. And you're giving the government more power. You're making it harder for people to conduct business. And now you're creating an enemy of people who would like to now say, go after somebody who's really treating them bad. Because guess what? Because you came in, acted a fool, and did all the things you did, the minute there is an actual situation that needs to be recorded, when somebody pulls out a camera, guess what they are? An auditor. Get them the fuck out. They're nothing. They're not worth it. The credit, everything that they're doing, discredited. Bye. Your camera, the thing that you're trying to record because it's important, it's not. Because what? You're a person with a cell phone. You're gonna put it on YouTube. You're trying to make money. That's what they're doing. That's how they're hurting everybody. Because they're not being smart, they're not being integral, they're doing shit irresponsibly. It's ran over.
Yeah, like they're just trying to provoke situations instead of just like, I like whenever they say like, okay, so you're gonna arrest me if I don't do this. Okay, I'll leave under threat of arrest. Just leave it, dude. Like, why start drama? You know what I'm shit? It's just like,
No, well,
you
yeah,
know what I'm
but that's
saying? Like,
and look, that sentence is so full of shit, right? Because
it gets
you're not no, it's not a threat. See, these are the things that, and you're really starting to build up why I chose the anti-auditing community to come through. It's there is no threat of arrest. I'm sorry, there just isn't. Um, you can't
well,
threaten
like
somebody.
when the officers say, yeah, we're gonna arrest you, and then okay, when they will arrest you, then okay, then that's when you can just leave. Why get arrested? It's just like
No,
for
and
views.
no, but you see, okay,
It
look,
just doesn't make sense.
yeah, I know, and that's what I mean. It's like when you say so if you're gonna threaten me to be arrested, then I'll leave. It's like, no, dude, no. So you're putting too much. You're giving too much to the officer. The officer has a job to do. The officer is not there for you. You're making it seem like
Yeah,
the officer is there for you. No, he's there because of his job. He was called in because somebody was causing a disturbance. You caused that disturbance, so he has to address you. It's not because he's there for you. And this is what I was trying to say in Tats yesterday about don't take it personal. Don't be personal to that cop. That cop doesn't know you. He didn't show up there because he knows you. He showed up there because somebody in that office called for you. Now he has to take care of you, right? So when you say, if I don't leave, am I going to be arrested? Of course you are. It's what do you want him to do? It's his job. Do you want him to be like, well, I don't know, maybe. It's not like they don't got cameras in here watching what I'm doing, because that's what you mentioned, right? They have cameras so they can see what I'm doing. If I don't do my job, I get scrutinized not one time, double time, because that's what I expect. I expect a cop that doesn't do his job to get double the type of things that we would, because we give them power. This is the issue that these guys don't understand, is that the power dynamic that you get upset that you don't have is because it comes with responsibility. If you give somebody power, you're hoping that they understand that responsibility. It's just like when you were trained in the military and everything, and then you were given a gun. You're not given a gun the minute you come into boot camp, right? They don't give you live rounds right away. They train you on how to use it. They train you how to respect your weapon. Reason being is because when they do actually give you a live round, you don't actually pop somebody off by mistake, right? So we give these guys power
yeah,
because we're hoping that they're going to use it in the correct ways. Not saying that there isn't any corruption. What I'm saying is that they have that power because it's their job. So when you say, am I going to leave under threat? It's not a threat of arrest. It's never a threat of arrest. It's a consequence of your action. So if you say, if I don't leave, I'm
yeah,
going to get
yeah.
arrested.
But
No.
like,
You get what I'm saying, though, right? You're the one with the choice. The officer.
yeah, I do. Mhm.
What happened?
I'm just trying to prevent, making a bad situation worse. Like,
No,
making a bad situation worse. That's all. Like,
no, yeah. Well, that's what I mean. But it's because that's what I'm saying, is that they're not looking at it that way. They're not looking at it that way. They know. Look, and like I said, the officer is not trying to arrest somebody. That's another thing too. I know that there's cops that do fucked up shit, and there are cops that take the power to their head, and if they feel like they want to arrest you one day for something, they will. I mean, there's plenty of cases of it, so I'm not going to say that's not real. I will, but what I will say is that the choice is always yours. The choice is always yours to get yourself in and out of that situation, because the cop. I mean, When I was working at a 7-Eleven, and this just goes to show you the range of type of jobs that I've had. I used to work at a 7-Eleven. I used to talk to a lot of police officers. I also was a security guard too, so just so you know, I know different points of authority. Um, I used to talk to them all the time, and sometimes I would tell them like because you get shoplifters, you get people who come in and they fucking start shit, whatever. And so one time this one dude who came in who was like, oh, like he looked like he was having mental issues. He wasn't arrested. He was actually sent to a mental hospital. An ambulance came and took him. And my boss at the time, the owner of the 7-Eleven, was pissed off that they didn't take him. And so he was like, why didn't they take him to jail? Like he had caused a bunch of problems inside the store or whatever. And so I try to explain it to him, like, well, I mean, he wasn't right in the head, like he's like, I don't care. Like that doesn't make it right for what he did or whatever, right? I'm all like, well, that sucks. And then so later on, I talked to the officer that was involved in it, and he told me he's all like, dude, he's like, you know how much shit I have to go through when I have to book somebody, and that man obviously wasn't, like he wasn't a criminal. He was fucked up in the head, like, and it's like he needs to go to a hospital, and it's just gonna add a bunch of paperwork to my night. Why do I want to do that for somebody who I could easily just send to the hospital? That's how cops look at it. Now, like I said, does it mean that all cops have the same responsibilities or they do things the same way? No, it doesn't mean that at all. I'm just saying that there are some cops that aren't looking to arrest you. They don't want to take you in because you decided to trespass at a fucking post office. They don't want to waste their time booking somebody in their fucking jail because the asshole decided to be a jerk to somebody on camera. Like it's not something that they're looking forward to. They don't. As a matter of fact, I mean, think about it, dude. Like the process must really suck. Look, I went through the process of being booked in jail like about, what is it, like it's already fucking gonna be like 15, close to like maybe like 16 years now since I went to jail. But it's like the booking process was horrible. Being, you know what I mean? Going through that booking process was shit. And so, that was just like fucking one person. Imagine fucking all the people that are being arrested and being booked in, and you fucking have to book in all these. And there are people out there who fucking do real crimes that you're bringing them in and you're trying to get them booked, but you're behind some dude that decided to be an asshole to somebody in a fucking post office. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like you start understanding how these things kind of weigh out in the cop's head, and so I kind of understand why they have these annoyed looks and stuff like that. It has nothing to do with the actual auditor himself. The auditor is the auditee. He is he's something that doesn't happen too often, and so therefore it has to be dealt with in a certain way. And one thing that I commend officers for in those situations is that they don't automatically go to arrest. You know what I mean? Because technically, in all technical senses, right? And I'm not talking about whether it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that in a technical sense, if you look at the letter of the law, and if you don't believe me, you go check out somebody like Beast, who's a lawyer who knows about this stuff. It's like once the establishment says you're gone, you're gone. There's nothing. There's not much you can really do about that, right? And then you start talking about public or non-public, or you know what I mean? And it's like you're not going to suss that out at the location because the cop doesn't have time for that. You trying to supposedly educate somebody in a place where they're not going to get it anyways, you're wasting your time. So it's all negative. It's all drama. It's all just, let me get this crazy confrontation just so I can say that this happened, just so I can say that this thing happened to me. And that's the part that I think is wrong. You can't fix anything when you make it about yourself. You can't. You're discrediting so many things when you say, "Oh, look what happened to me. Oh, this is about me," right? It's like if you want to make a movement about the people, then you got to make it about the people. If you want to make a movement that's going to change government, it's got to be the way we sussed it out from the beginning. It's about the people. It's about the things that are good for the society as a whole, not you. You are unimportant. You as an individual are not important to the whole. So it's not going to work.
Well,
It's never going to
yeah,
work.
that's exactly what I'm saying. Like everything's become freaking entertainment these days, you know. And who's the most popular celebrity First Amendment auditor? Like, it's pathetic. It's
Right.
just like now it's about money and money and provoking. And what about the movement? We're not changing anything. The cops are like, whatever, here we go again. So
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the way you know your movement is not working. When people of authority are just like, so, right? Like
yeah,
who
and then we got these frauditor channels that nobody seems to care about. Like, I mean, it's unbelievable. Like, how come Amagansett Press, for example, doesn't, as big as they are, or Long Island Audit? Why don't you guys address these channels and start back and forth? I mean, oh, that's giving the trolls what they want. No, dude, like they're literally sabotaging your community as your
because
community sabotages itself. You know,
because
it's
you want
already
to know
bad
why?
as it is.
You want to know why? Because they're pulling a Michael Kaiser. They're phonies who are pretending, and if they address people who are coming at them, right? They're only gonna put more light to what they're faking. You get what I'm saying? It's like oh I don't want to.
It's gonna be a
Those are haters. Those are haters, right? Those are just people that don't that aren't that don't want to hear the truth. Well, then how come then if they don't want to hear the truth, then tell us the truth, right? Tell us what you're doing. Show me that I'm wrong. I I I,
yeah.
I always like fucking like I always find it funny when people say things like that, like oh the trolls. That's only recent. Before it was the haters, right? Oh the trolls and the haters, the trolls and the haters. They
Yeah.
Everybody is not going to like anybody at any time. This is the way of the world. You're going to have people that hate you. You're going to have people
Yeah.
that love you. This has nothing to do with your movement. Your movement should be more important than those petty things. So if you're capable and you are the leader that you are, what do? You go to those people. You go to those people. You go, hey man, you have a problem with what I'm doing. Why? Why do you have a problem with what I'm doing? Am I hurting you? What's going on? Talk to me. And it's like, what is that person gonna do? They can only reject you, or they can give you a shot. They can give you a shot, and that's how you know whether somebody's fake or real. Because me, I don't care. I I'll sit in a chat where people don't like me. Why? Because I know you don't know me. I know you don't know what I'm about. You just think you know what I'm about. So I'll sit there, whether or not they like it or not. Why? Because I'm not afraid. I know that I'm not doing anything wrong. That's that's what I mean when I say I'm not afraid. People think that when I say I'm not afraid, it's like, well, I'm not afraid of people coming at me and shit like that. Like no, I mean I'm not afraid of who I am. I'm not afraid of being who I am. That means that I like this exactly what I'm saying. I am who I am in all regards. If you meet me at Discord, that's who I am. If you meet me here, this is who I am. I'm not, this is what I'm trying to change amongst social media. Social media gave people the opportunity to be things that they're not. That's why people like the anonymity behind it.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying everybody should dox themselves, show your name. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that people have chosen to live behind their mask. They put up a mask and they say, this is what I am. And then when the mask comes off, they don't know what to do with it. And they don't want it to come off. They're scared of it because they're not what they pretend to be. I said I was not going to pretend to be anything that I'm not. So when people came to me and wanted to know truths, I spoke them. I like unlike Kaiser, when I started my channel, the first thing I said was I went to jail. I have a felony. I went to jail for a year. Why? Because I don't want anybody going back to my records. I even to be honest with you, to some of the more respected channels in my community, I gave them my license. I put it out there and I said, hey, if you guys want to suss anything out on me, go ahead, be my guest. Because I'm not gonna put in, I'm not gonna lie on myself. I'm not gonna say something that's not happening in my life because why? Like why am I going to be scared of that? I'm not going to be scared of that. I am who I am. I can't change who I am. I can only change what happens in the future based on by my actions. So that's what I'm gonna do. So that's where when I came into the community was I just wanted to be me, and I still am. I still am me. I'm still the person that I am, and so therefore that's what I'm gonna give. But people like Kaiser came in as something else, and they pretend to be something else, and it happens on both sides. Whether you're a frauder or whether you're you know what I mean. It's like if you put up a persona that's not real, people will suss it out, and then they're gonna start asking why you couldn't be who you are. If you are who you are from the beginning to the end, then guess what happens? You become you become the type of person that people can relate, people can talk to you, people can see that like you're not just doing this and this and that. You have certain motives, right? And they're real. That's what I want to show. I want to show that I'm that like let's stop this bullshit. Let's go back to the days when you met somebody and you could tell what they were. You know what I mean? Like I think that's important. I think that's very important for us to get out of this this whole thing where it's like, well, I want to be a part of the crowd. Try to act like your world is within your local like space where you don't get 100 views on a fucking picture, right? Where you don't get people who are gonna say click your little thumbs up because you got a quote off the internet. Make your own quote, think of your own thing, like make up your own, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like that's
Right. I was gonna ask you. I know Tats is one guy who seems pretty chill. Kind of fits who you're describing. But I just haven't seen anybody else who. This is the main problem that I see. Another problem, big problem, is that people just don't. They're too afraid to step up to the plate and just come out and speak their mind. Like everybody has a smartphone almost, and they just can't learn how to use. I don't know, Discord or StreamYard. Like the links right there. Learn how to do it. Nah, I'm just gonna come here, chat, and just say some shit, and then I'm gone. Like, yeah, I get it, dude. Like everybody's busy, whatever. But there's no real warriors out there to step up and synchronize like we just did, and really speak some stuff that's non-drama, non-egotistical. Let's be productive. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's just not enough of us, is what I'm saying. Like, that's the sad part, don't you think?
I think I think that it's a matter of people, and most people won't agree or won't speak the truth about it. They're looking to be entertained, man. They're looking to be entertained,
Yeah.
and the thing is that like we can have these talks, and I can talk to people that agree with this stuff, but then after a while they're like, well, like what are we gonna do, right? And they'll just be like, fuck it, I'm gonna go turn on Netflix, right? It's just not fun. It's just not fun. Is what it is, and that's why. But you see, it's one of the reasons why I act like a goofball a lot of the time. You know what I mean? It's one of the reasons why like I'll try to bereave the tension or the things that we're talking now. Today, I was gonna be a little bit more like a little bit more silly, a little bit more fun. But what I realized is that when Tats came on, I'm all like, the traffic's not gonna come this way, and I don't need to put on my clown shoes. You know what I mean? I could just talk. So that's why I kind of toned it down on our conversation, and I kind of kept it like how we are. And I'm glad because there's a lot of things that people get wrong about me. There's a lot of things that people get wrong about me. Like, they think first of all, whenever they get to hear this, whenever they give it a chance, it's gonna be out here, and it makes me feel good that it's out there, because then when they say like, like they try to tell me like, oh, this is bothering and stuff like that, I'm like, go check that live that I did like a couple months ago or whatever. It'll tell you how I feel about certain things. It's like, you're never gonna get under my skin. Never. You're never gonna get under my skin. Understand that I grew up with bullets flying past my head. I almost died several times, okay? I've been through some fucking fucked up shit. You guys clowning me, saying things that are fucking bad about me, calling me a bitch, coming into my chat, talking shit, trying to make me feel bad, trying to put me down. You will never, ever get to me. It's not gonna happen. You could do a campaign, you can go after me, you can do all the things you want. They'll never put me down. Never. Because I've seen it all. I'm not saying that I've been to Afghanistan, and I'm not saying that I share the experiences of people who've done things, but I've seen enough that words are like words are just fun to me. These things are fun to me. I can laugh at myself. So understand that you're wasting your time when you try to go after me. You're wasting your time when you try to like make little quibs or say things to me that you think are gonna get me upset, because they don't. They never will. I'll just laugh it off. If you could hear me, sometimes I even laugh at the joke itself because I think it's funny. So just so everybody understands, and it's gonna be here, you'll never get to me. You'll never. The only time I ever kind of like get shaken up is when I respect somebody. If I respect you, doesn't matter whether people like you and stuff like that. If I respect you, that's the only time I get kind of shaken up by things. If I don't respect you, or if I don't feel like I know you enough to have that respect for you, then it's like, man, whatever. And so that's another thing too, is that, like, to me, it's just like, I think a lot of people, they pretend to have thick skin. They pretend to be like, oh, troll me or whatever, but they can't take it. They can't. They're not about that. They're not about that. Like, oh, come on, come and get it. I am like that in real life. Okay, if like I said before, I don't fight with women because I'll never hit a woman. I'll never put my hands on a woman. Like, I know that there are people. It's just like Bill Burr said. I'll never hit a woman. It doesn't mean there isn't no reason to hit a woman. They'll give you plenty of reasons to hit them. Doesn't mean you should. It doesn't mean that's something that it should be condoned, whether they do or not. I wouldn't do it, so I'm not going to do it. And that's why I don't argue with them. That's why I don't fight with them, because there is no resolution once she won't. She's not going to be agreeable with you. So I don't go there. I don't go there with women. And when it comes to men, let's do it. Let's have it out. You know what I mean? Like, hey,
it's
go ahead.
Yeah, I just think it's mainly a question of maturity when it comes to arguing. Like, say a relationship, it's like if she's speaking illogically, you're speaking logically, it is very tedious. So I think maturity has to be like a major goal in the relationship, like an obvious goal, and even a self-aware in the negative times, because just as much as the positive times, because otherwise, there's no growth, and when there's no growth, it's just repeating the same shit until it gets worse and worse, or it gets kicked down the road, like kicking the can down the street until you reach a dead end. It's that type of mentality. And then also with trolls online and stuff, well, what do you expect? I mean, they got no life and nothing better else to do. They're miserable. I just feel sorry for them, seriously, because they can say whatever they want about me, anybody else. I'm like, okay, do you feel better, dude? The way I kill the trolls is either with kindness, or I just give them something confusing, like, "Hey, Daddy's here to wipe your tears away," and then they come back like writing paragraphs. And I'm like, "Too long, didn't read. Daddy still loves you." Something stupid, It really does quiet them up, and they stop writing. So.
Oh yeah, no. Usually when the I just do the opposite of what they want, and usually that keeps them from like pushing on, because it's like SV like instead of being like, hey, don't talk about me, let me make a mod or whatever, right? He puts up their comment and is like, that's pretty funny, right? And so it's kind of like the same thing that I do. It's like, like I invite it, like, come on, like, hey, fuck it.
Oh yeah, you mean you like it's the pinning of shame, right? Like you pin a troll comment.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we're gonna do this. You're gonna come up here and try to shame me? Okay, let's do it. Come on, shame me. Like, let's do it. Come on. And then they're like, then what do? They're just like, well, I got you there. Good, you got me. Happy for you. 2 thumbs up. Good
Sometimes they back off. They're like, "Well, I was just saying, you know." Oh, okay.
job.
Not that
Okay.
hardcore.
Yeah, exactly. So some of them are not. Some are, and that's what I mean. This is what I'm talking. This is what I'm talking about when I say hate me honestly. It's like most people don't hate you honestly. They hate you because somebody else told them to. They hate you because somebody said to them, "Oh, this is bad," and so you're like, "Oh, yeah, okay, cool." Now I got some. Now I got a target. Now I can. Now all the things that I feel, like as far as like my hatred towards somebody, I can put on somebody. I can give this negative energy to somebody, and it's like it's not going to be satisfying because like that person doesn't know you, and whoever wronged you, where you're trying to get that satisfaction out of, is still not getting punished for the thing you think that you're punishing this person for. It's not going to satisfy you in any kind of way. See, and then they try, and then this is what people try to do in like say like Wrangler's chat. They try to equalize that, right? They try to say, well, you guys are just attacking him like people attack you. No, 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 no. There's a difference. Here's the difference between Wrangler and say attacking somebody like you, right? Like if somebody that I know attacks you because I said you suck, right? But never said anything why or anything like that, or gave you information. All I did was say, I don't like the guy because I think he's an asshole, right? And then somebody else goes over there and goes, oh, you're an asshole because Jerry said so. Well, then you're not hating honestly. What you're doing is that you're taking somebody that you like, and you're giving them the power to let you know who has credibility and who doesn't. Now, with Wrangler, it's like multiple people are saying something, and I call that smoke. When you got 4 or 5 different people saying, "Hey, I don't like this guy," right? Something's off about this guy. It's almost like when somebody says, "Oh, that guy's funny," right? If you got a bunch of people saying that guy's funny, well, then I'm gonna check it out because I think maybe that guy might be funny. Same thing with Wrangler. It's like there's a lot of little smoke coming out from different places. Like, oh, that guy lied. He's betraying people. He's talking shit about people. He's talking shit about you. He's talking shit about this person. Talking about shit. Huh. Okay. I'm not gonna. I see something's happening. I'm not gonna react, but I see something's happening. Now, let me go ahead and see what I can find out, or let me see what I hear around the bay, and then you start hearing things like, "Oh, stolen valor." Stolen valor. How?
Mhm.
Why? Because of this, and that. Okay, let me go find people who I know are in the military. Let me ask them questions. Let me see what they think, right? Then once you do that, then you say, oh, okay, guess what? Guess he is stolen valor. Guess he is doing things that are not right. Okay, now that that's done, let me see what he says. Let me go to his chat and say, hey, buddy, what's going on, man? People are saying you're stolen valor. Fuck you. I don't want to talk to you. He fucking deletes you. Okay. You know what I mean? There is a way of figuring out who really is shitty and who isn't, but people don't have time for
It's
that.
easy.
People don't
Like
think
with these stolen valor, like the stolen valor clowns are easy to like. It's like, what's it called, that one video game, Solid Snake, when the alarm goes off. I mean, there's so many cameras when it comes to somebody trying to navigate their fake stories. Like, there's so many alarms that go off. Like, I'm like, come on, people. Like, even people who don't know anything about the military, like, you gotta know that sounds suspect. Like, come on, what, 2 Purple Hearts? Even John Rambo in the Rambo series didn't get that many Purple Hearts. Like, hello, what's really fake about the scenario? Come on.
And then and fuck, you want to talk about somebody who earned Purple Hearts, right? But absolutely, I get what you're saying. It's like it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thing. I don't understand it. I don't understand why people don't. Now, I can see where some like have a little bit of a friendship loyalty. I see the names. I know which ones they are. But I'd be safe to say that I wouldn't want anything to do with them based on everything that I know. And I know that they have the same information. Now, I don't know why they decide to cling to it. Maybe it's because of the whole like brother thing. I don't know. It's very frustrating in that aspect. But I just say keep on keeping on. There's something that's going to relate to all of them. All of them can't continue this. There has to be something that he's doing in the background. It's the same thing like with Kfar. Kfar, I believe, didn't come out strongly because I think Wrangler was like, "Please, buddy, don't turn on me." I could already see the messages that he sent him, like, "Hey, brother, I was just being silly and I lied and I'm sorry, like, but I promise you I'll never talk about vets again, and you know what, just keep it to yourself. Come on, man, like remember all those different lives we did or whatever. And plus these guys are talking shit about you, like they're saying that you're this and you're that. You know what I mean? Like I could see that, and then add to that Kfar already did have like a detachment to some people in the community because he didn't like the way they did things. So I understand how Kfar got to where he got, as far as like him being like dismissive of the whole like movement against Wrangler. But I think that he needed to see a bigger picture. He needed to see what his influence was in the whole situation. So I think that's why like having him talk and say things about it is perfect, because I think there's people that need to hear that. And I think and just like SV said, it's the beginning of the end. This is I think the last domino that needed to fall as far as like what his security blanket was. And I think now he's exposed. And I think now you're going to see numbers drop. You're going to see people question. It's going to be more and more work for him to continue the deception and the manipulation. I think this is what's going to happen based on this.
That's what happens with liars. Like, come on, they can't keep the same story straight. And like, like if you just ask them, hey, can you just explain to me if they claim to have deployed or they never deployed? Like, just tell me what a typical Army day is. Like, give me some verbiage. Like it doesn't matter how much they study. They're gonna mess up on the easiest shit. Like, oh, and then we had to reload our clips, and when no, those are magazines, and oh, and then my AR-15, no, it's an M4, it's an M16. I mean, they're gonna be like so many like mess ups. Like it's just too easy for me, for example, to spot a stolen valor person. Like some of them do a good job, but not really a good job.
Well, you see, look at this is why I want to get together with Tats, and I'm glad that Wally came out today. Hopefully he sees that I'm just I'm just a dude trying to do things here. And one thing that I really want to do is I really want to have like a little not like a fucking like a master class or anything, but a military 101 class, right? Where
sure.
where we can like Tats was talking to me about divisions and platoons and all that, right? And
yeah, exactly.
Just have on different military people, and it's not gonna be 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever, fucking live or whatever. It's just gonna be like maybe like a 30-minute live where I talk to someone like you, someone like Tats, and you guys can kind of break down certain things. Like he can break down certain things about being a Army medic. I don't know what you did. Were you with the Marines?
No, I was in the Army, stationed at Killeen, Texas, and
cool.
I deployed to Iraq. I deployed to Iraq as an all-source intelligence analyst, 35 Fox. But then when I got out, I deployed to Afghanistan as a contractor, counterintelligence screener. Like, we did tests, lie detector tests and stuff on people who were going to work on the base. And then after, I went back to my old job, but as a contractor, all source analyst up north in the Kunduz province. Like, that's another thing that people want to lie about deployments. Ask them which province did they deploy to. Ask them about the nomenclature of like which kind of helicopter did you ride in.
There you go.
It's really easy.
Not to cut you off. Not to cut you off, because like I said, these are the types of things that I want to put on these little like class little snippets, right? That I want to try to put together. Is that I want you guys to tell me things that you don't have, because you see the thing is that like where people are like they're like, oh, how am I going to know everything in the military, right? How am I going to be able to suss these things out? You don't need to know everything. You don't need to know
Yeah,
everything.
not everything.
If anybody will tell you in any experience, they're just little things that give away somebody who's lying. Just like you said, like the M16 thing or whatever, right? So what that's what I want to do with these is like, okay, you said as far as like the deployments, like the provinces, right? Where were they, where were the bases and stuff like that, right? Well, I would ask you like okay,
Right.
what if someone served in like one of the things that I really want to like talk about so that people can, and I'll probably ask MSG if he could do this with me, is what's the difference between like fucking say Iraqi freedom, right? I think that was an operation, right? Like what's the difference between say
Yeah.
an operation and a mission, or like say um if somebody got deployed to Afghanistan, like what are the different things somebody could be deployed for? Like I know that not everybody goes for combat. I know that there are engineers. I know that there are people who like cooks and things like that.
Yep.
So what are the different like things that they would call them if say they got deployed to be say a cook, right? Like what would you call that? Like what's the name of
Yeah.
that person? What's the name of somebody who gets deployed to be say a bombs expert or like SV, his special
Right.
intelligence,
Yeah.
like just those little things of learning these little things like that. So when you hear somebody bullshitting, right, you could test them. You could
Yeah.
it's exactly what I did to Tats the other day when he was telling me, "Oh, I'm a pool expert, right? I'm a pool expert." Things like that. It's like, okay, well, let's just say
Mhm.
I wanted to put like say a mammal in water, right? Of course, the salt water is not going to be good for him, or chlorine water is not going to be good for him. And it's like that's what I that's those are the types of things that I mean. It's like somebody who knows a little bit would be able to get these guys, would be able to suss these guys out easily. Things like the metals, things like the ribbon rack, right? Like somebody's ribbon rack.
Yeah.
I know that they've talked about that plenty of times, but you see, those things are either like somewhere lost inside a bunch of lives, or they only get talked about when somebody's egregiously, like making something up, right? And the thing is that most most smart manipulators, most people who are gonna try to like take you for a longer ride, like somebody like Wrangler, they're gonna watch what they say. They're gonna be a little bit smarter in the way they say things, but because they are lazy, because they want the glory without having to do none of the work, they aren't going to know certain nuances that I think if I make a series of videos like that, they eventually will be able to suss these guys out. Like ask about an MOS, or ask about, and I know saying MOS is just one military part, right? It's not like all of you not like the Army, the Marines, they don't all have MOSs, right?
No, it just means military occupational specialty. So, just what was your job title, and also the like the code for mine used to be 96 Bravo, but then they changed it to 35 Fox. That kind of like that's really strong, proof there that, oh, okay, this guy most likely knows, like I would like to have the Wrangler link to where he was talking about his military experience, because not only is it hilarious, but I mean, does he still have that stuff online, like his military experience, like on a
I have
video?
it. Those are my videos.
So he took him down,
No,
or?
no, no. Those are my videos. Like he said that on my live. What you want to see?
Oh,
You,
really, dude?
yeah, you want to
Oh,
see?
okay.
You want to see? You want to see? Watch. Hold
So,
on.
but does he still have these? Oh, okay. So they're your live. They didn't go on his channel,
Yeah, no, that's why he got fucked.
is what you're saying?
Here, let me. That's why he
Dude,
got
how could he
fucked.
expose? He,
Yeah,
he
dude.
exposed himself,
Yeah, he did.
bro.
Let me show
That's
you.
sad, man.
Let me show you.
Man, dude exposed himself, man.
Yep. It was all him. Let me see here. I think people have been
So
watching.
did he try to take down this video, like report it?
No, he can't. you can't because he can't because first of all it's my video,
Yeah.
and there's no copyright, there's no nothing that I took from anybody else. He's just talking, and he willingly came on, and it doesn't show his face or his name, so he has no choice
Yeah.
but to swallow that he said that stupid shit on my live. Look,
Damn.
I don't know if this. I think this is the one with the RPG.
Buddy.
Yeah.
That take care of it?
Yeah.
You
You're good
reckon?
around. No,
Alrighty.
correct, is little roll buddy.
To heart too much. I'm not going to, really sweat that one. But, if my lot lizards joke starts having truckers down here,
find little things with medication that may stick out. But now with the fentanyl in it,
What was it?
the bridge to Bal Harbor, that's like the Florida Rodeo Drive.
Super Cali, man. Thanks.
The one on the armed fisherman losing it,
Damn, that is
and thing off when you went and get a shower and you put it back on the little foil thing.
Oh, yeah, here it is.
Like you do. And then I had a linear fracture.
There it is.
Oh no. Dude.
I'm just glad that I never saw that individual again because about
There
it was 20 days later.
Here's the original.
And now keep in mind, I didn't know I had a
Here's the
broken
original.
leg. So everything else was just, I was on that broken leg and I had broke my leg. We took an RPG round to the grill, and that took us from doing about 70 miles an hour to nothing in less than a second.
Oh,
And
here
the
we go.
warhead just
Here we go.
absolutely smashed the engine back. It snapped the transmission from the damn drive shaft. It pushed the entire engine and transmission back about 8 inches. And when it did that, it knocked the damn firewall in. I broke my leg a half inch under the knee, and I didn't know about it for 3 weeks. I got to see wasn't a doctor. It was some other. It was like a Dr. Light, and
Dr. Light.
yeah, I can't even remember what the damn name
That's
was. It was a physical.
that's it.
Mega
supplement,
Man.
not-
Bro, that's
You saw
Mega
that?
Man.
I told you that's right. It's my life, man. It's my life. You see what I mean? It's like dude. He and there's more, but like this is the damning evidence and shit like that. You know what I mean? And you see what I mean? You see what I mean though? Like it's what the fuck, right? It's like.
Did
I
you do
I
a
had
compilation?
no information on that shit. I had none whatsoever, none. I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, and I actually told my cousin if he could suss that out for me. Unfortunately, my cousin didn't get back to me till like about 6 months after this live. And trust, when he told me the minute he heard it was like, that guy's a piece of shit. Stop talking to him. Get away from him. He didn't even let me fucking like ask him what, where, when, how, why. He was just like, Jerry, listen to me. Don't talk to that guy no more. He's gonna get you into trouble. He's doing stolen valor. And my cousin is one of the people who doesn't take stolen valor like oh, just because you're wearing some medals or pretending to be an officer or some shit, like he goes by the letter of the law when it comes to that. And to him, it was like he sees this guy talking shit like that, goes to his channel and sees that he's got a donation page. He's all like, stolen valor, don't talk to him, And I said, you got it, cousin. Kicked him out of my Discord the next day. He got so sad about it. He got so sad that I kicked him out of my Discord. I'm all like, peace, bro. I'm not dealing with you no more.
So Michael is the Wrangler dude, the real angry vet. Michael's the Wrangler dude.
No. He's Michael Kaiser. That's his name. Michael Kaiser's his name. So he came in as Michael, but Angry Vet. I mean, Angry Vet is like not in like he's not really helping his cause either. I don't really know him though. Like it would be unfair to me to make a complete judgment, but I'm going off of what SV said, and I trust SV. I trust SV more than I trust a lot of people here on the internet. I mean, he's been nothing but honest since he came on. I mean, here's the thing. I don't trust a lot of people when I come on, but I will trust one type of person, and that's the type of person that's like me, the same always, always the same. Like these are the people that I trust.
Yeah.
Mystery Sausage Theater. I trust him. Why do I trust him? Because he's nobody. He's nobody but the same person that I met like 2 years ago. Um, SV. He's nobody but the person that I met when he came on. Artie from Artie's Corporate Fiction. He has been the same person since I met him 2 years ago as well. Tones overthinks it. Another person who has not changed. He is exactly what he's always been. Everybody else has had like a metamorphosis, man. They're one thing and then they're not one thing. Um, I like Hezekiah. I like him as a person. Like like I think that I would be cool with them if I knew him in real life. But he all this fucking back and forth, up and down shit. It's like, bro, like take a stance, be a man. You know what I mean? Like I get it, dude. Like fucking like you want to be sensitive towards things or whatever. Fine, be sensitive. I don't shame you for being sensitive. I'm sensitive. I like Ted said, I'll cry on fucking camera. Why? Because that's how I feel. It's fine. Do it. Like, but I feel like, like he looks for those moments where I'm not looking for that moment. If that moment comes, then I'm gonna let it ride. But I believe he's looking for that moment. You know what I mean? Like he's looking for that thing to happen like automatically. Here's the thing. I have a channel. I'm using it how I want to. I'm not catering it to anybody. I'm not catering it to an algorithm. Look I got 0 people and I'm still here. Why? Because it's important to me. I like it. I like having the conversation. I like having the conversation.
No, yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
0 people can be here. Eventually somebody will see it, and that's who I'm catering to. That one person who will come and see it, even if it is one person. Doesn't make a difference to me. That's why I don't switch up. And I don't have to give in to what other people are thinking or whatever and shit like that. I think about what I want to. I talk about what I want to. And that's the difference. That's the difference between the people that I trust and I don't trust. The minute you show me, Master Sergeant Retired is another one that I trust. The minute you show me that to you it matters more what the people who are in your sub count, and you start saying things like, man, I'm losing subs, and oh no, my likes are going down, and shit like that, I'm all like, man, whatever, dude. You know what? If I wanted to be in Hollywood, I was down the street from it. If I wanted to be famous, I was down the street from it. I could have just fucking gone and been that. I did fucking shoots. I did fucking background shit. I fucking actually won an audition to be a cholo in one of those fucking movies, but I fucking said, no, I don't want to do it. Because the thing is that at the time, I didn't want to portray myself as a gangster. I hated them, like I said. I didn't want to do it. So it's funny because it's like people always say like, oh, Jerry loves the panel and oh, he wants to fucking be in the forefront. It's like I just like talking, dude. Like I could talk to if my neighbor wants to have a chat, I love having a chat with him. If MST wants to talk, I'll talk with him. Anybody wants to talk, I'll talk with them. I don't get how that's me trying to engulf or throw myself into people are, like it's like look, you don't want me to be there, fine. But the thing is that you want to be there as well. You just get mad because I'm willing to say, hey, let me have a link. Fuck, what the hell's the difference? You know what I mean? Because I'm willing to go up on stage or on panel or on camera. Fuck it, who cares? If you want to do it. But they get mad at me for doing what they don't want to do because they feel like, oh, who wants to hear my voice? Who wants to hear me speak? I don't like the sound of my voice, but I do want to talk. It doesn't mean that I'm like going back and being like, oh, what did I say? And oh, look at how I sound on the panel or whatever. Like, fuck that. Like, if people are like, fuck that, I just want to talk. I just want to fucking express myself and shit. That's it. That's
so
all.
Yeah.
It's funny, isn't it funny how people are like that? You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you're ruining the show.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like, well. Tell the content creator, what the fuck you want me to do?
I used to do live streams back with my Truth channel, and sometimes it was just me because That's how it happened to be. I was over in Texas and I was doing these streams and I was just laughing out loud by myself. And you get a few people come later and be like, "Yeah, that stuff was funny and stuff," but you just enjoy it. You got to do it for yourself primarily.
Yeah, and I don't. I could. I've done those lives where you like you're by yourself or whatever. But like I realized that I like having somebody to talk to, because it's like that's really what I do this for. I do this to have a conversation. I don't really do it because I'm trying to like be like this fucking this clown on fucking on camera. You know what I mean? And that doesn't mean that I wouldn't mind if I have success. If I have success, cool. You know what I mean? If people want to listen to me, cool. I'm not gonna be like, oh, this is not what I wanted, right? It's like, hey, cool. I got some traction. Somebody fucking like me, right? But I'm not gonna compromise myself. That's the thing. If I wanted that life, I could just easily go and live that life. That's not what I want. I want to be me. It's like that one song. I don't want to be anything other than what I've been trying to be lately. It's kind of fucking goofy, but I like it. It's just that, it's just that. So that's why I do what I do. That's why I like to do what I do. I don't fucking play around. I play when it's fun. I have fun when it's fun. I have comedy. I can be comedic. I try to be as much as I can. But nobody's gonna make me dance. I'm gonna dance to my own beat and dance to my own drum, and that's what I do. That's how I am. I did give a lot of loyalty to the anti-frauditor side, but that was because I thought they had more integrity. I thought because I came into this community through the frauditor side. The first people that I saw were people like Long Island Audits and who the fuck was that one dude? Shit. I always would confuse him with Degeneration Nation because he kind of sounded like him, but I think he died recently. But anyways, this one dude and he was really about the cause. I actually liked some of his stuff because he really had a passion for it. But then later on, when he started like connecting with the AFA and stuff like that, and I started seeing the AFA, it really started putting me off. And then I ran into Amagansett Press videos, and that shit was really starting to fucking like rub me the wrong way. And so I was just like, man, all this shit is fucking. I was starting to get pissed, and I'm like, does nobody speak up against these guys, right? And so one day I'm just like, fuck, dude, because I used to also watch a lot of skeptic videos where people would talk about, say, flat Earth and do ghosts exist, stuff like that, right? And
that's fine.
It led me down the rabbit hole of Schrodinger's cat. Schrodinger's cat was the first videos, and Degeneration Nation were the first videos that I saw working against these guys. And they made a lot of the points that I was thinking in my head. And so I was just like, okay. And so then I started seeing other people, and like I'm thinking like, okay, since these people agree with what I'm saying, then they must be exactly like I am in the way that I think. But as time goes on and stuff like that, you start realizing, well, it's up to a certain degree, right? You can have a bias because people agree with you, but it's like, as V said, it's like I think that they're making a mountain out of a molehill. You know what I mean? And that just speaks to the movement of what these guys are doing, where how non-important it is, because someone like SV who goes after stolen valor, someone like MSG who finds people like finds targets that are more reprehensible than the guys that these guys are talking about, how important these situation is. So after talking to that and talking to content creators that I've known for years that have bigger channels and bigger followings, I realized that this community as a whole is a pocket of a pocket of a pocket. It's not even anything that huge to be worried about. So I ended up just like being like, you know what? Why have those loyalties? Why be like, oh, I'm not going to talk to these guys because they're this or that. I'm going to give them a chance. There's just certain people that I won't, because I think that they've already shown their whole ass. You know what I mean? They've already shown exactly what they are. So there's no point. Even if I did talk to them, they'll probably say like, like fuck you, we're an anti-auditor or whatever, and it's like, yeah, sure, whatever, fuck me, dude, fuck whatever, I don't give a shit. That's why like I don't know. Remember we were having that conversation about easy cameras on. I'm not cool with the guy. I'll never be cool with the guy. I mean, he could probably he'll probably fucking talk shit or whatever. But I just can't. I can't. The guy hit a woman, and I don't hit women. I don't. I just don't. You know, and I can't agree with that. And I can't.
Well,
deal
I
with
didn't even know that about Easy. I mean, I just know he talks like gangsterish, and I'm like, okay, don't want to get into that. But he acts like people fear him, and I'm like, I don't know what his thing is. I mean, he seems okay. I mean, the chat mostly, you know, if I ever say hi to him, but I mean, I don't know what he thinks about. Well, no, actually, he's I don't know. I guess he just supports Kaz, but I mean, he's kind of his own man at the same time, you know. So
yeah, no, I never do that. I never associate someone's friendships with their actions, right? I will. It's not going to be easy to get. It's not going to be easy for me to get along with the person that I don't like. So I'd rather have space between people that I don't like and people that I do like, right? But Easy is first of all. I never like the way he talks because he talks like a Tasmanian devil. He's like, and I can't take that, bro. I can't take. It's just like fucking like, dude. Like, am I not right? I'm just waiting for him to go.
No, but see that I gotta go. I gotta go back and see. Now I gotta go back and listen to it.
Yeah, dude, listen to him. I swear, I'm just waiting for him to go like that. I'm waiting for him to do that shit, dude. And it's like, dude, what the fuck is this? You know? And then he fought with that woman, and everybody says, oh, well, she did this and she did that, and trying to give him a pass for what he did. Well, look, she might have done whatever the fuck ever, right? She might have even fucking let's say I'll give him even the shit that she squared up to him and said, come on, motherfucker, let's go, right? Let's do this right here, right now. And I probably would have told her, lady, you just stop, right? Like, relax, you know? But he knows, and everybody knows, that a man is stronger than a woman. And I'm not even going to try to preface that with like, oh, there are women who can beat up men. Whatever, dude. The truth is that he was bigger than her. She was demonstrably smaller. He didn't have to do what he did to prove a point. He had already proven it. And if you want to say, was a sucker punch, wasn't a sucker punch, was it justified, wasn't justified, doesn't matter, because you could have a reason to hit somebody, but violence is not supposed to be what we do. We live in a society, we're supposed to be better than that. When I speak on the things that I did when I fought, most of it was mutual combat. It still wasn't right. It still wasn't cool. I wasn't supposed to go there. That's why I had to go to anger management, because I'm not supposed to be doing that. You're not supposed to be fighting people to like, oh, it's easy to explain it off when you get into a fight with somebody, right? If you get into a fist fight with a guy because you both don't disagree, sure, you can do that, and it might not look as bad as, say, something that has a power dynamic. It still should have never have gone there. You know what I mean? Because the thing that people don't understand.
That's
Go ahead.
No, that's why I got tired. That's why I got tired of the whole Cass and Brooklyn drama. I was like, okay, we're gonna do this. So we're gonna pull up because none of you guys want to take whatever back and kiss and make up. So you guys, who's gonna pull up on who? This is getting really retarded at this point, you know?
Yeah, that's where I get. That's why I say I don't like circles.
Jeez.
I don't like going in circles. It's like, are we
Dude,
gonna fight?
it's like 14-hour freaking streams. I'm gonna pull up. Let's pull up. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up. No, I'm gonna pull up. You're 4 foot something, and I'm like, fuck. Is this like 4th grade? Like, no offense to, I'm just like, what are we doing here? Like, this is what I like subscribe to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, absolutely. I'm the same way.
Shit.
It's like, look, you have a problem. Let's take care of it. You know, like let's go.
Just pull up. Stop talking.
Yeah.
Or at least talk on the way when you're on the train. You know, like I thought Cass was gonna take the 2-hour train down to Brooklyn because Brooke pretty much what it doxed himself exact address. So pull up with your homies, settle it. Even if you guys don't get into an altercation, at least
Dude,
talk
but
it to
how?
man to man, something. But just stop
See,
bitching, dude.
see, how cowardly is that though? Like if a man is telling me pull up, right? And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go pull
Right.
up. The last thing I'm gonna do is say I'm gonna pull up with my friends. Like, what the fuck? Like, you know, like the guy's challenging you. Go get
Yeah.
him. There's no okay.
It's
You need
for
a ride over there.
It's for they said it was for security, like just in case you want to, pull out a gat or some shit. And I'm like, whatever, dude. Just, I mean, it's like the holidays. Y'all want to go like shooting fucking stray bullets and shit and killing babies, and y'all need to really just grow up, man. This is stupid.
Yeah,
It's
dude.
just so stupid, dude.
Dude, motherfuckers think that they're fucking John Wick or some shit. You know what I mean? Like they think they're gonna go up and start having a gunfight, and it's not gonna involve anybody and shit. You know what I mean? Like I was watching fucking John Wick the other day, and I'm like, this is some bullshit because it's like homie shooting, pa 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 pa, right? And it's like, you're shooting into a fucking crowd of cars. Like, what the fuck? You know? Like, how did that not hit anybody? You know, like I'm just cringing, like fucking, like is somebody like I'm like I told the person that I was with that day, I'm all like, look, somebody's gonna be driving like fucking like, let me see what my wife told me to get at the grocery store, huh? Let me see, milk, eggs, bah! That's it. That's it for that person because John Wick decided to have a fight on the fucking Autobahn. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? It's like,
right? Yeah.
Like, don't you understand how fucking deadly that shit is? How fucking irresponsible that is? Well, then again, and these guys are fucking from under the table, so I get it. They're like fucking, they're weird like that, I guess. But the thing is that like it just, I was like, and it goes back to my trauma, right? It goes back to the things that I experienced because, like, again, I got shot at while I was at a fucking birthday party. I saw my friend's mom fucking get shot in the head. Well, I didn't see her get shot in the head. I know she got shot in the head, but it happened, right?
Right.
And these are just two stories. I saw my friend's brother get paralyzed because two guys came up that weren't even his rivals. They mistaken him. They thought he was somebody else. And it turns out that the same guy that shot him was a cousin to the same guy that was in his fucking gang. Isn't that fucking retarded? Like, what the fuck? Like, when I heard that story, I lost my shit completely, dude. Because I was there when homie got shot. I wasn't there when he was shot. I was going to his house. I was going there with his older brother he liked playing basketball, so he would recruit me for his team, and I would play basketball with him. So that day we were going back to his house to like have a little barbecue after our victory, and so he told his brother like to get the things ready, and where these pads where we live. It's like I don't know if you've ever seen this kind of setup in the neighborhood before, where you have the alley is where the lawn is at, and the other side where the street is at, it's the back part of the houses. I don't know if you've ever seen this, but that's the way this backward fucking alley worked. And so when you go into the alley, it's like it's just an alley, right? It looks like an alley, but all the front of the houses are inside that alley. And so they drove up. We were just turning the corner, and the shooting had just happened. So when we're coming up, we see his brother like kind of like it looked like he had fell back on his chair, right? And I remember my friend getting out of the car and being like, "Oh, this must have fell on the chair." And he's all like, "Hey, fuck, I'm trying not to use their names." He's all like, "Hey, Jay, like you fell over. Are you okay?" and we just hear him go, "Oh," like we're like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm thinking like, does he have a heart attack? What the fuck is happening? We walk up and he's like they shot me, and I'm all like, who shot you? The car. And the car had already like turned the corner, and we're like, fuck. His brother runs into the house and fucking gets his tries to go get his wife. I guess his wife had gone to the store to go buy food, so she wasn't in there. He starts calling 911. I start running down the fucking the alley to see if I could see the car, right? And as I'm running down, I see his like the guys that were hanging out with him coming back, and he's all like they're all like, hey Jerry, did you see that car? Did you see that car? I'm like, no, I didn't see a car. What car did you guys see? Oh, fucking, there was this car over here, man, and he stopped and they started shooting at us. And I'm all like, well, no shit. What the fuck did they? What happened? Oh, they came out and what happened? The guy did. It wasn't like a drive by, like, oh, they passed by and shot, right? The guy stopped. And the guy pulled out of the back seat and started spraying them with a shotgun, like boom, 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 boom. And he fucking did like about he said he shot like four rounds or something like that. Like they said that he was like, and then he started fidgeting. And the other one of his like friends had I guess I don't know, had a gun or something. I don't know. It wasn't even like a fucking look at this fucking asshole. He was firing back with a Dillinger with like a 2-shotter. But fucking idiot. And it was still enough to get that guy to back off, because when he shot, he said that he hit the window, and the other guy jumped back into the back, and they drove off, and the idiots followed them without any weapons. Okay, they followed these assholes without having a gun in their hands. And when they come back, they're just like, oh, did you see him? I'm like, hey, what were you guys gonna shoot him with? Like, were you guys gonna shoot him with your hands? What the fuck is wrong with you? They're like, oh yeah. Like, like it's like, dude, like you're not thinking, you're like into the moment or whatever. And so we went back, and my fucking my poor friend who played basketball, I played basketball with, was like just like absolutely losing his mind, because he had never seen anything like that. Like he knew about it, right? And he always stayed away from it because he always he was always into basketball, so he would just go play ball. He wasn't about that life. And you could tell he was so distressed over his brother just bleeding out, and those things just like, it's like people like, like that's what you want. That's what you want. People say things like, oh, we should all be able to carry firearms and protect ourselves and stuff like that. It's like, it's not what you think. It's not beautiful. It's not glorious. It's ugly. It's a fucking ugly thing. It's an ugly thing to see somebody hurting and bleeding out, and you're calling a fucking ambulance, and it takes an hour for it to get there. It's frustrating, angering. It's sad, and motherfuckers glorify that shit, and I can't. Here I go. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you, man. It's like, it's just like freedom. People say, yeah, freedom and guns, and not everybody's ready for that, man. There's many people who scream freedom who are actually anti-freedom. The moment you give people real freedom, they're not mature enough to handle it. And so, I mean, it's not like anarchy is fine, but only with the mature mass of people, because without maturity, without honor and discipline, then anarchy is just going to be worse than having a government.
Yeah, they just don't fucking understand, man. They don't fucking understand.
They don't. And you're right, we glorify violence all the fucking time. Like, look at Star Wars, look at any movie, like the guy's getting shot and blown up, and everybody's like, oh yeah, we're winning. And it's just, after a while, it's just all this death and destruction conditioning to the human mind and soul, and just people, they just become numb to it, desensitized. But if they see a woman get blown up on TV or stabbed, then it's a crime. It's like, come on, dude.
Yeah, and it's not even a desensitization because it's like that's so not real because when you actually live the real thing, like when you actually and
Right.
I'm sure you know what I'm talking about here. It's like once you live it, it's like fuck, dude, like that's
Yeah, like the sickest shit that I've seen was Apache helicopters blowing these people away with their rockets and shit, and like the pieces of bodies. Like, no, thank you, I'm not going to that site. But I've seen fingers and shit. But it's just like I just really feel sorry for the people who have to go over there and do their investigations and write their reports and
yeah, that's
So I was
dude.
it's just this stupid. But war and violence is gang violence is like one of the most retarded things anybody can engage in. Like I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna pull up. What the fuck are you gonna do? You want to shoot somebody? I don't care if it's not even during the holidays. Like, what does that solve? That just makes you look retarded. Like you don't even know how to solve your own problems amicably. Like you can't. That means you don't know how to talk. You have no intelligence. You're not.
No,
It's
yeah,
just sad.
and you have no value for life where you get like you come on, like like it's like don't you understand that what you're looking at is a human? Don't you understand that you're hurting somebody's family? I get it. Some people don't they don't give a fuck, right? Some people don't, and they're gonna fucking like they're gonna get in your face and they're gonna call you a fucking pussy because you don't want to fucking go the same route they do and shit. But you just it's like dude, like I care too much for life to want to take yours. You know what I mean? It's like I don't. It just doesn't make sense to me. But at the same time, it's like you gotta see what I've seen in order to feel that. You know what I mean? It's like you gotta know you gotta know how precious life is before you understand it. Like you gotta know how fragile we are before you understand what it is to to resolve a conflict. It's like people make a lot of about this Ukraine or Russia thing, right? And it's like whose side are you on? I'm on the side of let's not nobody fight. How about that? Like because
Exactly.
there's people who are actually dying. There's people who are getting killed in the streets right now for somebody else's cause, not theirs, not because they wanted it,
Right.
because somebody else told them that they needed to do it. And it's like, why can't you just put yourself in that person's shoes for a second? Do it for a second, not all day, not every year, just 1 second. Put yourself in that person's shoes, holding that fucking weapon, looking at enemies on the other side, and knowing that something is gonna happen, whether you kill them or they kill you. It's fucking horrible, and nobody should need to go through that. It's like I don't get it. I don't get why our humanity hasn't. I don't know why we haven't pushed through that. I don't know why we had. It's like I get that like at a certain time we had to do certain things, right? And fuck me, dude. It's like I just like like I don't understand. I don't understand the need to resolve things that way. And it's like it's I
Yeah.
as you can see, I get
It's
riled up over
it's
it. I'm sorry. Go
no,
ahead.
it's all good. It's all good, man. No, it's all good. No worries, man. I was just gonna say that this shit's a bunch of banker wars. Billionaires in power. Using governments like puppets, man. That's all it is. And think about it. If Ukraine and the Gaza Strip or anywhere in the world, I mean, think about it. Like all the greatest militaries in the world come together, NATO and whatever other alliances. Y'all can't just stop this from happening with all the freaking police and special forces and tactical whatever technology. So they're just allowing it to happen for whatever reason. That's what I think. Politicians are in charge here. They're the main actors on the stage. So that's why I don't
Yeah,
vote for
and
anybody. Never voted.
yeah, and the fucked up part is that fucking the fucked up part is that everybody likes to blame the people who have nothing to do with that stuff, right? They usually fucking like they usually blame the soldier or the general or the fucking asshole pencil pusher or whatever and shit. And it's like dude, it comes down to the people we vote in. And it's like, come on, guys, like fucking open your fucking eyes and shit. Like stop living in the fucking sand and stop being manipulated. It's like fucking like we're too we're too much of a society with knowledge at our hands to not be fucking smart. You know what I mean? To not be fucking unignorant. Like you're it's so I can't this is the part that really gets to me about everything. Like that like when I think about my experiences and stuff, it's like when I was a kid, I couldn't do shit about it. I couldn't do nothing. Like, you know, like I saw friends die, I saw people get hurt, and the only thing I could do is try to offer condolences and try to like, you know, do my best to try to like find some sort of peace in this chaotic world that I was living in. But as I grew up, I was like, fuck me, dude. There are people who can do more. And that's the sad part. It's like there are people who fucking can like really like change things if they wanted to, but they won't. And it's fucking sad, dude. It's like why? Like, you know, like why? You know, people are suffering. Like there's no need. There's no need. You know what I mean? Like it just it just gets me mad.
Yeah, it's just a big game of survival of the fittest. You know, that's it's just like dog eat dog world. That's what we're just. If you study the occult, actually, it's not a conspiracy at all. Their motto is literally order out of chaos, and that's why you're not seeing change that we need to see. Because as soon as they try to make change, they're like told, "Hey, no, we'll buy you out, whatever it takes. We'll threaten your family. Don't do that. You can't do this." And I just think people with power aren't going to do anything because, well,
They're empowered.
they realize sooner or later that their money is not really the type of power to be making change with, and they'll come like the Mason. What is it? The Mason saying is, you don't become a Freemason. We choose you, and that's kind of spooky, in that sense. It's like Freemasons are not about charities and churches, and when you go up to the higher ranks, like they don't even care that you know this, like 33 degree or whatever. It's not even conspiracy. Like there's plenty of actual literature and people talking about it, like legit people that have come and gone, like missing and shit. And they're just saying that there's this whole world belongs to a group of evil people who want to, I guess, slowly depopulate the world and live in their own utopia, or what is it called, Elysium, here
Well,
on Earth. But
I mean, look,
it's
I'll say you're fighting a losing battle
yeah,
in both sense because
yeah.
it's like the people who want that world who want to like make that world happen aren't gonna live long enough to make
Hmm.
it happen for them, and the people
Yeah,
that
they're
the people that are going to try to fight against it are fighting just something that's never gonna change because the people who have that power aren't going to relinquish it in a
right.
you know, they're not going to be like, oh yeah, I changed my mind, here you go, you know what I mean? It's not going to happen like that, you know, like and
Nah,
so
they're just pushing forward, and
yeah, and that's what I
yeah.
mean. It's like the only change that will happen is when we start changing ourselves individually. Like as individuals, if we start looking at things differently, you know, like that reflects amongst more groups of people and more groups of people and more groups of people. You don't you the when you try to espouse change by just shouting it out, people will look at you crazy, right? You're the crazy person who's just preaching. But if you try to reach certain people and they conduct themselves in the way that you do, and then but it's not based off of us, so sort of like cult or you follow me and I'll to teach the way. No, you individualize yourself and you create yourself to be a smarter, more integral person. Then that that is all we need to build a better society, not have people be in agreement all the time. Don't be, you know, like we don't have to be that. We don't have to be fucking people that agree with everything. We just have to be smarter in the way we conduct ourselves. We just have to be more empathetic to the person next to us. Those are pretty much all the things we need to do. The golden rule is treat me like I want to be treated, or treat somebody else like you want to be treated. Excuse me, I said that wrong. You know what I mean? And that's the golden rule. We live by that, and everything should fall in line. You know, but the truth is that the way we get out of that zone is when we think about ourselves, or we think about the things that we care about, and don't want to treat people with the same respect because we want it all. And so that's actually the kind of like what I meant by putting the song that I put at the beginning. It's kind of leading towards the end here, because it's like that song is like, if you hear what the guy is saying, right? He's like I don't want your money, I want mine, right? It's that mentality. It's that, you know, don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do, but listen to what I'm telling you. You know, it's like no, it's a give and go. It's a two-way street. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I mean by when I say auditors got it wrong when they say about the Constitution. You know, like, oh, my rights. It's like, yeah, your rights, but everybody else has rights too. You know, like, and the minute you use the Constitution to trample on somebody else's rights, you've completely misused the Constitution for what it's worth. It's not that. It's not meant for you to trample on other people's rights. It's meant for you to be protected from the government. That's it. That's all it's for. And it's just so silly. It's just so silly because it's like the people who cry anarchy, it's like, yeah, we live in that society already. You don't wish to be a part of it, so how are you going to make society any different? You know, it's like oh, we should be able to do whatever we want. Okay, so what do you want? Abolish our police. Okay, so who's going to keep people from robbing you? Oh, well, I'll have a gun and I'll be able to shoot people. Okay, what about the people that don't have guns? Well, then I'll create a militia. Oh, you mean you create a police? No, it'll be a militia. You mean you'll create something to police your society, a cop? That's what you're gonna build. No, I'm building a militia.
Who's gonna be in charge of that one?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, don't you understand? The founding fathers built that exact society for the people, and they realized in their own wisdom that it can't be completely free, even if you wanted it to, because there's too many people in one society. There has to be some sort of regulation. Understood. But that's why they created the Constitution. The Constitution was created to protect the government from getting too big. That's what we're doing here. But we're fucking it up because instead of doing what the founding fathers wanted us to do and being okay, you know, like and not just the founding fathers, right? Because George Washington got it right. He didn't want to be a several terms president, right? If it wasn't for him, they probably would have not changed so much about the term stuff. But you see, this is the situation we're at right now. Congress, representatives, Senate has too much power. We need to give them term limitations. That's where we fucked up.
Right.
That's where we're crumbling. People don't fucking talk about it enough. They are the ones with the power. They're the ones holding us by the nutsack right now, and nobody goes up against them. They are the ones, not the president. The president is a puppet. He's the fucking dance man. You know what I mean? And it's like, whenever you get one that doesn't dance the way they want to,
yeah. He's just a clown because, like, when people say Trump 2024, I'm like, dude, what did he do to make America great again? We still had outsourcing. He didn't end the war in Afghanistan. I mean, where were the jobs? Because I was there during the Trump era like anybody else. I'm like, okay, let's make America great again. What the fuck are you doing? Absolutely nothing. And then, you know, at the end of his term, he was threatening to use the military to inject everybody. I was like, okay, what the hell is this? So Biden, when he came in, I was actually relieved. I was like, we need to get this lunatic Trump out of here. Biden, he's not going to do shit. He didn't do shit. He just ruined the economy. And I was like, okay, well, that sucks. But Trump was going to do that anyways if he was reelected. I mean, he was already proven to be a member of the whatever you want to call it, the WEF or whatever, the evil fuckers. And people just didn't want to see it. They're like, "Oh no, bring him back." I'm like, dude, the guy didn't do shit. And he just betrayed his country, literally right in front of your face.
Yeah, no,
So,
exactly
you know.
that. And the thing is that like, check it out. Trump had some good ideas. Trump, I believed a lot of the stuff that he thought he was gonna do. Where Trump fucked up is
Yeah.
that because and I'll tell you how Trump fucked up. Trump fucked up like this. See, Trump understands one thing. He understands that he's not the expert on everything, and that's smart. That's what a smart man does. A smart businessman knows that he's not gonna he's not gonna be the best at, say, military stuff or finances in the like global, sphere or whatever. He's not going to be good at criminal justice and how we prosecute certain things, right? So he had to kind of like, even though he was talking a big game, he allowed people within Washington to take the reins on certain things, right? Those people still did what they wanted to do, and now that they did what they wanted to do, they had somebody to blame because everybody was talking shit about Trump, right? So it's like, okay, cool, Trump, give me the reins. I'm your guy. I got you. Fuck it, we're boys, right? Yeah, cool. And Trump was like, cool, you handle that because I really don't want to handle that, right? Shit happens, and then when shit happens, it's like, hey, Trump, what's going on with this? And him, because he's the consummate businessman, the consummate seller, instead of him being like, you know what? I appointed somebody else to do that, just like everybody in fucking Washington does. He went, oh no, it's the best idea. It's the best thing. It's the best thing in the world. You don't worry because I've only picked the best people. The same people that are buried us in the fucking ground for years and years and years are the same people I put in charge. So everything that I said is invalidated because you put the same people who have been in charge forever in the same fucking position. That's not how that works. If you want to empty out the pond, as he said, you have to empty out the pond first, fucker. Like you don't appoint people who are already in the fucking pond. Like you get it. That's where he fucked up. That's where he made a mistake.
I mean, but that's what he's supposed to do. Like, people believe that. He even kept reciting that stupid poem. You knew that I was a snake, but you let me in. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? The damn snake? Look, he's a snake. He's laughing in everybody's faces. People were confused. Like, why do you keep repeating that snake poem? And then he said, storm's coming, and everybody laughs. I'm like, you guys don't see that. He's talking about himself. He ain't going to do shit.
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't because
It's like mockery, dude.
It is a mockery. Our Congress is a mockery of what it's supposed to be, and that's exactly the problem. The problem is Nancy Pelosi. The problem is what's his name, McDonald, fucking. But there are people who understand this. Yeah. People like fucking Jordan. What the fuck's his name? That other senator. I keep forgetting their names right now. I'm blanking out because I'm kind of
you're talking about that dude who, like, I mean, he goes with the narrative too if you pay close attention. Like, see, here's the thing, like, if I say what happened recently was a complete charade, either you done your homework or you didn't do your homework. I've done my homework on virology and virologists and Kerry Mullis. If you don't know who he is, I feel sorry for anybody right now. People like Stefan Lanka, was it Amanda Vollner? Like, all these people, like, you should have done the research already, because I just learned about terrain theory, which if you type in terrain theory or something like that on YouTube, it'll get removed. Well, riddle me that, so the charade is there. They actually expose themselves, but nobody cares about it because they're like, well, are you a scientist? No, but I know how to do some simple research to show that this whole thing was you know what. But people just want to still believe, and you know what? It's all over Hollywood. Like, oh, virus this, virus that. Well, why do you think it's all over Hollywood and in books and science? Because they want you to believe that it exists. I'm sorry, I can't see it. So what? You have to see it to believe it? Like, oh no, because they say it exists, so it exists. People are so freaking brainwashed beyond belief. I don't even want to go through trying to unfuck themselves. You know,
Yeah,
it's
well,
just it's almost impossible.
well, dude, my thing is like, okay, fucking, fucking pandemic, whatever the fuck, right? Okay, whatever, shit happens, and then but then you follow the fucking story, right? You follow the trail of the investigation and shit, and they're like fucking just skeeting around the fact that the same person that we have in charge for fucking for health and fucking like the Surgeon General of the fucking United States is the same guy that runs the laboratory where the fucking leak happened. So what the fuck is going on there?
Yeah, but
And
that's
then
the problem. That's the problem. Like, that's just another decoy dead end, bro. Like, when you do research on virology, go to a website called BitChute. That's
I got it.
C CHUT.
No,
Like, just I don't know if there's videos still up there. Hopefully they didn't get censored, but they explain the whole fiasco. Like, there are no such thing as V's, if you know what I mean. You guys gotta just, it makes sense, bro. And this has been a centuries old lie with Louis Pasteur and Antoine Bennett. Just go look at the story. It's so open book. It's not even funny. And people still want to believe that there was a leak. There's no fucking leaks. There's no such thing as contagion. People are so brainwashed since they're little kids, and it's just disgusting. It's really disgusting.
Well, what I'm leading to is this. What I'm leading to is this is like it's like, see, they will try to dismiss anything that sounds like something that could sound like a fucking conspiracy or whatever. It could sound like whatever. But I always say I always say this. You you can't get away with certain things, right? Like fucking there's things that you can't get away with because people can't keep their fucking mouth shut. So eventually that information gets out. Now all you can do is try to suppress it. Like you said, you got the BitChute, you got all this.
Right.
I always come down to one thing, and this is the part where I don't get why people like you can dismiss it because you have your belief on virology. You can dismiss it because you have your beliefs on what science is or whatever. Well, everything has a point of integrity where those things have to have a certain thing that makes sense. And none of that shit about the virus, about pandemics, about everything doesn't make sense in the world we live in. Like, you live in reality, I live in reality. Why can't you suss that out for yourself? How many times did you hear that the flu changes its own biology to fucking fit our immunity, right? And you hear about that shit, but yet somehow this virus is different because it's more powerful. Like, what are you talking about? And okay, oh fuck, it's coming over here. It's kind of funny how timed it is. You know what I mean? Like who says fucking because it got released over there that it was gonna take exactly a fucking month for it to travel across the sea, right? Or that people who weren't fucking in quarantine or whatever, and who's fucking how do we know that we treated every single fucking person? How naive is that to fucking think we've got billions of people
magic,
on the planet. Yeah, what? And you know what made me laugh more than anything when all this shit started? When they said, "Oh, it's gonna take about 2 weeks to curve the fucking 2 weeks." You're fucking talking about billions of people that could possibly be infected. Are you out of your fucking mind?
See,
go ahead.
Here's another thing. I told you I used to have a truth channel, man, but people weren't ready for it, and I wasn't the only one who talked about some of these things. I mean, it's already out there. Some of them. One of them was the population lie. That's why they want to take down my channel, and I just took it down myself. I was starting to get death threats about because that was my number one video, the population lie. And it had legit calculations and everything, and also references to people who've done far more research than I have. And for instance, like if there were supposedly millions in a city or billions in the world, like none of them made sense. Like, and actually, if you look at the real numbers, I say real numbers because populations have been declining for a long time now. People are not having large families or enough kids to replace everybody dying of this and that, and or just having kids at all. So I mean, it's actually the complete opposite. People don't want to look into it. They're like, no, we're still 8 billion. I'm like, you motherfuckers, either do your research now before it's all censored, or just follow the stupid, ignorant narratives. I mean, you guys got to wake up. We don't have time for this shit. You know, you guys are falling for all these narratives that you're being lied to right in your face, and that's how they continue their agendas. You know, but
Yeah,
today's truth speech is a crime. So I have to keep my mouth shut most of the time because people are like, "Well, show me proof." Well, why would that? And I don't have. I'm so fucking sick of explaining myself. I just say, go do research or shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm so sick of it, dude.
we're on the same boat when it comes to that, because I'm just like, you know what? I'm not gonna hold your hand. I'm not gonna hold your hand. You're an adult.
Just go,
Fucking go look it
go
up.
look
Like,
into it. Just go look into it, or don't
well,
believe what I don't care, dude. I'm gonna sleep like a baby. You know, I mean, it's fine.
yeah, but you see the thing to me,
You know?
is like, it's like you went extensive with it. You went extensive with it, right? And you fucking like you're sussing things out because you want to feel like, you know, you have the information that you need to talk to these people or whatever. I say, you know what? You don't even have to go that far, because I see things like this. If I'm talking to you and you lie to me about something, like say something small, right? And it's very not important, and whether or not I know it or I don't know it, it's unimportant to me. But you decided to lie to me about it anyways. I say to myself, this guy's a liar, right? And so all you gotta fucking do is give yourself a little bit of time and watch C-SPAN, watch Congress, watch those people fucking work.
C-SPAN. I've
You
seen
know,
that shit. Yes.
you know what I'm talking about? Like, just watch them at
Yeah.
work. Watch them fucking doing what they're doing. And you sit back and you watch that shit and you're like, I'm watching a room full of fucking liars. Bunch of fucking liars who have no integrity,
Yeah.
who are sitting there talking shit to each other. Mostly what people would call drama is what they're doing. And then at the end of the day, they go out to have lunch together. Like, it
Yeah.
am I
Pretty much.
am I
Yeah.
fucking going crazy? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, do we not see where the cancer is? Do we not see where the shit is? And the shit is in Congress. I can't say enough how much it's Congress. Because think about it, dude. Think about it. The president didn't meet with the fucking head of Google. It wasn't the president who met with the head of Google. It was Congress. Congress is the one that has the trials about Twitter. Congress is the one that has had trials about social media. Nobody in the Oval Office or in the fucking judicial has had anything to do with those meetings. So what the fuck is going on when they're suppressing news about certain things in Google and other places? And by the way, what the funny thing is that, like, you remember there was other things like Yahoo and Bing and, you know, other search engines. How come you don't hear about them anymore? It's not like, I mean, you know that YouTube channels can have all kinds of fucking like millions and millions. How come you can't suss out a little bit of fucking place for fucking Yahoo in your fucking advertising? How come Yahoo can't get that big? How come there's other search
Yeah.
that don't come out? You know what I mean? It's
They
like,
somebody
go ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Somebody did a video on Google searches, and I remember Google used to say, "Oh, there's millions of results," and nowadays it's like, you reached the end of the page. I'm like, what? Wait, when did this happen? I mean, nobody talks about this. It's true too, you know.
Yeah,
It's really
it's like,
yeah.
what the fuck was Jack Doherty doing when he went to meet with Congress? Why? It's funny. It's funny how WikiLeaks was such a strong source from information. The Epstein stuff comes out, he gets fucking killed. I don't give a fuck. He didn't die. He didn't fucking suicide. He was killed. That
Yeah.
man, that man had an island for fucking whores. Okay, a pimp doesn't kill himself. He was happy with his fucking life, and he thought he had enough. He had the power. He had the power to be able to protect himself because he was the fucking pimp for fucking for presidents and fucking congressmen. He thought, I'm good, right? He didn't fucking kill himself. They killed him. Fucking you got journalists that call this shit out, and they're fucking hiding out in other countries. It's like, come on, guys. Like, is it Like, what the fuck are we doing as a fucking society? You know what I mean? It's like that's the shit that's like that really gets to me. To be honest with you, it's like that really pisses me off because it's so obvious. The people who are doing this stuff are these Congress people. Why can't I was in California, and who did fucking we have for Congress at the Senate? Nancy Pelosi and that other fucking bitch. And it's like, why? Why can't I have a fucking third person? You know what I mean? Why can't there be fucking 5 people from the Democratic Party going after that shit? Why do I have to vote in a primary? Let people from other fucking parties fucking vote too. You know, like why? Why do I have to follow your system? I want to vote and I want my vote to count. So I ain't gonna fucking vote for you guys. But why do I? Oh well, you have to put in for a political party, and then you gotta make. No, I don't want to do that. Let me fucking choose whoever the fuck I want. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what the
Yes,
fuck?
2 weeks of the same corrupt bird, man. I mean, what about the third party, fourth party, fifth? It's only 2 parties to choose. It's pretty sad. I mean, nobody gets it yet.
Right. It's like open your eyes, people. Open your eyes. And then to make the president either or party, what the fuck is he? He's a fucking puppet. No matter what, he's always gonna be a fucking puppet for the Congress. He's not gonna be independent. If we could choose the president to be from an independent source, like we can play party system all day in Congress, right? Please go ahead. But the president shouldn't come from either one of those parties. He should espouse maybe some values from them if you want to make him relatable to one or the other party. But I believe he should come from an independent source because, like that, he has no bias. There is no team, there is no club, there is no group. You know, fucking Trump had it right, but he didn't execute right. He didn't look past his ego. That's where he fucked up.
I don't know. Like I see like a King Arthur, Knights of the Round Table, but without a King Arthur. Like if like say for instance, 50 states, right? Okay, a leader from each state. I don't know what is it, the the governor or some shit, right? Or Senate, whatever representative, somebody from each state for crying out loud. That's kind of like a sort of president. So they're all in the table of 50 of these motherfuckers, and then that way it's all balanced. There's not one dictator saying what's going to happen, what's not. And then they do votes in the with all the 50 states, and then you get to choose which state you want to live in according to how corrupt they are. I don't know, something like that.
Well, the fucking Merb fucking and every day I'm starting to fucking like I'm really starting to fucking like his fucking ideology on this shit because he's like we should just go back to a monarchy. Like he's like fucking like let's just do that. And I'm all like fucking every day I'm just like maybe you know because, you know what I mean? Because it's like dude like fucking like
But it already
it's just too many.
it already is a monarchy, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna disagree, but the thing is that it's veiled, right? It's veiled, and so it's too many pockets
Right.
of power, like fucking like people who hold little pockets of power, and the one thing that needs to be addressed in the type of republic that we've built is the term limits for the Congress people. They should only have 2 terms. That's it. Out. Your 2 terms out. 2 terms out. 2 terms out. Because the thing is that the reason why we didn't want the president to have fucking more than 2 terms was because we don't want him to have that much power. So why do fucking people in Congress have 2 terms? More than 2 terms. It's like they should have the same amount as the president. I don't fucking get why that's so fucking hard to understand.
No, yeah, I totally agree. You know, but there's still people who still don't see it.
Yeah, they don't, and they don't care. The thing is that most people don't care. They espouse their lives and they fucking they like their fucking Netflix, their Google, their YouTube.
The circus, yeah, dude.
Yeah, they like it. They're being distracted and they like it and fucking and with all this fucking like stuff that happened, you know, like fucking pandemics and all that shit, you know, I mean, you're gonna have to like as far as like convincing me, like as far as like what they wanted to do with that, I have no idea. Who knows? Fucking
It's they actually they wrote if you look up WEF and the something agenda, I forgot what it was called. They did it in like after the first year or during the first year they released they don't really give a shit, by the way, and they played it book step by step. It was I can't, man. I want to remember what it was called, but just look up WEF agenda during that if you can at the BitChute site, because that's the only site you can pretty much trust for the most part. Not everybody on there, but yeah, you'll get good accuracy. YouTube won't give you nothing. But yeah, they actually had the book, and it's still out there. Nobody cares. Like you said, somebody coughs it up eventually, and they're putting play by play the whole thing. So everybody knew what was coming next, and people were like, "No, that's conspiracy, bro." It's in this document that they released. It's already been. Look at it. We're literally doing this step right here, and people still didn't believe it. I'm like, you fuckers are so stupid. They tell you what they're gonna do before they do it. There's no secret. I want to remember what it called, but it's been so long already. It was during the beginning, and the book came out. It's not a book like you buy on Amazon. I'm saying it was a pamphlet that they had an agenda. I just search for WF agenda. I'm sure you can find it like a doctrine, or not doctrine, but agenda. I don't know, man. Step by step. Yeah, type in step by step. You should get it.
I'll check it out. I'll let you know what
I
I
don't know
think.
if I can get here.
I'm guessing this is where you and Lupe were fucking clashing, right? It had to do with this stuff.
Yeah, like she came in. I was like, she's like, oh, vaccines save lives, and I'm like, you're kidding, right? Because I mean, what if you have your children and you go get vaccinated and then one of them or two of them dies and oh, that couldn't have been the vaccine. And so she got pissed off when I said that. And I said, okay, well, come on the panel and let's have a scholarly discussion. Well, she came on the panel like with an attitude and shit. And later on, she said she apologized for it. And because I said, okay, can we just do a clean slate? Because it's really getting old now. Like, you're still pissed off at me. It's really getting so beyond childish. Like, I'm literally getting like bored. You know what I mean? Like, come on, like try harder, or it's just not gonna work. It's just like anyway. So she, and then she says, "Well, you started it," and I was like, "I didn't start shit. I actually asked the first question. I waited for somebody else to ask another question. They didn't ask anything because they don't give a shit." And so I was like, "Okay, so I'm gonna ask another question." And then she left, and she came back, and then she wanted to bitch and whine and act like a kid. And then I went back. I acted like a kid with her. It was kind of funny. But then after that, it was kind of sad because she kept on days and days, and I'm like, well, it looks like you're the butthurt one. And if she's a real nurse or not, I don't care. Do whatever you want. But if you want to have a discussion, not a debate, a discussion where we actually make progress, because debates are like, I'm just going to say my shit and ignore your shit, and we don't get nowhere.
Well, debates are supposed to be.
So that's what happened with Lupe.
Debates are supposed to be fucking academic. They're not supposed to be fucking. They're not meant to be like fucking arguing. They're supposed to be fucking like right. Just making an argument for your idea. You know what I mean? It's kind of like peer review in an open setting. But a lot of people don't look at it that way. They look at it like, oh, I'm going to use it to fucking convince people. No, you're not supposed to convince people. You're supposed to make an argument for your stuff, and whether it works or not, your peers will judge you on that. But when it comes to the vaccine thing, see the thing is that look, for me it's like this. Okay, some vaccines make sense, right? They make sense because they work. They work. But this is the thing. This is the thing,
dude.
No. Listen. Let me just speak my piece before you get into what you're gonna say. Okay? Because, no. Listen. I come from a practical place. I don't come from a place of fucking acting like I know everything. I'm just letting you know. How.
Me neither.
Okay. Look, listen. When we start at one point, right? Obviously, the first vaccines make sense because they come from a place of what you're talking about, where it's like venom and anti-venom, right? It's the easiest way I can explain it to you. You have venom. It's bad. It can hurt you. You create anti-venom. You put it in yourself. It helps you create immunity towards it. How does your immunity system work? Your immunity system works in the way that it fights anything that comes in. It creates two things: antibodies and the actual way of destroying it, right? The antibodies are the things that recognize your body has a pathogen or something that's bad. So when you have a pathogen that your body doesn't recognize, it's possible that it can create damage in your body without your body doing anything. So your body has to create an immunity. Now, what happened with certain things like polio? Well, we figured out that polio can be produced in a certain way that, artificially can be made so that your body can attack it and create some sort of immunity towards it. So we create a fake, type of virus that's going to go into your body, and your body's going to attack it, and it's going to have that. It makes sense because it's simple. It's a simple process. It's not easy to do. It's not an easy thing to do, but it's simple. And it makes sense because all of that seems like it works in nature, right? But when you start getting into the fucking things like RNA, viruses and how they work and stuff like that, they're a little bit more complicated. They're a little bit more different, right? It's just that, when you start looking at the way nature works without any human intervention, right? Without other people getting involved, or people trying to do research and shit like that, in the sense that they're doing experiments on people. Nature works in a certain way. Your immunity works in a certain way. There are certain deficiencies in your immunity that might complicate things that happen to you. But other things don't work the way they say they do. And then when they do, and you understand the way nature works, it'll clash with the way you see things. So that's where I think people will suss out when things don't look right. That's where I'm at. Is that like, I'm never going to say I know exactly for sure something, but I will say that I know how certain things work because I live in reality. I live in the real world, and I've seen these things. Like I said, the pandemic stuff never rubbed me the right way. Ever since the beginning, like, I didn't have to do a lot of research on it. It just didn't make sense to me. It's like when people talked about like killer bees, right? Remember the whole thing about people being scared about killer bees? Like, I used to say to myself, well, if these killer bees are fucking around, right? Like, if they could come around whenever or whatever, they're like loose. I was like, I don't see bees fucking flying around when I go outside my house. Now, it didn't mean that there possibly was like fucking some killer bees loose or whatever, right? But there was something else to that just like, why make such a big deal, right?
Yeah.
If I didn't want society to panic, I wouldn't tell them that the bees are out. I would just be like, oh, you know what? More people are more allergic to bees than what you think. We know whatever, right? So if you look at not only the way they treat certain things and how they treated this, there has to be more to it. There has to be more to this situation. It's not just about a vaccine. Now, well, fucking the health part and all, like however you feel about it, I always like fucking like I don't take me wrong. I'm not saying that you're crazy for thinking the way you think. That would be fucking dismissing everything that you did. If you did
That's fine. That's
But
fine. I don't even mind, bro.
my feeling is that in people who manipulate and people who try to like fucking like fuck people up, right? In the sense that they're trying to like push them towards different things. I think that they take certain parts of reality and they twist them so that you have doubts, so that you have doubts towards certain things. I don't think that it's 100.
Well,
I
can
don't,
I ask you? Can I ask you one question? Like two questions. Two questions, right quick, right? So, if have you been to space? Have you landed on the moon yourself? Just you.
no.
Okay, so this means that you're putting your trust in NASA, science, government, school, blah blah blah. Whatever they say, I guess it's true, right? Because I wasn't there. Okay, have you been there back when supposedly Jesus and Muhammad or whatever? I wasn't there, you weren't there, right? Okay, so we're putting faith in all these people who claim that it happened, history, whatever, right? Religious
Actually,
people.
no.
Now, also, are also have you seen a virus with your own eyes? No, you can't because it's invisible to the naked eye. So I can claim to you anything. You're just gonna have to take science's word for it or whatever. These are not natural things. You're putting your faith into what supposedly somebody's telling you when it's all for an agenda. When you actually look in a macro way, not a micro way, you're too close to the tree. You can't see the forest. The ultimate agenda is to indoctrinate you with these things, both macro and microly, right? Because you're not there, you weren't there, whatever, and you just blind faith, just like religion. Well, I guess the scientists are right. There's no agenda here, folks. The government
Well,
loves us. They want to tell the truth at every corner.
okay.
When
Well,
you have like a proven
I'm not gonna look.
billion
Hang on.
whatever billions of like a fraud called it's a fraud called NASA, right? Like the biggest fraud. I mean,
Okay.
amongst lots of frauds,
Wait,
like
wait, wait. Let's
proven
not
to be a
hang
fraud, but
on.
people still don't get it. They
Hang
still
on.
don't get it.
Hang on, but hang on. Look. Let me go.
We're not gonna we're not gonna get to. Trust me, I've been through this.
No,
That's
no,
why I
no.
took down my truth channel. It
Wait,
was too much,
wait,
bro. It's too much. Like
wait. No. Wait.
it's
Because
too much.
no, wait. Look. I'm an atheist and I'm a skeptic. I know what you're going through. Okay, I know what you're going through. But listen, to me.
Everybody believes in something.
I don't. But let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Okay. Just because I don't presume that every single fucking like thing out there is exactly a big conspiracy doesn't mean that I don't think that things are out there that people influence. That's not that would be wrong. That would be naive for me to think. So don't think that I'm not meeting you halfway here when I say this. Science
Okay.
Science has its practicality and then it has its mythology. Okay? The mythology is what people espouse to it because they don't understand that science is literally people experimenting and failing. Okay? Science is very very hard to understand because people want it to be perfect. People think that scientists speak in absolutes, but they don't. They actually speak in failure. They create something or say something. Let's say they come up with a theory, right? And what do people think about theories? Oh, that's just an idea. No, it's not. What it is that they come up with a law for what nature is. It's a law that is conduced based on reality. And what they do is that they say, will this work if I do this? Will this work if I do that? If it covers all the bases. Hang on.
Like
Let me finish.
respectfully, though. I mean,
Let me
you'd agreed. I'm just letting you know, man.
Let me finish because I'm getting somewhere. Okay, I know. This is not. It's not. We have to do the full thing before you tell me. You know what I mean? Because I listened to you, and I'm not. And trust me, I have plenty of friends that think like you do, and it's not. I'm not dismissing it by any means necessary. You have a point to what you're saying, but what I'm telling you is that I'm coming to you at a place to understand that science isn't a belief. It isn't a conduit for you for people to create a belief system on it. Science is just a formula. That's all it is. It's a math equation, basically. That's all it
all
is.
Right.
It's not for
one question.
Now, if you put
well, there's
go ahead.
Just on that thing you just said, because you just said a mouthful right there. The Big Bang. That's the same as God created the earth in 7 days. Everything out of nothing. Something. It doesn't matter. Who the hell was there to even? It's not a calculation. That's faith. That's the mythological part.
But you see, that's what I'm trying.
It's completely. Come on, dude. Just let me tell you. Like, you haven't been to school at all, and somebody tells you that shit. Are you just gonna blindly believe it because it come from scientists? Like, what the fuck is that? Everything out of nothing, or some god in the sky created? Nobody knows. Period. Nobody knows.
Yes, and this is what I'm trying to tell you.
That's it. For science to claim, for science to ignorantly claim that shit, that's sad, bro.
Okay, I get you, but look,
it's sad.
Okay,
it's really sad.
Okay, but can I explain to you? Where look? I won't fight with you in the sense that science explains
No,
things.
there's no fighting, dude. I don't
No, no,
represent.
no, no,
I
no,
don't give a
no.
shit about science,
Just
bro.
just listen to what I have to tell you. Okay, just listen to what I have to tell you because I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this because
But
these are
why
people.
though? We obviously disagree on this shit, so it's okay.
Because
We can drop it. It's okay.
no, 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 no.
I'm fine, bro.
Because I don't know. I
I've
don't
done
know.
it all. I've done so much. I've done like over 15 years in this shit. It's the
It's
same
okay. It's
shit over
okay.
and over.
It's okay. It's
And
okay.
I
I'm
just
listening to
don't,
you. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you. The thing is that
it's
I want you.
okay.
I just want you.
Respect. It's all respectfully.
And I'm not. And I look. Am I saying like, oh, fuck you and cutting you off? No. The thing is that I want you.
No,
I want to just give you a different view. Maybe you haven't heard it
it
like this.
doesn't matter, bro,
I
bro.
understand. No, no,
I'm
no.
already set. I
I
can't take
understand.
it, dude.
I
Literally
understand.
understand. It kills. It hurts my brain because if you
Okay.
don't do the same research I've done, we're not on the same page. And
Yeah,
you're
but
free to do so. You have your freedom. I got my freedom. We're just not gonna click, bro. It's not
right.
gonna happen. I'm
No,
being honest
it's
with
not.
you. I've been through
It has
this
nothing to do with
so many
It has nothing
times,
to
dude.
no, but you see, look,
We
you're
don't have
getting
to. So
you. Why are you closing
I'm
off to me?
just
Why are you
saying,
closing
dude.
off? Why are you closing off? Why are you
Because
closing off?
look, we barely know each other, and let
Right,
me tell you something
exactly.
about conspiracies and personal beliefs. It's like the high road to failure in most cases, and this is one of those cases. Like, I'm gonna stop telling you about conspiracies because you're gonna
No,
tell me what I don't want to hear, and you're gonna hear what you don't want to hear. There's
no,
nothing
no.
explorative. You know what I'm saying?
But you see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is that like, look, I heard what you said, and I never once cut you off and told you.
No, but dude, I'm
Say,
just
no,
saying I'm
look,
gonna save
listen,
at least
but listen,
save your
listen.
breath, save your energy. That's what I'm trying to prevent.
No, it's
It's
not.
not gonna make any difference
It's
to
not
me.
about that. It is not about
It
that.
is, bro. It
No,
is. I'm
look,
trying to say, look, don't waste your
watch me.
breath on me. Trust me,
Watch
it's
me.
not
Okay,
going to
no.
happen.
Okay. But if it's wasting breath, then let me just waste my breath, okay?
No,
Because I'm willing to do
no,
it.
no
But let me
offense.
just.
No offense, dude.
It's
I've
not
been
offense.
literally 5 hours with you, bro. I mean, I appreciate it, but
I'm not
I'm
upset.
saying
I'm trying to
this
get you to listen to me. I listen to you.
this is
Let me just. I
but
just want to
this
tell you one
is
thing. If it doesn't do anything, it doesn't do anything. But all I want to do is like I heard you out. I want you to hear me out. I just want to tell you one thing about that because I think it's not about you. It's not about what you're saying is wrong. See what you're saying is not wrong, but you're giving it to the wrong idea. See, like I told you, science doesn't say it knows what
it's not clicking, bro.
it look. I'm just listening. Listen to me. Science doesn't say it knows what created that. It doesn't say that. What it says, what the Big Bang it says, and like I said, science is bad at explaining things because scientists are always egotistical in the way they look at things. But the scientists are not the science. The science is just the
Oh,
formula, how they figured this out. What they're talking about when they say the Big Bang, they're not saying that the Big Bang is the creation. The Big Bang is the expansion of the universe. The universe is expanding.
dude, have you been in space? How do you know space exists, bro? Have you been in
Um,
space? I see a sky above us. Let's talk naturally, logically, and naturally. Enough with the books. I'm talking man to man, bro. Look at the sky. Have you been to space? You're blindly believing these dudes even the astronauts have been punching people who ask simple questions on
can you
camera,
see?
like, why so much aggression? And
Can you see Mars
they
with the
even
naked eye?
bubbles and shit in space helmets.
Can you see Mars with the naked
Bro,
eye?
there's been so much evidence, like, dude, now you're talking about planets because picture this, if I never would have told you about planets, you would never talk about them. When you look at the sky, you see
Um,
what? Oh, those are stars. You can call them
you don't
stars. I don't care,
you don't know words unless they teach them to you. That's just how things are,
bro.
dude.
That's what indoctrination is. I'm gonna just like
So
gangsters. I'm
you
gonna
were
teach you how to gang
indoctrinated to know
bang.
your
Okay,
language.
you want to get indoctrinated? I'm saying that
Dude, you have
indoctrination
to
is
at some.
about
Look,
brainwashing. It's
I get
bro,
you. I get what you're
bro.
saying. I get what you're saying, but
School is nothing. School is nothing but agendas, man. That's why I said we're not gonna reach any
true.
part. I've been through this so many times, man. My bad.
I'm not
I'll
fighting
even
you on that. I'm
apologize
not
for
fighting
it.
you on that aspect.
I'll even
I'm not
apologize for
arguing.
it. I'll be the better person if you want. I'll put down
But I
my
haven't.
sword, man. You're good to go.
No, but you see, the thing
You're
is
good to
that
go, man.
The thing is that I haven't. You see me getting hostile over this. I just want you to listen to my side too.
No, I'm not hostile.
Yeah.
I'm not hostile. I'm just preventing, like,
No,
dude.
there's
It
no preventing,
literally.
because I've already said that I'm willing
Well,
to accept you even with the ideals that you've espoused, and those
yeah, but you're
ideas aren't all like bullshit, and I'm not gonna dismiss them because I don't think they're
now,
100%
bro.
bullshit. I think they're
All I'm
misguided.
saying. All I'm saying, see, you say misguided. That's why it's not going to work. You're already debating. You're opposing what I'm saying. All I said in
I
the
have
beginning was
to.
do your research and maybe we can come back to it. But you don't want to do your research, and that's the problem.
But
So that's why I said
who's
we
to say
can't
I
discuss
haven't?
it,
Who's to say that I
bro.
haven't?
Bro, I've talked to so many people who have done so much research. You can tell because they don't do this. They don't say, "Oh, science this, science that," and no, we
I'm not.
actually talk about the
I'm
topic at
speaking.
hand.
I'm speaking off of what I know. So
I know,
if
but
I'm telling you,
it's just
if I'm telling you that you're the one, you don't want to hear what I have to say. I'm listening to what you have to say, and I'm
it's
trying to
not
do
that, dude. It's just
then what
I'm
is
trying to
it?
bring the stream to closure because like we been speaking for 5 hours. I was gonna ask you, dude, I do gotta go. Okay, not because of this shit. I was just trying to say, hey, maybe we could talk a little bit more about something before I gotta go. But we can't get off this topic. That's the problem. See what I'm saying? It's not gonna
We're gonna
work.
get
You
off
know
of
what I
the
mean?
love topic for 4 hours, my friend. That's
Yeah,
fine.
but that's a lot more productive for people. And there's not a conspiracy. It's something they can go out and test for
No, but it's
themselves, right?
fine
Based on
though.
the
No,
advice
look.
that we're giving.
Okay,
That's real
okay, look.
science, bro. That's not
Okay,
something
look.
that's taught to you.
Okay, fine. But you know what? People taught you how to
You
love
know what I'm
too.
saying?
People taught you how to love too.
What? No, I taught myself how to love, man. You can't say that. I thought you said you don't assume stuff of other people. Now you're assuming
Well,
stuff.
you
What's
just
up with
assumed
that?
that I didn't do any research.
Bro, it doesn't sound like you have. That's why I was offering, hey, go to this
So you're
channel. Maybe you
assuming
might
that
see
I don't know any
this.
research because I
You don't
sound
have
like
to.
it.
You
That's
don't
what you
have
just
to though,
did.
dude.
That's what you
Dude,
just
I have
did.
over 15 years speaking to people in the conspiracy community. 15 years,
And
bro. I
and
know
I
who
and I
has and
and
who
I
hasn't done
and
this.
I have plenty of years looking at academics about science and arguing debates about flat
Bro,
earth.
academics is indoctrination. That's the brainwashing shit that I'm against. It's
So
all indoctrination.
what you did is not brainwashing. How do you suss out the difference between what I learned and what you learned?
It's called intuition, but you're not interested in that. I can tell. You have to have
Wait a
most
minute.
open-minded
Wait a minute,
intuition.
though. Wait a minute.
Intuition, bro.
Why? How does your intuition differ from mine when it comes to research? What difference am I
It's
not looking at?
it's about your bro. I can't help you if you choose to believe in the books. I can't help you. I grew up with the books too. Okay. Now, if you're gonna, you're gonna try to get into my world of the conspiracies, that's why I said I don't care. Trying to
Did
convince
I
people.
mock you? Did I mock you? Did
No,
I say,
I'm
oh,
just,
that's wrong?
bro. I'm just, yes, you're saying that I'm wrong. Like, where
I
you
didn't
are
say
like
that.
wrong is,
I
I'm
didn't.
like,
I
dude,
said
I'm
I
not
wasn't
wrong
gonna
because,
dismiss you.
I mean,
I said I wasn't
I
gonna dismiss
see,
you. I
I
said
see
I
how the,
wasn't.
bro. I'm just
Dude,
saying,
again,
I see how
look,
governments lie through indoctrinating
my
schools.
friend,
I
my
see it all,
friend,
dude.
my friend.
Yeah.
Could you realize something? Could you realize something? When we got into this conversation,
What?
before we got into this conversation, and I'm not gonna
Which,
wait.
yeah,
Before we got into this conversation, we were talking evenly. I said something,
right,
you said something. We
right,
were in agreement. Now we're in disagreements.
right.
But when I start
Yeah,
espousing my
because you
point,
disagree with me.
when I start
Yeah.
espousing my point, you jump all over it. You don't let me finish, just like I let you
No,
finish. I did. I let you
bro,
express your opinion. You're
I'm
not letting me
trying
expose mine.
I'm trying to stop the train from colliding. I already know where this is going. See what I'm saying? I'm trying to save this conversation from going south. You know what
It
I'm
doesn't. It
saying,
doesn't.
bro?
It doesn't need to be saved because the thing is that
It,
I'm not gonna. I'm look. Greg.
dude,
Let me just say something. Let me just say something real quick, okay?
it is.
Let me just hang
It's
on.
Ben. It's Ben, dude. It's Ben.
On. Hang on.
You've been speaking to me 5 hours. My name is Ben, bro. It's not
Ben,
Greg. It's Ben.
I'm sorry. I'm
Are
sorry.
you aware of
You know
that?
what? Hang on. You know why I keep calling you Greg? Because since the beginning, I have fucked up
I
and
have no idea.
No, since the beginning, I put meet Gregory on the thing, and I keep looking at the stupid name on my title.
All right.
So
Well,
forgive me for that.
all
But
right. It's all
that's
good.
not me. That's not
It's
me
all
being a
good.
dick towards you at all. I just keep looking at that, and it keeps fucking me up. But Ben, listen, my thing is this. My thing is this. Okay, my fucking thing is this. Okay, I am not dismissing any part of the conversation we had before because of this, and I don't want you to think that I dismiss you because of this. I like you for what we talked about, and we can still have this conversation at another time if you want to go. I want you to understand
All
that.
right.
And
All right.
I want you to understand that when I'm talking to you and telling you these things, I'm not trying to make you like, like you have your thoughts on it and I have my thoughts on it. I'll never
Yeah.
say that your thoughts are dumb or that you don't, as long as you genuinely believe in what you believe in, it's what you believe in, dude. And if you want to look at my scientific beliefs as beliefs, then that's what you can look at them as. Look, it doesn't make a difference.
No,
for
not
me.
you, not you. It's what you've been taught. That's the part I'm against. Not you
Well,
personally. This is
sure.
not personal.
No, it isn't, and I don't want you to. No, that's all. That's all I'm saying is that I don't want you to think that because, but I hope that next time when this subject does get broached, just allow me to expound. Like allow me to expound. I'll allow you to expound as much as you want. And let me expound whether or not it makes a difference to us whether we change our minds. Remember, people may come back and see this, and so I don't want people to think that my thoughts are exactly like yours, even though I do agree with you with some things. I'm not going to disagree with you on other things. If there are things that we
Yeah, that's
disagree with,
cool.
I want to be able for our opinions to be, shared as far as like what you think and what I think. That's all I'm saying. I know that you have done your extensive research, and I'm not dismissing that at all. Believe me, I'm not saying that you're stupid or that you're just following or anything like that. What I'm saying is that that's a different way of viewing things. And I have done a lot of research and stuff like that, and I view things in a different way. Just like I said, I really
Yeah,
don't have a belief in anything. I don't believe in anything here or there or anything like that. But that's because, like I said, I espouse to nature, to what I see in nature, and I get it. You're gonna use that in your arguments with this, and
No, bro. No arguments at all, bro. No arguments. I
it's okay.
promise you that.
It's okay to have arguments. It's okay.
Not
Argument
at all, dude.
doesn't mean fight. Argument doesn't mean fight. Argument just means
like
it's your research and knowledge that you're putting out in the forefront, and I'm putting my knowledge and research on my forefront. That's all what an argument is.
I'm hearing you, bro. I'm just saying that I've been through this type of scenario so many times that I'm like, let me just save it right here. No offense to
There's nothing.
you.
But
I know where this is
see,
going.
look, but you see, you got.
It's not because of you. Yo, Jerry, it's not because of you. It's because of me. I can't handle people who disagree with me in the conspiracy world because it's something so personal to me. It's not you. It's that my mind has already been made up. Yes, it has. And it's sickening that the lies continue because science lies, history lies, religion lies, all of this fucking lies. Call me whatever you want, anybody. I don't care. So that's why I just say, let's just screech the halt here. Change the topic. I'm good. There's no need to debate. Even on my side, I'm not trying to convince you of nothing. You know what I'm saying? I just want to go into peaceful conversations, bro.
I get where you're coming from, but just know that I don't run from the conversation. If you want to have it, if you feel like you want to,
I'm not running. I'm just saying, dude, do you ever get pissed off at something that you believe so much in, and somebody comes up to you with something different? You're not taking it out on them personally. Like, what's his name? Brooklyn. I don't hate him. He's a pretty decent guy, but what he did to me was fucked up. So that's unforgivable. I'm not coming back. Unsubbed. Goodbye forever. Fuck that guy. Right? But nothing. It's not personal. Right? So the same thing here. Look, dude, it's like a Muslim talking to a Christian. You just can't have that conversation most of the times because their own minds are already made up, and it's offensive and all this shit. It doesn't mean they're wrong. They have the freedom to believe whatever they want. This is what I mean when people can't handle freedom. So if I say it's not going to work, it's because I know it's not going to work with me.
What I'm trying to say is that, like, I get what you're saying, and I completely get what you're saying.
I don't have the patience. Bro. I just don't have the patience for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have
Okay.
anxiety issues or anything, but when it comes to
No,
conspiracy
no, no,
stuff,
no, no,
like
no.
when people are trying to
I get
lecture
it.
me on
I get
science and
it.
shit, I can't
I
do
get
it.
it.
I can't do
I
it,
get it.
dude.
I get it, and I appreciate. I
It's like
appreciate that.
it's like
Could you look?
yeah, like I'm just trying.
I understand you're riled up, but let me just go. Let me just go ahead and let you know. I
It's all
appreciate what
good. I'm not riled up, bro. I'm just
you
letting you know,
sound like
dude.
it. You sound like it, but I'm not even
No,
trying. I'm not
bro,
even look.
bro,
Look,
because
I'm not
after
trying.
so many years,
I'm not trying
I've
to.
dealt with trolls. I've dealt with everybody.
I get it, and I'm not trying. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to put you in this back and forth or whatever. What I'm trying to let you know is that I appreciate that you're telling me where you're at with that belief, and like I can respect that you don't want to broach those subjects or whatever. I'm just letting you know that I do have the patience to have those conversations. Look, I told you, I
Yeah,
don't do
because you haven't been through what I've been through, and I understand that. When you've
no
gone through
no
the shit that I went through,
and
it's
and and
annoying, bro, because you already set up your mind. Now
well
you're trying to say that you have the patience and I don't. It's now that's another
no
conflict, bro.
no, but
I'm
you
not
see.
saying anything.
But no, but you see, the thing is that you, no, I'm just espousing what you said because the thing is that I'm not saying
Okay,
anything contrary to what you're saying. The thing is that what I'm
you
trying to
are.
tell you, what I'm trying to tell you is that I know that maybe you've had a lot of conversations or you've been through a lot of shit,
Tons.
your beliefs, but I personally myself, I don't run. I like I said, I
I'm
if
not
I
running, bro. I'm not running. It's been
hang
five
on,
hours 15. I've been right here,
hang on.
bro.
I know. Hang on. Let me just finish my thought. I know my thoughts are kind of like long and shit, so it takes me a while. But look, I told you I don't like easy cameras on. I don't like that he hits women, and I'm not gonna be cool with him ever. But if he wanted to come on and have a conversation as to why it's not cool to hit women, I'll have him on because you know what? I don't care. I want to have the conversation. Now, it doesn't make a difference to me, whether or not we have the same ideals or not. And this is what I'm trying to get at. I still think you're a nice guy, and I like some of the stuff you talked about. It doesn't mean that I have to throw you away because we're not the same in conspiracy and science belief. You think you're my first friend that's ever talked like you do, and I'm not saying, that's why I'm being very delicate and not trying to make it seem like you're crazy because you're not. I think you're a smart guy, and the thing is that sometimes we smart people don't see things the same way. We have different experiences, and you've been through a lot, and I get it. And I want you to understand that I wasn't by any means, when I was trying to explain my part, to dismiss you in any kind of way. I was just gonna give you as far as what I know, as like you gave me what you know, based on research, not based on opinion or things that we just indoctrinated ourselves with. I'm talking about things that I did on my own too. I came from the most closed minds ever, a Jehovah's Witness family. Okay, you want to talk about indoctrination? I know it.
Yep.
So if you ever want to create an atheist out of a kid, put him in the Jehovah's Witness. He'll become an atheist real fast. But let me tell you something. That doesn't mean that.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
But this is what I'm saying though. That doesn't mean that I hate my mom or I hate the people that are in that community because some of them are really.
No, of course not. Of course not.
That's what I want you to
But
understand. That's what I want you to understand. They still try to make me go to church. You know what I mean? But it doesn't
right,
mean that
right.
I don't have debates with them. I don't conversate with them back and forth. And it doesn't mean that at the end we're gonna be clashing all the time. This is exactly what I want with my channel. I want people who disagree with me, who are willing to have an anti-science conversation with me because it's informative. It's informative not only for the people that are like you, that think like you, but for the people who think like me. What if things cross in that sense? You get what I'm saying? I don't feel anything bad with having that conversation. But if you don't feel comfortable, I'd rather you feel comfortable in my space. You know what I'm saying? So it's fine. I won't broach the subject. But
Yeah.
just letting you know, just because I get into the conversation has nothing to do with me dismissing you or dismissing you as a person. I think you're very nice. I like you.
I appreciate that.
I wouldn't sit here in a 5-hour conversation with 0 people looking at us if I didn't. And so that's why
right.
that's why I want you to understand where I'm coming from with this. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And
No, I appreciate it. Like I just
I'm gonna watch and search everything you ask me to. I'm not like that. I'm not the type of people who's like, man, he said this and man,
It's
whatever.
just it's
You know what
just
I
so
mean?
hard, like, cause I used to have a truth channel and I had like 200 something videos that took me like days and months to create most of the time. And I had to shut it all down because people were just not ready, man. I had a lot of people who agreed with me. They really did, and they were praising me. In the end, it just became entertainment, like anything else. They didn't care anymore. And so I said the truth movement's dead. I used to have live streams on a second channel, and I just shut it down. I was like, well, fuck this shit. So and then I found my calling in life, which is, what I'm doing now. And I'm like, okay, I'm done with conspiracies. I don't want to talk to them because people are just not ready and they're going to figure it out for themselves eventually, hopefully in this life. But I'm not responsible. So that's why I don't go. If somebody's open minded and they're like, oh, okay, tell me about that, then I'll tell them about it. But I never tell them that, hey, let's debate, let's go back and forth. And no, it's just if I know that they believe so, if I know that they believe something different, I respect it. I just stop it right there and I say, dude,
Yeah, no, I agree.
maybe in the future, maybe not. It's all good. Let's go on to something that we can talk
Right.
about because
Yeah,
I've been through too much shit, dude.
yeah, this is no longer about the subject that we had broached. I think this is just more about like
Right.
finding an understanding in something that we disagree on. And I absolutely agree with what you're saying. And I think that like I will admit that automatically when you started talking about that, my mind went to debate mode, right? But then again,
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying to fight against on myself too, because like
Okay.
I did come from my online presence is from a debate side. You know what I'm saying? And I
Yeah. Yeah.
realized that that's that kid, that anger, that person that fucking that wanted to punch back all the time. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah. I remember you talked about that like another stream ago. I remember that. Yeah.
yeah, and so I simply want to just like say, you know what? If we meet somewhere in a place that's peaceful and you like it, then I'd rather meet you there. And if this conversation is something like as far as the science and all that stuff is concerned, if you don't want to go down that road, I respect it. It doesn't mean that I'm
I'll I'll
dismissing you in any
probably
kind of way.
I'll probably leave the door open like this, like just like this, all right? If you have a question about a conspiracy theory, like what they call it that, right? Then you can ask me what my opinion is on it, but I'm just not interested in debating it. You know what I'm saying?
I
And
get
I'm
you,
not
and
going to try to change your mind at all, promise.
no, and I would never want to disrespect that in any kind of way. I will admit that if you did want to debate, I'd be more open to a debate to it than actually like trying to ask you a question. But I also it doesn't mean that if I did have a question, I wouldn't come to you. I am actually kind of glad that you are in that sphere, because I'd rather have people from different like thought processes to be around me, not just people that think like me. You know what I mean? Because that would be just that's just a fucking, what do they call it, an echo chamber. I wouldn't want that. That's fucking bullshit. So I actually
Yeah,
appreciate
we
you
kind of
for who
agree
you
on
are.
most things.
Well, yeah, and I appreciate you
Yeah.
for who you are. I really do. If I could shake your hand, I would, from right here, from where I'm at. But let me tell you something. I respect you for believing in what you believe in and researching it as hard as you do. I will never dismiss somebody who researches things and tries really hard to, you know, actually have an argument for the things that they talk about. I hate people that just say, "Well, I saw it here, and go over there," or whatever. You if you
Yeah.
put if you
Yeah.
put your hard work and everything into it, I'll give you more credence. Like, and I'll give it more credit, because I think
Yeah.
that that's important. But if you don't ever want to
Yeah,
brush,
it's all good.
if you never want to broach the subject again, it's cool. It doesn't change my mind on
No,
who
like
you.
I told Carolina, the auditor, Carolina.
Yeah.
I told her, well, that book isn't coming out yet. She says, well, what, because we talked about a conspiracy, government, and then
Uh-huh.
so I said, yeah, that book is in the future. Right now, it's about perfect soulmates, relationships. But I told her that yes, I am going to be writing a second book, probably the last book, in the future, but not now because I need this current project to get underway. But I said, well, you got to be patient, I guess. Just remember me if you forget me, whatever. But I will have my own book, which I gotta write very carefully, by the way, because you can even go to prison for saying some shit that I'm prepared to say. So I have to be very careful, and hopefully we'll go from there. So but that's it. That's my last ditch effort to help anybody do their own research and reach their own conclusions. Don't just believe whatever the damn school tells you or books. And there's so many lies, in my opinion. Take it or leave it. Let's just try to enjoy life, because in the end, it doesn't really matter, anyways.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you have a good outlook. Like I said, those things are a matter of experience, and like it's not really so much, like I don't think it's so much like but I'm glad you're an individual in the way that you think. That's all I'm looking for when it comes to my associations. Is individuals. If you individually have a thought or individually see things like differently than I do, perfect. You know what I mean? It's like I don't want you to think like me. You know what I mean? I want you to agree with me in certain ideas. Maybe like not hitting women, that'd be cool. But like fucking like
No, we agree on that shit.
but
that gangster
like
shit. Damn.
but you being an individual, bro, I respect that no matter what. Even if we don't agree on the principles of that ideal, I'm glad that you are an individual to be able to speak on them and speak on them genuinely. I think that's the most important part, is that it's not coming from a fake place. And I respect that more than anything. That's like I said about the auditors. It's like, if like an auditor like corruptions, I may think that he's not doing it right because I feel like he's doing it wrong, but he believes in it. He's coming from a place
Yeah.
of his own trauma. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, they hurt me, that's why I want to hurt them. That's real. You know what I mean? Not oh, I'm here because I'm
Yeah.
trying to save everybody from their freedoms. And it's like, no, you're not. You're not doing anything of that sort, right? There is no real
Yeah.
feeling that they have towards that. They're just trying to make money, and that's why that's what I respect. I respect people who have true feelings in what they're doing, and you're showing me that. You're showing me that you're really passionate about. You even like, I can feel the disheartedness that comes when you had to close down your channel, because I know that feeling. I know that feeling when you have to close
Yeah,
down
man.
you're passionate about, because people don't believe in it like you do. And so
Dude, I was getting I was getting death threats, and I couldn't block certain people, and they had like satanic pages and shit. Like, I go to the pages, all this devil fucking shit. I'm like, is this what big tech is? Because they're going after me, and I shut it down because I was like, oh, now they're gonna start locking people up for misinformation, disinformation. If I'm about bullshit conspiracy theories, why are you gonna threaten to lock me up? That makes no sense. So I'm like, you know what? Done. I even had this one stranger. She was like, "You better cease and desist and remove these videos for misinformation." And it sounded pretty legit, but it turns out she was bluffing in the end. But I was like, I don't give a shit, man. I'm not trying to go to court for this crap and get in trouble with the government. I'm just gonna close the book there and just settle with my beliefs. And whoever wants to talk about it in the future, I had a lot of great conversations with people who asked me about it, because I mentioned it or we talked a little bit, but not the debates. And that's why I stop people. I'm like, nah, even religious debates. I'm just like, it's a big waste of time. Let me just save everybody's breath and just move on to something we can discuss, because that's just the way it is, man.
I got you. I feel you, man. I feel you. And like I said, I don't dismiss you in any kind of way, man. Remember, I really like a guy like Tats. You know what I mean? And I'd like to believe that me and him are kind of like the same, in the sense that we're willing to like be open to any kind of discussion and open to people having different opinions of ours. And yeah, when you do that, sometimes you're gonna find people that are not 100% agreeable with you, but that's exactly what I'm about. I'm about, having a diverse community of people that have individual ways of thinking, because that only makes me smarter, right? It only makes me more knowledgeable, because, like you said, if I'm not ready for it, then I'm not ready for it. And if it happens when it clicks, or when I get to that research that makes sense to me and I can meet you at that plane, then I'll meet you there. And then I'll be like, you know what? You were right since the beginning, and I won't be, and I'm not going to be, egotistical or prideful, and like I'll be humble. And
Nah, me neither. Me neither, dude. Look, I'm glad you said that. I really appreciate that. See, that's what I appreciate, that type of thinking, because I was gonna say something shit. like with me, I'm not trying to change anybody's beliefs, but oh yeah, I was gonna tell you this, dude. You watched the movie The Matrix, right? When Neo
Yeah,
wakes up and they take him out of the whatever. I mean,
yeah.
people are like, "Oh, it's just a movie." No, to me, that's truth because once you're out in the Nebuchadnezzar, you can't go back in. You can't go back in and believe everything else because you know the Matrix is a lie. So I'm like, shit. I feel the same way. I would love, just like Cipher wanted to go back in and he threw people under the bus, right? He was a traitor. He says,
Yeah.
"I want to go back in. I want to be an actor. Give me the stake, and I want to be famous and whatever." So he was a sellout. If I wouldn't do that, see, that's the thing. I can't go back. I can't go back and say, "Oh, I'm going to believe anything history and science," because now that you see through the lies, I'm like, "Fuck, you can't go back." So if you just take that with a grain of salt, it's really hard, I know, but I'm not saying I'm above anybody. I'm just saying it happened to me, like a big awakening, man. Just like when I got back from Afghanistan, I was like, holy shit, I was lied to all my life about this wars, about politics, about science, about religion. It was just down rabbit hole to rabbit hole. And I'm like, I don't care who it comes from. If it's truth and it resonates with me in an intuitive way, you can't turn me back. And that's what I'm saying. To each their own, man. You don't have to do research. Fuck it. Just be a good guy. That's all I ask, man.
But yeah, but I would be remiss to tell you that I do research, and I don't just like follow things
Yeah, my
because
bad. Yeah, my bad about
I-
that. If you do your research, kudos, man. It's probably
it,
all I
it's
can
okay.
ask, and
It's okay
it's all
because
right,
you know
man.
what? Because you know what? I understand where you're coming from too. Where people always like do that thing. Like it's like, well, what do you know and shit like that, right? And they never think that
Yeah, there's people. Yeah, man.
yeah, so it's like that's why I was trying. That's why I was trying so hard to let you understand that I'm not dismissing anything that you're saying because you might have done a lot of hard work to get where you're at as far as you're thinking. And I don't want you to feel like I'm saying like you're stupid because I don't think you are. I think
Well,
you're smart, man. We've had a conversation, a
I'll
good.
also, yeah, I'll also put it to you this way, man. Not to cut you off, but let me tell you how big it is, man. I lost my whole family over religion, politics, everything. Because
That's
I started talking to them about it. My own mother rejected me because of the religion. I said, "Well, I don't want to believe in that. I believe in just life and love and the mystery of whatever is here. We don't know. We don't have the answers, but I try to respect her, really. But she didn't have it. So I was pretty much exiled from my crazy, all of a sudden religious family. My sister, my two brothers, because I talked about politics, and they're like, I don't know what you're involved in or whatever. So I mean, you gotta think about it, man. This has affected my whole life, even friends,
I get
and
it.
I'm not the only one. If you talk to other people who went through similar that I went through or the exact same, we don't choose to believe this shit. We feel it to be the truth, and we want to know more, but we can't because that's when you get into the unknown. We don't know exactly, but we know enough to know. You know what I'm saying? And it's
I
already
get it.
disturbing enough. So like
I
the whole
understand.
pedophiles and killing babies and drinking blood and shit, cannibalism, it gets even sicker. And I bet that shit's out there. I don't have to find
Yeah,
out for myself because they'd
I
probably
mean, you're
kill me
not.
over it. But
I mean, I get it. I get it. It's
it's
not.
just
It's hard. It's things that people find hard to believe because there's such atrocities. But when you experience certain things, you start realizing that there's. I mean, like I said, the way I grew up and stuff like that, I don't put it outside of the realm of humanity because I seen some bad shit and I don't like it.
yeah.
It's true. And so dude, I feel so bad that like this is exactly why I want to do what I do on my channel because it's like people are so quick to throw people away and it's like why, you know what I mean, like your mom, oh my god, my heart is breaking for you right now. Your mom,
That's
dude.
all good, man. Like I just remember her for the good person she was, and like if anybody wants to come over and start teasing me about it, it's not gonna work. I'll just block you. But it's just something that people go through. I mean, for other reasons too. Like they lost their families over not just truth topics, but anything. Like maybe I don't know, a dude wants to marry the wrong girl or the girl wants to marry the wrong guy and now they're just excommunicated. Even like this one Indian dude, like he committed suicide taking poison because he divorced his wife and back home they rejected him. just because you failed. You got divorced with the arranged marriage. So I mean, this shit happens, man. Like
We
that's
gotta
why I
stop.
don't care too much about.
We
I
gotta
don't care
stop
too much
throwing
about the
people away.
you
Fucking
know.
wrong. It's so
It's just so
wrong. It's
fuck.
so wrong to throw people away, man. It's like my
Yeah,
mom. My
man.
mom is a Jehovah's Witness, man, and she's fuck. She's so into it. But you know what, dude? She didn't throw me away for that reason. They wanted her to, and she didn't. And the thing is,
Yeah, that's
it's
good.
sucks.
That's good.
It sucks so much. I I can't like hearing things like that is like my I dude I please, man, I understand something like I want you to be welcomed here. You come here whenever you want. I think that's horrible. If you
I
still have
appreciate it, man.
if you still have family, that's fucked up, man. Like I'm telling you, like I'm over here talking to you about my brother and everything, how he helped me out and stuff. Like and I'm telling you, dude, it's like I'm lucky to have the
You,
support
you
system I have. I'm so lucky, and
so lucky, man.
I don't.
So lucky.
Dude, my
That's why
heart really. I'm
I
really
have a
feeling for you right now. I'm really
I
feeling
have
for you right now.
thanks, man. I mean, I have this friend who just similar to you. Like he has all the support. He threw his parents under the bus. He doesn't want to talk to anybody, even me. I'm like, dude, you had it all. What are you doing? And just because his girlfriend just brainwashed him, and now he's married and he's worse than ever. I mean, and he's a painter. Like he's talented, but he just got brain. He's under the spell, and like he just threw everybody. And I'm like, damn, man. So there goes my family. There goes that guy. I'm like, who else? It's like evil doesn't stop. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, who else is gonna disappear? So you have your own traumas. I got my traumas, and that's why I just try to keep it cool. It's all
Yeah,
good.
but don't worry, don't
Freedom.
worry. I'm
So
not like I said. My channel, the people that I want to harbor here are gonna be people that aren't thrown away for these types of reasons. You know what I mean? Like I'm okay with disagreeing, and I'm okay with things that aren't always going to be agreeable. I want people to have separate opinions of mine, and I want them to be as smart as I am. And I think I have that with you. And like I said, I feel for you in such a way right now because like I said, I see the example of people that could have thrown me away because I'm very hard headed. I'm very hard headed when it comes to like my thoughts and my ideals, right? But lately I've been noticing that you know what? People have tolerance and I need to give the same tolerance. I need to be that fair with other people and I want to be. And so it begins with
that's
things like
cool.
this,
That's cool.
and so I just want you to know that you know what, if you never want to broach the subject on conspiracies, we don't ever have to broach it again. But just so you know, my charge when I went to jail was conspiracy to commit theft. So please don't get upset if I ever bring that up.
No, that's all good, dude.
All right, buddy. Well, I guess we should end it here because we're in a happy place, right? So let's go ahead
Yeah,
and end it.
yeah.
I don't want this to get back to where it was. I absolutely thank you for coming out to my channel. I'm gonna switch the title because your name is Ben and not Gregory. And and dude, go ahead and promote anything you need to right now. Go ahead and say what you want. I'm gonna go ahead and leave you in the forefront to do this. Give me 1 second.
Oh yeah, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, man. If you guys are, I know we got we had a very long conversation. I appreciated it every moment. And if you need somebody to listen to, somebody to listen to you about any problems, not just relationships. I don't know. You got a life goal that you're struggling with or something. Just come over to my Discord. Come over to my channel. Don't be shy, because I just made a video recently about the plague, the deadly plague, and that's what it is. People are too quiet these days. And like Jerry was saying, just swiping left, or right, whatever, just throwing people under the bus and not caring about anything. I'm all about care. So same as this channel, safe haven, take advantage, come to Jerry, come to me. We're here to help. And yes, I did write a book and I did do a movie, in an online course format. Look, man, try it or don't try it, but you don't know what you're missing. That's all I can tell you, honestly. So put my whole heart and soul into that.
And that was Ben. Thanks, man. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for being here for me for 5 hours, because some people can't tolerate other people. Hello.
Yeah,
But
for
it
real,
was
man.
it was fun, man. I appreciate you, bro. This was a great conversation. I don't care, like I said, if nobody hears it, if we're the only ones that hear it, I think it was positive. I think it was fun. Dude, please.
Yeah, thanks for being real.
You got it, bro. You got it. And you, like I said, anytime. Just come on up. All right.
All right,
All right,
man.
buddy.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks so much.
Well, that's gonna be the end of this one. I hope we get a chance to talk, because I kind of wanted him to be on this one too, but he was doing something else. So, Tats, if I seemed kind of hostile when I came on your live, I wasn't by no means being hostile towards you. I was just like, what? I thought he wasn't gonna do it anymore. Like, I thought your live was done or whatever. But whatever, like, you did what you did, and I hope that I'm actually gonna go check it out right now and see if anything came of it. But yeah, dude, just so everybody knows, my thing here is acceptance and tolerance. So if you are someone who thinks that you're tired of all the bullshit, you're tired of all the brigading, you're tired of people dismissing people because they don't share a little bit of what you believe in, this is the place for you, man. Because I want people to have open minds and be individuals here, not robots or agreeable. Thank you for listening, and thank you for being here. If you made it up to this point, it's 5 hours and 40 minutes.